The will of fire still burns, fallen leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen once said, "To those who possess the will of fire, everyone is family." The desire to protect one's family builds thicker and stronger bonds between each and everyone in the village. If the will of fire is embraced by everyone, the village will be alright no matter what happens. Today was a day where this family would shed each other's blood. Where they would face each other in combat where one of them may perish by the other's hand. Satsuki stood across from Natsuki in the middle of the battlefield. She had been waited for this particular matchup for a long time now. To Satsuki, Natsuki had always been too obsessed with her brother for her liking. To Satsuki, this was a girl who abandoned her Nissan and threw him away like he was nothing more than trash. Satsuki could honestly say that she hated the girl in front of her. Before Naruto had met the Uchiha family, he was broken. His heart had been shattered repeatedly by those who dared call themselves his family, and they had spent years piecing it back together. The one question he always buried deep within his heart was if it was good that he was born. He was incapable of love for a long time, the kind of neglect and pain that he went through wasn't able to be healed overnight. It had taken years, but he was finally able to see Satsuki as a little sister and Mikoto as a mother, perhaps something even more. Satsuki had always been suspicious of her mother. She knew that after everything that they've gone through together it was only natural for Mikoto to develop feelings for her Nissan. Though she tried to deny it, she knew that her Nissan felt the same way about Mikoto too. She just hoped that he could see her the same way too. She didn't care if she had to share him with her mother, but she just wanted to be with him. For him to make her his. She loved him more than anyone would ever know. Ever since she was a little girl and helped to rebuild Naruto's heart from the ground up, she had loved Naruto. She began to fall in love with him after seeing how tainted his mind and heart were, but yet how they were also so pure. He didn't try to hide behind his false sense of ideals or beliefs, he looked at the world for what it truly was and had no illusions about how ugly it was. Yet he kept on walking down his own path for the sake of her and Mikoto alone. He was there for when nobody else was and helped her pick up the pieces when everything went to hell. Satsuki was a lot smarter than she let on, and he knew this. From an early age she had seen how corrupt this village was, but how they hid behind the excuse that everything was for the good of the village. She knew the truth of what had happened 3 years ago. She had noticed how everyone had been acting, she had noticed that all of the adults would all disappear for periods of time, she had noticed how Shisui and Itachi and were acting. While it took her a while to figure out after the massacre, she finally realized that everything had been planned. That the Hokage forced Itachi to kill the clan. Now Satsuki didn't hate Itachi for doing this, nor did she hate the Hokage for ordering it. It should be expected as he would do anything for the sake of the village. It was only after she realized everything, did it make sense why Naruto had turned out so broken. A person who would willingly put the sake of the village above the sake of its people can never be a real father. And Kushina had bought into the village's ideals at a young age and would never even think of straying from them, she was too far gone. On the surface they were a perfect family, but underneath all of the false pretenses, they were no better than Danzo training his mindless drones. Naruto was the only one who could see through her. He could tell that Satsuki knew of some of the village's darker secrets, she was the daughter of a clan head after all, it should be expected. However, he never mentioned it, and she was thankful for that. She saw that he was in even more pain than she was. It had been his own father who cost him the life of the first person to ever treat him like family, the man he saw as a brother, and the clan of his new family. He had chosen their little family over the prestigious honor of being the son of the Yondaime Hokage and the head of the Uzumaki clan. He had left them behind and he would never look back. Ever since then they had only grown closer to each other. To some level she knew that she loved him as much as he did Mikoto, but he would never show it unless she did first. He had always seen her as something of a higher being, something fragile, something untouchable. She was the one who healed his broken heart, the one who made him whole again. He would always think to protect her innocence, for the sake of never corrupting her. She never understood why he saw her as such. He was the one who was her angel. He was her savior from a clan who would never seek anything besides power. The Uchiha respected strength above all else, they couldn't care less about family. Naruto was her escape from that, he and Mikoto were the only ones who would always love her unconditionally. That is why Satsuki couldn't hold in her rage whenever the Hokage's family would try to bring him back to them. She knew it was foolish, he would never leave them, but she was still scared that she would lose him. That was her one fear, to lose her Nissan the same way she lost everything else in her life. She would die before she let that happen. That is why she would rip the girl in front of her limb from limb. Satsuki knew that Natsuki was in love with her Nissan. She had been trying to take him back for years now, every possible chance that she would try to get closer to him. She tried to force him back to the very people who broke him. She had abandoned him when Naruto needed someone most, and now that he had been fixed she wanted to be a part of his life. This was something that Satsuki could not stand. Naruto was an angel that had descended from the heavens into her life, and now these hypocrites were trying to take him away from her. He was her Nissan. No, he was more than that, he was her Oni-sama. Satsuki would prove here and now the difference between them. The will of fire and the good of the village be damned. This is where the leaves on the great tree of Konoha, the flames of the will of fire, a member of the family that is Konoha, will fall. Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Uchiha Satsuki. Gunma could feel the raw amount of killing intent that the two kunoichi before him were emanating. It was impressive for two newly made genin. Most chunin wouldn't be able to withstand this much pure pressure and bloodlust. There was obviously some bad blood between these two and it was sure to get ugly. He wanted to get the hell out of there as fast as he could to avoid any of their rage. Dealing with women when they were angry was never a good thing. Are both combatants ready? Neither of them even acknowledged that he had said something, opting to try pierce each other and finish the match with their glare alone. Gunma sighed and took their silence as a yes, then let the first match of the second round, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Uchiha Satsuki, begin. Satsuki immediately activated her Sharingan and drew two kunai from the holster on her leg at the same time that Natsuki unsheathed her katana. The two glared at each other for a moment before charging at each other with the intent to cut the other to pieces. Natsuki had always been jealous of Satsuki. She was always around her Nissan and stole her place as Naruto's sister. Natsuki loved Naruto with all her heart, but it was their past that made it so hard for her to move forward. Because of that, she could only watch on as Naruto replaced her with Satsuki. Natsuki had wanted to bring her Nissan back into their family even before their days at the academy. When they had started training early on, she had always hoped that her parents would let Naruto join them. And finally they did, but that was the first and last time that would ever happen. That was the day that scarred her for life. She had almost lost her Nissan that day. She was the one who almost killed him and she hated herself for that. This all happened because she lost control of herself and let the Kyuubi run free. That single day was the worst of her life. She spent the next months beside her Nissan's hospital bed as he lay there in his comatose state. She visited him every day and would cry herself to sleep every night. She still did sometimes. Finally he woke up and things improved with their family life for a short time, but then everything went to hell as soon as it began to get better. For some reason he began to distance himself even more from their family to the point where he moved out. Nothing was ever the same after that and she still didn't know why. It killed her that she didn't know why she wasn't his sister anymore or why he doesn't consider their parents as his anymore. It felt as though she had lost him forever. He was just within her reach, but yet she still couldn't grab onto him. She hated this feeling. She loved him more than anything in the world and she had to watch on as another girl stole her spot. She hated this girl, more than anyone would ever know and she would finish everything right now. She would show her Nissan that she had changed and that she was worth his love. She needed him. Natsuki swung her sword down, but it was easily blocked by Satsuki's kunai. She brought her sword back up and slashed at the girl's side, but it was parried by another kunai. Natsuki was getting frustrated that none of her attacks were getting through, so she began to pick up the pace. She would not be outdone by this girl. Natsuki switched from slashes into a fast barrage of stabs. Satsuki was forced to dodge and divert the strikes with her kunai. There was no time to get out of range of the swordswoman. The redhead was unrelenting in her strikes. It was clear that she wouldn't stop until she had run the female Uchiha through with her blade. Satsuki finally had enough. If this kept on going then she was sure to slip up eventually. She looked Natsuki directly in the eyes and activated her jutsu. Sharingan, Genjutsu. Natsuki was instantly paralyzed and couldn't move even a single finger as she held her sword above her head, in an attempt to bisect Satsuki. Satsuki used this chance to spin around and deliver a powerful kick to Natsuki's chest, sending her flying back but also breaking her out of the genjutsu. Satsuki reached into her weapons pouch and pulled out 2 handfuls of shuriken, which she threw at Natsuki. The redhead managed to flip in midair and drive her feet into the ground to slow her momentum. She didn't have time to dodge the shuriken, so she was forced to block them with her sword. Natsuki didn't have a particular kenjutsu style that she focused in. Neither the Uzumaki nor Namikaze clans were renowned users in kenjutsu. In fact, Kushina was the only shinobi in generations of the Uzumaki clan to be known for using a sword. She hadn't gotten around to teaching Natsuki much about kenjutsu just yet, so the girl mainly relied on her quick reflexes and the sword's ability to cut. Natsuki knew that if she kept using kenjutsu then she would quickly be overwhelmed. She mainly used her sword to complement her taijutsu style, but after Satsuki had put so much distance between them her sword would be nothing more than a hindrance. The redhead quickly sheathed her sword and prepared herself. It seemed that she would have to mainly rely on ninjutsu and taijutsu. With her large reserves from being a Jinchuriki, it was better this way anyway. Satsuki formed a few hand seals before she began molding chakra in her lungs. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire. Satsuki released a volley of small fireballs from her mouth and sent them towards Natsuki. These fireballs were controlled by one's chakra, so avoiding them is extremely difficult. Natsuki cursed as she saw the jutsu. These fireballs would be hard to dodge. She would need to counter them instead. Suitun, Suijin Hiki, Water Release, Water Wall. Natsuki released a large stream of water from her mouth that rose up into a large wave to protect her from the oncoming attack. When the wall of water dispersed, Satsuki was nowhere to be found. Natsuki looked in front, left, right, and behind her, but she was nowhere to be found. Natsuki immediately jumped back, thinking that she would be coming from below, the same strategy that Kakashi-sensei used in their survival exam. However, she was wrong. As soon as the girl jumped back, she was met with an axe kick from above, courtesy of Satsuki. The redhead was sent face first into the ground, creating a rather large impact. Spiderweb cracks appeared from where she landed outwards, signaling just how hard she had been hit. What Satsuki did wasn't so different from her last step of the Shurshur Rendan, Lion's Barrage. The female Uchiha recoiled from how hard hitting Satsuki and crashing into the ground right after was. She panted on her knees several yards away from Natsuki's prone body, exhausted. She wouldn't be able to go on much longer. Her earlier match and this match wore her out quite a bit. Her head jerked back in shock as she watched Natsuki slowly get up the ground. That last attack should have at least broken some bones or given her a concussion. A moment later her eyes widened in realization. Oh yeah, she's an Uzumaki. They're supposed to have incredible regenerative powers. I'll need to finish her off with one last jutsu. Satsuki channeled chakra to her feet and jumped back a dozen yards to gain the distance she needed. She watched on Natsuki got up with a look of pure rage on her face and made a Kage Bunshin. A moment later a spiraling blue sphere of chakra manifested itself in the palm of her hand. Just perfect, the Rasengan, this might complicate things. Satsuki thought to herself. Satsuki went through a few hand seals before a large amount of Raitun chakra was concentrated in her hand. The sound of birds chirping could be heard all over the stadium from the execution of Hatake Kakashi's original technique. Natsuki and Satsuki both rushed at each other with their most powerful jutsus active. Just as they were within striking distance of each other, they thrust their respective hands out so that their jutsus met in the middle. Rasengan Ichidori. The collision of these two A-ranked jutsus created a large explosion emanating from their hands and sent them both flying backwards. A huge plume of dirt and dust covered the battlefield from their collision. Gunma walked into the center of the arena once more as he waited for the dust to clear so that he could call the match. It was obvious that one of those girls wouldn't be getting up from their last confrontation. A few moments later, the wind picked up and blew the cloud of smoke away, revealing the unconscious forms of the two kunoichi. Both of them were covered in scrapes, bruised, and burns, but other than that they were completely fine. Gunma breathed a sigh of relief as he had seen what both of those jutsus could do at full power. Both combatants are unable to continue, therefore this match is declared a draw and neither of them will continue on to the next round. Gunma announced to the crowd. He gave a nod to the medical team to bring those two to the medical bay to heal their wounds and wait for them come out of unconsciousness. He received both boos and cheers from the crowd as they had witnessed a good match, but also wanted to see someone move on to the next round. Well, this did make it easier for the tournament setup as they wouldn't need to have any semi-final rounds and could go straight onto the finals. Stands. In the audience, both Kushina's and Mikoto's eyes widened at the sight of their children being carried out off of the battlefield after the explosion that occurred after the clash of their A-rank assassination jutsus. Kushina had just gotten back from checking on Nawaki and the news was not good. He was terribly burned after being consumed by Naruto's massive Katan jutsu. The medics had done everything that they could and he was stable now, but the entire left side of his body was burned beyond the point of healing. From his neck down, the left side of his body would be completely covered in scar tissue. The good news was that only his eye and part of his head was burned on his face. He was still unconscious, but he should wake up in a day or so. She wanted to watch Natsuki's match to take her mind off of things, but as soon as she does, she had to watch as a Rasengan and a Chidori collided. She hoped that Natsuki wouldn't be permanently damaged the same way that Nawaki had. Mikoto was watching on in horror at the prospect of losing her last child. She had already lost her clan because of the village and her son was forced to become a nuke nin. She couldn't take losing one of the last remaining family members that she had left. Both women looked at each other and nodded before sunshining to the medical bay to see if their children were all right. Kakashi's lone eye was also widened in shock. He had taught Obito how to use the Chidori many years ago, but he had never expected his best friend to teach it to his student. Now that he thought about it, Obito probably knew that the Hokage's children would know the Rasengan and taught her the jutsu as a counter for it. Though he was impressed that the girl had learned it in such a short amount of time, it took him months to create that jutsu. It was much better than his decision to teach the Chidori to Nawaki. As much as he loved his sensei and Kushina-sama, the boy was clearly unstable. He also had a massive superiority and inferiority complex to finish up the perfect little package. Kakashi was silently happy that Nawaki had faced Naruto in the first round and lost. Had he fought a different opponent, he would have most likely gotten a chance to use the Chidori and possibly killed one of his fellow Konoha genin. Something would have to be done about the boy if when he woke up. Things will definitely go south after he sees what kind of condition his body is in. Not to mention how inferior and weak he will feel towards Naruto. Kakashi could only sigh as he knew that things were going to go very bad, very soon. Portgas D. Naruto vs Inuzuka Hana. Naruto stood across from Hana, as Gunma stepped forward from the proctor's area towards the center of the arena. Naruto carefully analyzed his teammate as he thought of a strategy of how to deal with her. Most of his plans were out of the option as they were prepared for dealing with multiple opponents at once. The three Himuru brothers had not recovered in time for the match. They were healed from the slash wounds they received and were stitched back up, but they would need to rest for the rest of the day, so they were taken back to the Inuzuka compound. Naruto eyed Hana critically. He wasn't foolish enough to think that she was completely helpless without her Ninken the same way that most Inuzuka were. On the contrary, Naruto had been friends with Hana for over 7 years. He knew exactly how skilled Hana was. She was just as dangerous without her Ninken as she was with them. Obito had made sure that she was prepared for combat if she was separated from them or they were rendered useless on a mission. That part of their training Hana did alone with their sensei, so Naruto didn't know exactly what she would have in store for him. She was a skilled medic and could use her Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpels, with incredible skill and precision, but she knew that wouldn't be enough to even stall him. Whatever she had, this was sure to be exciting. Why don't we put on a show worth watching? Naruto asked as he was getting excited for what Hana was planning. I couldn't agree more. Don't think that you'll have an easy win just because I don't have my Ninken with me. I promise to give you an exciting match and I'll do just that. Hana declared with a small smirk. Naruto smirked as well. I wouldn't dream of it. Gunma saw that the two before him were ready to start their match and made the announcement. The second match of the second round, Portgas D. Naruto vs Inuzuka Hana, may now begin. Gunma yelled before jumping out of the way. As soon as he heard that, Natsu jumped back and drew the Chikudo from his back. He didn't really want to use his usual Katan Jutsu against her, they were far too deadly. But he had learned much over the last month that he would be able to use here. Across from him Hana drew 4 kunai with exploding tags attached and threw them in her teammate's direction. Naruto saw what she was doing and he wouldn't have any of it. She wanted to use the smoke caused from the explosion as a cover to move around freely. Naruto rose his sword and charged it with blue-colored flames. He swung down and in the blink of an eye, all of the kunai had been bisected, exploding tag and all. With no seal to cause the explosion, the kunai turned into nothing more than duds. Hana silently cursed to herself before throwing a smoke bomb on the ground, causing the entire area around her to be filled with a purple smoke. This was her backup plan. To have to resort to it at the very start of the match didn't spell good news to her. Naruto looked on at the large cloud of smoke, wondering what she could possibly be planning. When the smoke cleared, Hana was nowhere in sight. Naruto quickly activated his Kenbunchaku Haki and smiled to himself. I see, you have a Doton affinity Hana. You saw what I did to the last Doton used I fought, so what will you do differently? Quite a ways underneath the arena floor, Hana had dug several different tunnels that spanned the length of the entire battlefield. It had taken a bit of time, but all of her preparations were complete. Hana made a hand seal and produced 6 Doton Kage Bunshins, Earth Release Shadow clones, which gave her a nod and proceeded to run into different directions in the different tunnels. The best part about these clones were that they weren't as chakra taxing as the standard Kage Bunshins, shadow clones, and since it's made out of mud, they can continue to reform itself back into its original shape. It can also be used as a powerful restraint once it's reverted back into mud. Most members of the Inuzuka clan had Doton affinities, so they had plenty of jutsu for her to learn in the clan library. Though rarely any of them use it. They prefer to perform the usual clan techniques alongside of their Ninken because of their usual reckless and brash nature. Hana couldn't help but think that her clan was full of idiots sometimes. They had a library full of offensive and supplementary jutsu that nearly all Inuzuka could learn, yet they chose not to. Naruto patiently waited for Hana to make her move, unlike what he did with Nawaki. He quickly moved to the right as Atsuga, passing Fang, erupted from right underneath him. Then he jumped backwards to avoid the same thing from happening again. Soon he was avoiding attacks all over the battlefield as drill-like attacks would erupt from the ground and then return back underneath it from a tunnel that another one produced. He had to admit, Hana was quite clever and this little maneuver would no doubt get her promoted to Chunin. These fights didn't really matter after all. What the judges were looking for was if you had the strength of a Chunin, if you could come up with a strategy on the spot, if you had the thinking capacity of a Chunin, and if you knew your limits. The tournament was just for show and to show the rest of the nations how strong your genin were. Naruto slashed the drill that came up right next to him across the chest, but as soon as he did, it turned to mud and tried to restrain his movement. He wouldn't let any of that happen. He covered his sword and his body in an aura of blue fire and flared it outwards, destroying what was left of the Doton Kage Bunshin, Earth Release Shadow clone. So all of these are Doton Kage Bunshin, huh? I thought it was odd that there were so many of them when Hana didn't have her Ninken and there was no way that she would be able to produce this many normal Kage Bunshin if she weren't a Jinchuriki. I know just how to stop her in her tracks. Naruto dodged one more of her clones Tsuga, passing Fang, before he spun his sword around in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He began channeling his blue flames into the sword and ground until large bursts of them erupted from all the tunnels that Hana had created. All of the extra clones had been crushed by the impact of the fire, but the real Hana flew out of one of the tunnels like it was a geyser and she had been riding the flames. The blue flames that he had been using were similar to Marco's. These flames weren't meant to incinerate their target, no, they weren't even hot. They were meant for impact strength and destruction. They were also meant for regeneration if used on yourself. It was because of this that they were perfect for using against his teammate. He looked over to where Hana had landed. She had seen better days. She was probably still injured from the earlier match and may even be running low on chakra. This match had been going on for almost 30 minutes and she had been constantly making new clones and using the Tsuga, passing Fang, herself. Though he hadn't been disappointed with the fight thus far. She had made him work, harder than he had in most of his matches since he became a genin in fact. With Nawaki, Naruto didn't really need to use all those powerful techniques to beat him, but he wanted to put the brat in his place. Oh yes, Hana had given him quite a good fight, and it wasn't over just yet. Hana got up wearily, she wasn't done yet. She was low on chakra and her body was aching all over, but she still had some fight left in her. She wouldn't be able to last much longer. With that in mind, Hana brought her hands into a tiger hand seal. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Eth Release, Earth Flow River. Hana turned a large area of the ground in front of her to mud in preparation or her next technique. She then made 2 hand seals before landing on the final one. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The mud before her shaped into a dragon-like head that was merged with the ground. It opened its mouth and launched a large volley of cannonball-shaped bullets of mud towards Naruto. The volley covered a large and wide area, so it would be next to impossible for him to dodge. Naruto smirked slightly at his teammate. She had really improved over this past month. Before she would have only used her clan techniques alongside her Ninken and some medical ninjutsu. Without her Ninken she was pretty handicapped. She knew some taijutsu and some basic ninjutsu, but that wouldn't help her much on a real mission. That was why he was so impressed. She had covered so many of her previous weaknesses and even adapted a whole new fighting style to complement her elemental affinity. However, it wasn't enough to beat him. He hadn't been fooling around either, he would show her the fruits of his training. Naruto held his sword with his right hand and brought it across his body preparing for a slash. The hardest part about learning the ancient arts of the Phoenix was all of that damned meditation. However, I did gain something out of it, the 3 components to make these techniques work, the mind, the body, and the soul. Each one of these must be in perfect harmony with each other. It was a damned pain learning these techniques, but it was worth it. Naruto ignited his blade with the blue flames he had grown so fond of. Sanjiroku Pound Ho, Phoenix of the 36 Earthly Desires. Naruto swung his sword horizontally and released a large crescent wave of flames that sliced right through the bullets and the dragon that were in front of him. It didn't stop there as it impacted her and consumed her, sending her into the wall across the arena along with it until the technique ceased. Once again, the wall that had just been repaired was heavily damaged, but Naruto made sure to hold back this time as to not destroy it completely, or wound Hana too seriously. He looked over to see her unconscious form lying against the wall as the medical team was rushing over to carry her off to the medical bay. At least she was in better shape than he left Nawaki in, hopefully she wouldn't be too upset later. Winner of the second match of the second round, Portgas D. Naruto. He heard the proctor yell. After the announcement, Naruto slowly walked up to the combatant booth to get a bit of rest. He was getting a bit tired too from all this fighting. Will Sabaku no Gaara and Yuki Haku please make your way down to the arena for the final match of round 2? The proctor yelled. Sabaku no Gaara versus Yuki Haku. Both of the genin stood face to face in the middle of the arena. Haku was tired of waiting. She didn't have to fight in the first round, so she was fresh and ready to fight. This didn't mean that she would recklessly charge into battle though. Her opponent was far too dangerous to charge in head first without a plan. His skill in manipulating sand was like nothing she had ever seen before. And if his last fight was any indication, he had much more up his sleeve. She couldn't risk being trapped in that sand. If she was, the same thing would happen to her that happened to that Rock Lee and what almost happened to Suigetsu. If he hadn't had the ability to liquefy, then he would be as good as dead right now. She would need to play things carefully. Gunma stepped forward to address the two shinobi before him. Are both combatants ready? He received a nod from both of them, signaling for him to start the match. Then let the third and final match of round 3, Sabaku no Gaara vs Yuki Haku, begin. He yelled before jumping out of the area. He knew what these two were capable of and he did not want to get caught up in it. As soon as the match started, Haku had to jump out of the was as a wave of sand was launched at her. It seemed that her opponent wouldn't let up as she had to continue this action several times before she was finally out of range of his sand. Or at least the amount of sand that he currently had. She couldn't let him prepare the absurd amounts of sand that he had in his match against Suigetsu. If she did, the match would be his. There was no she would be able to avoid the tsunami of sand that he would throw at her, and she wouldn't be able to survive it like Suigetsu did. As bad of an idea it was, she needed to get in close to prevent him from doing that. Haku rushed at Gaara with high speeds just as the sand returned to him. She had to maneuver to the right to avoid being smothered with the sand, but she was close enough to do what she needed. Haku made a singular hand seal and suddenly, the entire arena was filled with cold air. Makio Hyosho, demonic mirroring ice crystals. From the moisture in the air, a dome of 21 floating mirrors of ice surrounded Gaara, trapping him completely. Haku stepped forward and merged with one of the mirrors at ground level, and as soon as she did, every single mirror reflected nothing but an image of Haku, impossible to tell which one was real and which was a reflection. This was her ultimate technique. Once inside the mirrors, it is possible for her to move at exceedingly high speeds between the mirrors, which can easily overwhelm any opponent. Without the use of a dojutsu, it is impossible to track her. Should she create clones to enter the mirrors as well, it would be all over for her enemy. Gaara didn't even look fazed as he stared on at the 21 reflections of Haku. He either had a way out of the ice dome or he didn't know that there was no escape from her clutches. He began preparing his escape by turning the earth below him into a large amount of sand. By using the Sabaku Taiso, Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral, he would certainly be able to overwhelm the jutsu before him and kill the Kunoichi. However, Haku saw what his plan was from the very start and had already thought of a way to counter it. Ice Age. A tendril of ice stretched from her reflection on each of the mirrors until it made contact with the ground. First the Groung surrounding Gaara began to freeze until a thick sheet of ice covered the entire length of the arena floor. Did you really think that I'd let you create more sand? Haku's voice spoke from one of the ice mirrors. How foolish. Without your sand you can't do anything. No. I won't let you erase my existence. I will be the one to prove their existence. Gaara screamed maniacally. It was obvious that the boy was mentally unstable, but Haku paid it no mind as she had met her fair share of insane shinobi back in Kiri. She pulled out a handful of Sanban and emerged from the mirror, throwing them in the process and piercing Gaara's shoulder and leg before she merged into another ice mirror. She had seen that the sand surrounding the boy acted like a shield on instinct alone. He had no control over it. However, that shield of sand could be bypassed with pure speed alone. That much was made obvious during the preliminary rounds. To have such a glaring weakness made obvious to you and not even bother training to fix it was proof as to just how much the boy relied in his natural ability alone. Haku would not lose to someone like him. Blood. It's my blood. Gaara screamed in horror as he pulled out the Sanban that had pierced through his sand armor. Haku was about to launch another barrage of Sanban at the boy, but he quickly surrounded himself with a thick dome of sand. Haku could hear some kind of weird chanting coming from the inside of the dome. It was obvious that he wasn't coming out of that dome anytime soon, so Haku decided to take measures into her own hands. Ice Ball. The cold air around the dome began to solidify and take form. Not a moment later, a large, thick sphere of ice surrounded the dome of sand, freezing it solid. This was only a preparation for her next jutsu as she reached out her hand and squeezed it shut. Hayaton, Ice Funeral. She had used this technique against that Oto Nin in the preliminary rounds and the result was made obvious. The surrounding ice became highly pressurized and was meant to crush him. It was actually not so different from a technique that Gaara used. However, just as the ice was about to crush the sand dome and him inside of it, a monster-like arm with what looked like veins all throughout it erupted from the ice prison and shattered several of the mirrors. A moment later, the rest of the ice dome shattered and what looked like a human-sized tanuki made of sand emerged from it. He swiped his arm several times and destroyed what was left of the ice mirrors easily. Haku had managed to escape before suffering any damage, but when the mist cleared, she along with the rest of the audience saw that Gaara was in his partially transformed state. Before anyone knew what was going on, a large plume of purple smoke erupted from the Kage box, causing everyone to turn in that direction and see a large purple barrier being erected with all of the Kage being trapped inside. The stadium erupted in panic, but of all those in the audience, Naruto only smiled. It seemed as if the invasion was starting off a bit earlier than expected. Now was the time to put his plan into action. The will of fire still burns, dancing leaves, squirming sand. As Naruto stared on at the enemy before him, he felt nothing but pity for him. This was a result of how far the hidden villages had fallen, a weapon that the village had made, a sign of how corrupted these villages were with power, an example of what this world truly was. The boy before Naruto wasn't even a boy anymore, he wasn't even human anymore. Perhaps he never was to begin with. The Yondaime Kazekage had done this to his own son. Of course, Konoha was no different. They preach about peace and family, yet the Yondaime Hokage turns 3 of his own children into Jinchurikis, shinobi who are no more than living weapons. Even a weapon can malfunction and this was the result. Naruto stood on a large tree branch with Natsuki at his side. She was delighted that her Nisan had brought her along to keep Gaara from destroying the village, but she couldn't help but feel pity for the but who was so similar to her, and yet so different. Gaara was going past his initial Jinchuriki state. The sand had continued to surround his body until he looked like a full version of a mini Shikaku. He was halfway between total insanity and his normal mental state. Come, prove my existence. I will crush the both of you. I am one with Mother now, Mother is now one with me. Together we shall bury you together. Gaara screamed maniacally. This had all started during Gaara's match with Haku. As soon as he started his initial Jinchuriki transformation, Temari and Kankuro had jumped down to the stands and led Gaara into the forest, so that he could transform without any disruptions. That hadn't worked out as planned. Temari and Kankuro were both bleeding and unconscious on the forest floor. Gaara had lashed out against them when he had sensed presences following them and wanted to fight. This was the result of them tying to stand against him. Haku was locked in a fierce duel with Baki back in the Chunin exam arena, so she was unable to pursue her former opponent. Naruto had taken this opportunity to grab Natsuki, much to her surprise and pleasure, and follow Gaara into the forest. This was the perfect opportunity to deal with another issue altogether as well. As soon as he defeated Gaara, he would release the Kyuubi from the Koto Amatsukami and have a nice chat with him. Of course he wouldn't tell Natsuki about his plans at all, there was no telling how she would react, knowing that the Kyuubi sealed inside of her was an actual living being and not just a mass of chakra like she had always been told. Then the yang half of the Kyuubi would immediately respond to the yin half being freed and break free from its seal to reunite with itself inside of Natsuki. It would be forcible ripped out of Nawaki, but it was a price that Naruto was willing to pay. He had no doubts that Nawaki would survive, he was an Uzumaki after all, but he would be extremely weakened and put in a near-death state. Similar to how Kushina was after she had given birth and the Kyuubi escaped from her last night. If she could survive that, then Nawaki would be mostly fine after this. All of the Kages and their bodyguards were locked in an all-out battle blocked by a large purple barrier on the roof of the Kage box and who knows what was going on in there. The Yondaime Kazekage and Orochimaru would probably be in there fighting the Hokage and the Mizukage, but there had to be more going on in there than that. The Kazekage may have been a fool, but he would know that he wouldn't stand a chance against 2 Kages and their bodyguards, even with Orochimaru by his side. The Yondaime Kazekage was currently the weakest among the 5 Kages. The Sandaime Tsuchikage had his Jin-tun, the Yondaime Raikage was a master of nintaijutsu and was the second fastest man alive, only second to the Hokage. The Yondaime Mizukage had full control of his Bijuu and was a master of Suitun, and the Yondaime Hokage had the Hiraishin, one of the most feared jutsus in the world. The Kazekage was able to use the gold dust, but there was no way that would make a difference in that fight. He must have something up his sleeve if he is confident enough to betray Konoha and make an enemy of Kiri. Though, Naruto didn't have time to pursue those suspicions right now as it looked like Gaara was getting impatient. Naruto quickly discarded his trench coat. It had been torn up pretty good from his earlier fights and would no doubt only get in the way here. He now only wore his skin-tight black shirt on his upper body, and the bandages covering his right arm and hand were now fully revealed. Dealing with Gaara and Shikaku would take a bit of time. Naruto and Natsuki jumped in different directions to avoid a large claw swipe that Gaara sent at them, splitting the tree branch in half. Natsuki looked a bit tired, but other than that she was fine. She had been given a soldier pill and had rested a bit before coming back up to the combatants' booth to watch Haku's fight. Only shortly after that did everything go straight to hell. Naruto was perfectly fine. Because of his relation to the chakra fruits and the Shinju tree, his chakra replenished at incredibly fast rates. All of the chakra that had been used in his earlier fights with Nawaki and Hana had been restored ages ago. He was ready to fight. He looked at Natsuki and noted to himself that he would be doing most of it. She was clearly still exhausted. Hopefully she wouldn't get in the way too much. Naruto took the 5 exploding kunai he had in his weapon pouch and threw them at Gaara, embedding them into the thick layer of sand covering his body. Only a moment later did the explosion echo throughout the forest and take the tree branch down with it. Naruto looked down to see that Gaara was already getting up off the ground and the sand surrounding his body was already reforming. It would take a lot to get through that sand armor, or perhaps burning him and turning it to glass would be easier. Natsuki, how much chakra do you have left? Naruto yelled to the redhead that was kneeling on another tree branch several yards away. Natsuki's attention suddenly drifted to the person she wanted to acknowledge her more than anything. Did he still care about her? I have about half of my regular reserves. I could probably tap into some of the Kyuubi's chakra if needed, but even so I won't last too long in a prolonged fight. Naruto expected this. Even as a Jinchuriki, the girl didn't have the same chakra reserves or chakra regeneration that he did. That didn't mean she couldn't be of use here. He had already come up with a plan to restrain the insane Jinchuriki below. Natsuki, look into my eyes. Naruto commanded and the girl did just that. Sharingan, Genjutsu. In a split second Naruto implanted all of the specifics of his plan into Natsuki's head so that she could play her own part. Naruto was a master of the Sharingan. He couldn't pull forth things like the Susanoo, Amaterasu, or Tsukuyomi, but his Sharingan was the strongest to exist since Madara Uchihas. He could do things like casting powerful genjutsu or transferring the memories of a plan that they were about to execute with ease. Just as Gaara was about to charge up a tree to reach his opponent's level, golden chakra chains erupted from the tree trunk all around his, successfully binding him to the tree and limiting his mobility. Not a moment later did 4 of Naruto's Kage Bunshins, shadow clones, drop down from the treetops above and cling onto Gaara's immobile form for dear life. Bunshin Daibakuha, Great Clone Explosion. Each of the 4 clones detonated into a large explosion, destroying the majority of Gaara's sand armor. This was the moment of truth, to see if their plan would end this, or if it would lead to something far worse. Naruto placed his palms forward as the glowed green Hadarubi, Firefly lights. Small green balls of light floated down from his position in the treetops to Gaara's level, filling up the entire clearing. Hidaruma, Fiery Doll. Within the span of a single second, all of those lights converged onto Gaara's form and exploded on impact, creating a large fire around the tree. This time it didn't just hit sand armor, but Gaara's actual body. Loud cries of agony could be heard for a few moments before they subsided. Naruto hoped that was the end of that, but his Kanbunshoku Haki didn't lie. He swiftly grabbed Natsuki with one arm before jumping across the clearing into another tree. It was perfect timing too, because just as they did, a massive arm of sand shot up into the air with the intent to crush them. Naruto looked back at the position that they were in moments ago and saw that Gaara was quickly turning the surrounding earth into sand and converging it onto his form. In mere seconds, Naruto was looking up at the actual Bija-sized Shikaku. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, feigning sleep jutsu. Oh, now that doesn't sound good. Naruto thought to himself as he watched Gaara collapse from where he was merged with Shikaku's forehead and an immense surge of chakra flooded the area. I'm back, baby. A booming voice yelled maniacally. Well, this looks bad. It seems that Gaara has released the full power of the Shikaku. Naruto told Natsuki as he set her down. Shikaku? Natsuki asked with a tilt of her head. What is a Shikaku? Naruto could only sigh at how foolish and uninformed the shinobi and kunoichi of today were. Did everyone think that the Bijuu were just masses of chakra without minds of their own? How naive. And what is worse is that even Kages think this way. It doesn't matter at the moment, I'll tell you about it later. No doubt you'll have a lot of questions. Naruto spoke with absolute seriousness in his voice. For now you need to get out of the area, you'll only get in the way if you remain here. Natsuki appeared to want to fight his orders. What? You can't take a Bijou on by yourself. I can summon Gamabunta to fight him on even ground. Naruto looked at Natsuki with the flattest expression he had. Natsuki, I completely roasted Gamabunta earlier, do you really think he's in any shape to fight right now? Not to mention he probably wouldn't even want to help me. But still, it appeared that she wasn't going to relent any time soon. Naruto sighed, knowing that there was really only one way to get her out of here. He opened his right eye once again. Sharingan, Genjutsu. With just a split second of eye contact, Natsuki felt drowsy and slowly drifted into unconsciousness. With that taken care of, Naruto went through a few hand seals and bit his thumb, drawing blood, and slammed his hand down of the tree branch. There was a poof of smoke and a medium-sized phoenix appeared. What can I do for you, boss? The newly summoned phoenix asked. I need you to take Natsuki, he pointed to the now unconscious girl, and take her high into the sky above here. I can't have her interfering or at risk of getting hurt during the battle that is to come. Bring her down after Shikaku is dealt with. Naruto ordered. The phoenix gave his summoner a no and picked the girl up with a large claw and took her into the sky. All of that occurred within a plan of a minute. Now that he was free of distraction, Naruto would be able to deal with Shikaku without having to worry about anything getting in the way. He jumped her even higher into the treetops, until he was at the very top with all the other trees below him. Naruto now stood face to face with Shikaku, with the giant Tanuki eyeing him with his insane eyes. It was clear that years of confinement had driven him to the point of insanity. It certainly didn't help that he had always been the most bloodthirsty of the Bijou. So you finally come, Portgas. The maniacal voice of Shikaku commented. Let us see if you are as strong as the last one. Naruto was forced to jump into the air as a large tsunami of sand was released from Shikaku's body, trying to swallow him whole and crush him with the weight. He would need to either remain in the air or turn all of the sand into glass for this fight. Shikaku easily dwarfed all of the trees, so taking cover or using them as a platform wasn't an option. This wouldn't be as easy as he thought. As he flipped through the air, Naruto released a stream of fire from his feet to propel him in mid-air. This was one of the only ways that he could remain airborne, but it took up a lot of chakra. He would need to find a better solution. One should never have to fight a Bijou, it was just plain unreasonable. While in midair, Naruto began to need chakra in his lungs. Katan, Goka Meshitsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Naruto expelled a massive stream of intense flames that set the entire area below ablaze. The sand quickly began to crystallize and turn into glass, making certain that Shikaku wouldn't be able to swallow him from underneath using the sand. The terrain below could only be described as a veritable sea of flames. Naruto immediately ceased propelling himself in midair, via the jets of flames from his feet, and landed amongst the flames. The flames melting the glass even further began to converge onto his form, restoring the chakra that he had just spent. That was one of the biggest perks of being a Logia type. All of the flames that he created, or any flames in general, could be instinctually absorbed to restore his chakra in battle. It seems you do possess his abilities. However, you are still a far cry from his level. Shikaku screeched as he prepared for another attack. Of course. I'm nowhere near Ace's level, but I'm strong enough to deal with you, Shikaku. Naruto retorted as he braced himself for what was to come. Shikaku's jutsu covered far too large of an area for Naruto to avoid by any normal methods. He would only be able to counter it, then make his counterattack. Shikaku's main element was wind. This meant that Naruto would have the advantage. Though, it didn't guarantee his victory outright. Shikaku would most likely be preparing for a barrage of Futon Jutsu. Futon, Renkuden, Wind Release, Drilling Air Bullets. Shikaku took a deep breath, and then pounded his stomach to apply external pressure, power which was used to shoot a highly compressed ball of air, moving at high speeds, towards Naruto. Naruto quickly brought his arms out to his side, where they became coated in blue-orange flames and took the shape of wings. He crouched down and jumped into the air while using his wings to fly. Shinsaku, Extreme Speed. Using one of the Phoenix's most favored techniques, Naruto quickly blurred out of existence, moving through the air at speeds not even the Sharingan could track. He reappeared behind Shikaku not a moment later. The jutsu was far faster than the Shunshin, Body Flicker, and was perhaps able to match the Raitun no Yoroi, Lightning Release Armor, and Hiraishin if he went all out. Though, he could only activate it when using his Phoenix wings at the moment. Shikaku was still confused as to where he disappeared to, so Naruto took this as the perfect opportunity to strike. Naruto reared his fist back and then threw it forward. Heiken, Fire Fist. Naruto turned his fist into flames and launched it forward in the shape of a large column of flames shaped like a fist at Shikaku. The flames were so intense that the surrounding glass began to crack and shatter from the sheer power behind them. The column of flames impacted Shikaku, causing him to shriek in agony as the majority of his back became crystallized. As the flames subsided, Shikaku immediately turned around and fired several more shots of his previous futon jutsu in quick succession. Naruto was forced to turn his arms into wings again and quickly make his escape to the sky. He made it just in time too, because when he turned around, he saw that those compressed bullets of air shattered and blew away the sea of glass and a decent portion of the forest along with it. He couldn't afford to be hit by one of those. He couldn't turn intangible because Shikaku's futon jutsu would blow him far away and give the freed Bijuu a chance to destroy the village. Naruto looked around at the surrounding area and noticed the destruction all around him. Not just the part of the forest that Shikaku had just destroyed, but where his attacks had burned down the forest as well. If this continued to go on, this entire section of the forest was as good as gone. They wouldn't even be able to call it a hidden village anymore because it would be right in the open. He would have to finish this up quickly. Naruto quickly turned his wings back into his normal arms and softly landed on the ground. This was going to be risky and quite destructive. He had immersed himself greatly in the arts of senjutsu ever since he arrived at MT Silver 30 days ago. However, he still had yet to master it, and he wouldn't anytime soon. Mastering senjutsu took months, perhaps even years to learn. It was asking too much for him to do that within the span of a month. That isn't to say that he didn't have any success with it at all. Every summoning clan has their own brand of senjutsu. The toads use their toad oil as a main base of their senjutsu. The snake contract has its summoners become part snake and gain some of their qualities to help master senjutsu, and so on. The phoenix inherited their flames from Portgas Ace, the progenitor of flames and fire-based chakra. Because of this, Naruto's natural nature energy from his flame body was naturally aligned with the Phoenix clan senjutsu. He would definitely have to go back for more training after this was all over. Naruto couched down on the ground so that one knee was on the ground and his other foot was in front of him. He coated his right hand with flames far more intense than the ones he had been using in this fight and slammed it down on the ground. Senpo, Enetsu Jigaku, Sage Art, Flames of Hell. The earth slowly began to rumble before 7 immense pillars of searing hot flames erupted from the ground below and encircled Shikaku while continuing to burn into the sky. The intent of this technique is to trap the opponent in the caged inferno and incinerate them until not even ashes remain. If Naruto had mastery of this technique, then it would be capable of destroying something much larger like one of the 5 great hidden villages. The burning pillars slowly began to move in closer to Shikaku as the heat was slowly turning him into a giant glass statue. There was no way of escape. In a matter of moments the fire pillars consumed him and began to converge into one massive pillar before incinerating anything within and around it before releasing its final burst of flames into the air before dispersing. Naruto was left on the ground, panting heavily from the use of that last technique. He may have had incredibly powerful chakra, and a lot of it, but he couldn't use so many powerful jutsu in quick succession without wearing himself out yet. Shikaku had only been the Ichibi, the weakest of the Bijuu, and yet he had been pushed so far. It left a bad taste in his mouth. Because of all the heat in the atmosphere above, thunderclouds began to gather and let down a heavy rain. Now was a time when Naruto still wished he had his hat. He looked over to where Gaara was moments ago and cringed at the sight. There was nothing but charred earth for miles, not even the ashes of Shikaku or Gaara remained. Temari and Kankuro had also been incinerated by that last jutsu. Their unconscious bodies had still been within what was the forest, and Naruto felt all their voices vanish with the use of his Kenbunchaku Haki. He would no doubt be getting a scolding from Obito for incinerating the entire forest in this section outside the village. At least Konoha still had one Mokuton user in its walls. Had it not, this would be very bad. Now all he had left to do was release the Kyuubi from its genjutsu. He whistled for his summon to bring Natsuki back down. Not a second later was the medium-sized bird with an unconscious Natsuki floating right above him. It dropped Natsuki from its talons, who Naruto caught in his arms. Naruto gave his summon a nod before it dispelled in a burst of smoke. Naruto looked down at the redhead in his arms. How was she still unconscious after everything that had just gone on? Yes, he did place her under a genjutsu, but seriously, he had just turned this forest into hell on earth for a few minutes and here she was sleeping peacefully. He didn't know whether to be impressed or disappointed in the girl. He laid her down on the ground below and forcefully opened one of her eyes with his index finger and thumb. Naruto activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the normal 3-tomo design morphing into a 4-point shuriken design, and cast a genjutsu on her so that he could enter her mind. Within Natsuki's mindscape, Naruto was instantly transferred to a sewer-like plane and was forced to wade through the ankle-deep water submerged the ground. The mindscape itself was like a maze. There were so many turns and dead ends that the only way Naruto was finding his way was because of his Kenbunchaku Haki. He was following the presence of two beings. One was Natsuki, in a state of unconsciousness even in her own mindscape, and the other was the Kyuubi, who Naruto could even sense from here was in a trance. Normally when a Jinchuriki was rendered unconscious, they were immediately transferred into their mindscape and forced into contact with the Bijuu. However, it seemed that Natsuki was forced into a state of unconsciousness, so it seemed as if she was only rendered unconscious the first time in the real world. For Madara to have set up such an intricate design within the Kodo Amatsukami was an astounding feat that Naruto had yet to reach. Naruto finally entered the large dungeon with a cage as tall as the room was. Natsuki was half-submerger with the ankle-deep water, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern of Uchiha Madara replaced her usual violet eyes, a sign that she became trapped within the same genjutsu as the Kyuubi when she came here. The Kyuubi itself was laying down inside of the cage eyeing Naruto, the very same pattern replacing what should be slitted, crimson eyes. The trance was apparent, the Bijuu's eyes were opened, but the beast was not in control. It was likely that the Kyuubi was only woken from its slumber once outside of the Jinchuriki's seal. How far the mightiest of the Bijuu had fallen. Naruto still had his Mangekyo Sharingan active and whispered the name of the most powerful genjutsu in existence, the very same genjutsu that these two were under. Kodo Amatsukami. Naruto spoke after looking the Kyuubi directly in the eyes. Immediately the Sharingan design within the Kyuubi's eyes shattered and was immediately released from Madara's control. He immediately let out a large growl and began to thrash around the cage. "Who are you, Ningen? Where is that detestable Ningen, Madara?" The booming voice of the Kyuubi roared. After such a loud commotion, Natsuki began to stir as well. "Ni-san. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Where are we, Ni-san?" Natsuki cried, obviously freaked out and confused right now. "Ah! It's the Kyuubi, Ni-san, get away from the cage. Why is it here? I thought it was sealed inside of me." Naruto decided to focus his attention solely on the Kyuubi. Natsuki was too frantic and confused at the moment to understand anything he would say. In fact, it would create more questions than answers. Most of her questions would be answered with his talk with the Kyuubi anyway. "Kurama," Naruto spoke, earning a surprised look from the Kyuubi, now named Kurama. "You have been under the control of Uchiha Madara for well over a century. 16 years ago you broke out of your former container and resealed into this girl here." Naruto pointed towards Natsuki. "And her twin brother. Right now you are incomplete, only your in half has been broken out of the genjutsu." He spoke calmly, wanting Kurama to understand how much the situation had changed since he was placed under Madara's control. "Who are you, Ningen, and why do you know so much? Not even I was aware that I was under that detestable man's control," Kurama asked. The boy before him was no older than 16, there was no way that he could have possibly known what happened during the age of Uchiha Madara. "Ah yes, I haven't properly introduced myself, have I?" Naruto asked while giving a small, polite bow to Kurama. "My name is Portgas-D, Naruto." Kurama's eyes widened at the boy's statement. Portgas-D Ace was the twin brother of the Rikudo Sennin, the man who created the Bijuu. Portgas-D Ace was the man primarily responsible for the defeat of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Jubi, a man of such power that he could destroy the entire earth if he wished. Was this boy really related to this man? You may be thinking of the man who held the surname that I currently do. I must admit that I am not related to him by blood, but I have inherited his will and his abilities. To demonstrate, Naruto lit his entire body ablaze before limiting the flames to only cover half of his face and his hands. That fire, it isn't at the same intensity as Asama's was, but that is no doubt the same ability of the chakra fruit. The only way for him to find it would be to be the reincarnation of the one who possessed the fruit before him. Old man Hagoromo was right about life and death after all, not to mention he looks a lot like Asama with those freckles and that tattoo. "Very well, I believe you, Naruto. You already know that my name is Kurama. Who is that Ningen over there?" he asked while nodding his head over to Natsuki. Natsuki was speechless after seeing and hearing what was going on. The Kyuubi was right in front of her. This had never happened before. Why was it happening now? The Kyuubi was under the control of Uchiha Madara this entire time? Why was her Nisan talking with the Kyuubi like it was an old friend? What were they talking about? Just what was going on? She appears to be a bit overwhelmed right now. "This is Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki. You were sealed within her mother after Mito had gotten too old and was ready to die. She is also my biological sister. Just go through her memories and you'll find all the information you'll need." She had always been told by her parents that you were evil and that the Bijuu were just large masses of chakra, so she may not understand how to interact with you right now. Ni-san, just what is going on right now? Why are you talking to that thing like it's alive? Ka-san and Tu-san always told me that they were just manifestations of evil chakra from the negative emotions of humans, so why are you talking to it? Natsuki questioned, clearly frightened of the being behind those bars. Naruto could only sigh. He didn't know where those misconceptions came from, but for the Hokage to believe in that bullshit too was pretty much expected from Naruto by now. He did not have high expectations from the man. Naruto looked Natsuki in the eyes with his Sharingan and transferred all of the information that was relevant about the Bijou at the moment to Natsuki. Needless to say, she was overwhelmed by the amount of information she now had on all of the Bijou. She was shocked, shameful, disappointed, embarrassed, and horrified all at the same time. Everybody had been wrong about all the information they had about the Bijou for all these years. She was disappointed in her own parents for believing such nonsense and in herself for listening to them. And now she just told the most powerful of the Bijou that he didn't have emotions of feelings like every other living being. And now she had to face the consequences. Natsuki shut her mouth and tried to process all of the information she just received. Will you be calling your other half here now? Naruto asked, curious as to when all this was going to take place. I can sense myself. The moment I was released from that man's control, the seal of my other half should have been weakening. It should be here any minute now. You should never split the halves of yin and yang, it goes against the very principles of nature itself. Arena Infirmary. The infirmary in the Colosseum within Konoha was currently being protected by Konoha-nin from the invading Suna and Oto shinobi, as there were still many genin and medics within its walls who were either providing care or receiving it. One of these people was Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki. He was dealt a humiliating defeat by his own blood-related brother and was currently unconscious. It was easily to tell that his body had been terribly scarred from his match earlier that day. His left eye was almost completely burned shut and there were burns surrounding it that wrapped around to the side of his head. From his shoulder down, the entire left side of his body was covered in third-degree burns. The medics had done all they could, but they weren't miracle workers. Those burns were too severe to ever heal completely. Honestly, the only reason that he wasn't in a coma right now or brain dead was because of the Uzumaki blood that flowed through his veins. They were renowned throughout the elemental nations for their incredible regenerative abilities and their life force. Suddenly, the seal on his stomach began to glow crimson. The next moment, the boy was screaming in agony while a malefic red chakra in the shape of a fox began to break out of the seal. The chakra occupied the entire room, but it didn't burn or even touch anybody like it should have. No, it phased through them as if they were not even there, and it appeared to be looking around for something. It finally locked onto a direction and pulled the rest of its body out of Nawaki and vanished through the wall. All of this happened while Nawaki was unconscious, but it was so painful that he shrieked and reacted as if he were awake the entire time. The seal on his stomach was no longer black like it was written in ink, but it was steaming and the mark of the seal had been burned into his body, never to disappear again. His chakra reserves and regeneration abilities also took a massive drop. The machine that he was hooked up to began to beep erratically. The medical nin who had just witnessed the scene unfold before them were terrified, but they rushed to his side nonetheless when it was clear his heartbeat was rising above its normal rate. They would do everything they could to save the life of their Hoki son. Whatever the case may be, Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki was no longer the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Within Natsuki's mindscape. Ah, here it is now. Kurama commented as a large crimson fox made of malefic chakra, the same size as Kurama, entered into Natsuki's mindscape. The fox reached out towards the cage and Kurama did the same. The two equal-sized foxes merged as the one made of chakra wrapped itself around Kurama's entire arm and body before covering it completely and being absorbed. A rush of power was released from within the cage as the mightiest of the Bijou was now complete again. This amount of power was incredible, it easily dwarfed all of the power that Shikaku had been utilizing earlier. Natsuki was forced on her hands and knees from the pressure it alone, and had Naruto been a lesser man, he would have as well. This is what the most powerful of the Bijou was capable of? Kurama may have been the most powerful of them, but he was still only 1/9 of the actual Jubi. Had Ace, Hagoromo, and Himura really fought against a being of such immense power? It was clear to Naruto needed far more training. Especially if someone were to enact the Eye of the Moon plan that was inscribed into the tablet in the Naka Shrine. Naruto knew that what was inscribed on the tablet wasn't what the infinite Tsukuyomi really was, so someone must have engraved that there to try to manipulate the Uchiha. The tablet stated that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a plan that created an eternity of blissful dreams for all those in the world, but in reality it was a plan to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya and retrieve all of the chakra that originated from Kagaya and return it to her. This meant that someone was trying to revive Kagaya. Whether they were being manipulated into believing that they were creating a world of eternal peace or they were doing this with that as their intent, someone, somewhere was trying to revive her. If they succeeded, it could spell the end of the world as they knew it. There was nobody in the world that could match the strength of those who fought and sealed her the first time. Even if every shinobi in the elemental nations combined their strength, it would be almost impossible to match theirs. Naruto would need to be prepared for when that day comes. Freeing the Kyuubi from Madara's control was only the first step. If these people were serious about their plans, then they would need each of the Bijou to complete it, or at least their chakra. For Natsuki to stand a fighting chance against them, then she would need the full power of the Kyuubi. They would also most likely need a wielder of a Rinnegan. There hasn't been a wielder of that dojutsu since Hagoromo. Wait, Jiraiya once had a student during the Second Great Shinobi War in AIM that possessed a pair of those eyes, but he was supposed to be dead. Or was he? Naruto was getting a headache thinking about all of this. They were in the middle of an invasion right now. He would think about everything later. That is all I came here to do. Our village is currently at war with enemy shinobi, so we'll be needing to get back. Naruto spoke as he grabbed onto Natsuki's shoulder. Until next time, Kurama. With those final words said, Naruto and Natsuki exited the mindscape. Formerly Konoha Forest. Naruto and Natsuki were brought out of the latter's mindscape and were now standing in the charred remains of what was formerly a section of Konoha's surrounding forests. Over an hour had passed within the mindscape, and yet only a few minutes had passed in the real world. That was the beauty of Genjutsu and the workings of the mind. What felt like hours in an illusion would really only have lasted a second in the real world. Natsuki was on the ground, still overwhelmed with everything that had happened. It was to be expected. She had been misinformed about what had been sealed inside of her for her entire life, and now that she learned the truth, she was more confused than she had ever been in her life. She had always just believed that having a bijou sealed inside you just meant that you were entitled to more chakra, but after coming face to face with the actual being and hearing it speak with your brother made you question everything you knew about the world. Naruto saw the girl's dilemma and decided that he should do something about it, seeing as how what just occurred was his fault. Try not to think about it too much at the moment, Natsuki. Naruto said, gaining the girl's attention. We've got bigger things to worry about, like this invasion. You'll have plenty of time to think things over later. Naruto advised the girl as he began to walk back towards the village before he suddenly stopped. Oh, and do not inform anybody about what just happened. Well, I suppose you can tell Narumi since it involves her too, but no one else. This includes Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and whoever else you would consider telling. They will only become weary of Kurama and try to tell you that it is evil and that it's trying to take control of you. They will also try tampering with the seal, something that will do more harm than goo, as you've already noticed. Natsuki noticeably cringed. Her having both halves of Kurama meant that it had been ripped out of her other brother. If the chakra hadn't have been separated into yin and yang, that wouldn't have happened. If I do find out that you have told them, then consider our relationship over, done, non-existent. I am able to tolerate you right now, but should you betray my trust, then I will treat you the same as I do Minato and Kushina. Naruto told the girl. Natsuki flinched once again at the tone of his voice, proving that he was absolutely serious. She saw how much Naruto disliked their parents, and she would hate herself forever if she was the one who forced him to treat her like that. She wouldn't throw away any chance she had of having any kind of relationship with her elder brother. Natsuki knew that he was also right about her parents, godfather, and sensei. They would no doubt try to convince her to never make contact with Kurama again and to stop using its chakra completely, and if the conversation that Naruto and Kurama had was any indication, she would need it very soon. They would also try to mess with her seal, and there was no way she was letting them come close to her seal with the fine mess they had already made with it. She would keep this to herself, and Narumi once she knew Naruto's conditions as well. Natsuki quickly brought herself out of her thoughts and quickly followed her Nissan back to the village to help fight off the invasion. Kage Battle Royale. As soon as Gaara transformed into his initial Jinchuriki state during his match with Haku, a large burst of smoke erupted out of the Kage's viewing box. Raza, the Yondaime Kazekage, had immediately fled to the roof with the Mizukage and the Hokage not far behind. His goal had been to lure them up to the roof while Orochimaru's henchman kept his fellow Kage's bodyguards occupied. He stopped moving once he reached the rust-colored, tiled roof of the building. Not a second later did Yugura and Minato make their presence known. Kazekage Dano, what is the meaning of all this? Minato demanded just before the Suna bodyguards who had been training them split into 4 people who each positioned themselves at a corner of the large rooftop before erecting a large, purple barrier surrounding the entire area of the roof. What was most notable about those four was that they were dressed in the usual attire for Oto Nins. In truth, Minato was well aware of what was going on. Jiraiya had informed him about Orochimaru's presence in the chunk exams and the subsequent Suna/Oto invasion that would follow. He didn't make a move beforehand because he didn't have any evidence to support his claim besides Jiraiya's words, but they had been preparing for this for well over a month now. Minato had not confronted the Kazekage about his accusations either because he had honestly believed that the man was being manipulated by Orochimaru, or that Orochimaru would be impersonating him during the finals. The man had a disturbing ability to copy the faces of others and make organic masks out of them. However, before him was the real Kazekage, so all his theories had all been thrown out the window. The only response the homage received was Raza biting his thumb in order to draw blood and slamming his hand onto the tiles below. There was a poof of smoke, but what stepped out of it was what made both of the men cringe. In all his pale-skinned, snake-like, glory stood one of the three Sannin, Orochimaru. "Ah, Minato-kun. How good it is to see you once again," Orochimaru commented as he let his tongue hang out of his mouth and lick his lower lip. He couldn't wait to kill the Yondaime Hokage. Minato was the man who stole the position of Hokage from him. One of the Sannin, while Minato had just been a snot-nosed brat who had only just become a Jonin. "Orochimaru," Minato growled as he tried to turn the man in front of him to ashes with his gaze alone. Had he been an Uchiha, that may have been possible, but for now he would have to settle with merely glaring menacingly at his sensei's former teammate. "I'm sure you are well aware by now as to what the meaning of all this is," Raza declared as he stepped forward to stand by Orochimaru's side. "We will be destroying Konoha today. I wish it hadn't had to come to this, but Tsunagakure is in a state of near bankruptcy because our daimyo has been sending all of the mission requests that should rightfully be going to Suna to Konoha. This is the only option to our financial crisis." This earned widened eyes from the two Kage before him. "You're doing all of this for the sake of financial profit. Have you not learned what war does to the villages after the last war?" Yagura asked incredulously to the Kazekage. Seriously, he was acting as foolish as the Tsuchikage usually was. To go to war for the sake of earning more missions from your country was preposterous. Suna was likely to lose more than it would gain from this invasion, even if Otogakure had allied themselves with them. Konoha was still suffering from how many shinobi had been killed in the Kyubi attack 16 years ago, but the village still had far more shinobi than Suna did. Suna had not yet recovered from the amount of shinobi they lost during the Third Great Shinobi War, not to mention the fact that they were the smallest of the 5 great villages and therefore didn't have as high of a population. Orochimaru looked amused at the young Kage's comment. "We live in a world that thrives in war and hatred, Yagura-kun. As one of the 5 Kages, you should know such a simple reality of this world." Minato closed his eyes in frustration. There was no way around this. The entire village was in a state of crisis right now. Giant snake summons looked to be destroying sections of the forest and the village. Every shinobi was fighting to defend their home right now. His family was in danger. Jiraiya and Obito should be finished taking care of the Oto Nin that had swarmed them and should be heading off to take care of the situation throughout the rest of the village right about now. Minato didn't have the luxury of standing here chatting. "It seems that there is no avoiding conflict here," Minato stated as he pulled several of his marked kunai from his weapons pouch. "How observant, Minato-kun, but I hope you don't think you'll be having an easy time," Orochimaru commented as he went through numerous hand seals before slamming his palm onto the ground. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. From the ground below, 3 wooden coffins rose from the ground. One had the kanji 4-1 on the lid while the other 2 both had the kanji 4-2. Minato and Yagura both raised an eyebrow at these coffins. They had clearly heard Orochimaru claim that this was a summoning jutsu. Summoning techniques were usually used to summon animals and the like, but this was something that neither of the Kage were expecting. Minato's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered a jutsu that the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had created that was closely guarded in the Forbidden Scroll in the Kage Tower. The Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, a kinjutsu where, using a living person as a vessel, a deceased person's soul can be called back to the world of the living and bound to it. The vessel then takes on the form that soul had in life, thereby reincarnating them to do the summoner's bidding. "Don't tell me that you've mastered even that jutsu, Orochimaru," Minato pleaded more than asked. All he received was a wide grin in return, confirming his fears. All 3 of the coffins slowly opened, and their lids fell to the ground. The 3 individuals who had been revived slowly emerged and made their way onto the roof. Minato and Yagura were both speechless at the sight before them. "I knew that it would need to come to this, so I made a few preparations in advance." Sadly, these were the only 3 that I could get my hands on with the amount of time I had. Orochimaru could hardly contain his laughter as he burned the horror-stricken faces of the Hokage and Mizukage into his memory. There on the roof in between the 2 opposing sides, stood the Shodame Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the Niedame Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the Niedame Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu. This was more than Minato and Yugura had signed on for. Orochimaru stepped up behind the 3 Kages and placed a kunai attached with a seal at the end, to bind their personalities and retain control over them, into the back of their heads. As soon as the tags were bound to their souls, the 3 reanimated Kage took off running in the direction where the current Kage were. Orochimaru and Raza stayed behind and would wait for their chance to step in once Minato and Yugura were weakened. They were 2 of the strongest Kage of this generation and wouldn't be taken out easily. Though with 3 of the strongest Kage of all time as their opponents, not even they will last long. These reanimated Kage were not at full strength. If they had been, they would have been near impossibly to control with this imperfect version of the Edo Tensei, but nevertheless they should be able to overwhelm those 2. Minato and Yugura were standing only a few feet apart, so the 3 former Kages separated and charged them from all angles. Senju Hashirama was continuing with the frontal assault, while Senju Tobirama was running along the highest point of the roof on their right, with Hozuki Genjutsu flanking them on the left. It appeared that divide and conquer would be their only option of getting out of this alive. Taijutsu wasn't a viable option as all of the shinobi on the roof were Kage level in Taijutsu, therefore trying to match their opponents in Taijutsu while being outnumbered would be certain death. They would only use it when there was no other choice or when it was in conjunction with another technique. They would need to keep their distance and rely on ninjutsu and genjutsu, though they needed to conserve enough to deal with Orochimaru and the Kazekage afterwards. The current Hokage and Mizukage were in a tough spot with not a lot of options at their disposal. Minato quickly reached for his hip and drew a sealing scroll from his weapon's pouch. He swiftly unraveled it and pushed chakra into it, causing 3-pronged kunai to erupt from it and rain down all across the rooftop. The 3 Kage who had been continuing their charge were forced to veer off course and take precautionary measures to save themselves the trouble of having to regenerate. This bought Minato and Yugura some time to take the offensive. They looked each other in the eyes before nodding and vanishing out of sight. Minato reappeared to the middle of the battlefield directly in between the Senju brothers. They would be his opponents. Yugura reappeared on the left side of the roof, cutting off Hozuki Genjutsu. It only made sense that one of his predecessors would be his opponent. Ha 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 ha. This will prove to be excellent entertainment. Let the games begin. As Orochimaru began laughing maniacally, the 3 Kage charged their targets with only one purpose in mind: to kill them. Yugura vs Hozuki Genjutsu. Yugura eyed his opponent's moves very carefully. Hozuki Genjutsu was undoubtedly one of the strongest shinobi that Kirigakure had ever produced. If not the strongest, Yugura would not take this man lightly. Yugura pulled up the sleeve on his right arm and channeled chakra into the seal that was on his wrist, summoning his favored weapon, a large, hook-ended staff with a green flower on the end. Genjutsu recovered from the hail of kunai and charged at Yugura once more. Yugura knew that he wouldn't last long in a taijutsu confrontation, due to his rather childlike body and shorter limbs, but he would be able to make up for it with his use of Bukijutsu. Originally, he had believed that a close-quarters match wouldn't be a good option, but that was before they had split up to take on their opponents. Right now he only had to deal with the Kage in front of him. Hozuki Genjutsu was a specialist in the field of genjutsu. This gave Yugura the advantage because he was a perfect Jinchuriki and therefore was almost immune to genjutsu. Yugura brought his staff forward to block the oncoming kick from Genjutsu. He then shifted his weapon to the left to cut off a punch from the right side. Isabu, from inside Yugura, immediately flared its chakra to dispel the genjutsu that had been discreetly placed on its host. Genjutsu charged at Yugura once more, forcing him on the defensive. The former Mizukage brought a kick towards Yugura's head, using his momentum to put more force behind it. Yugura ducked under it, but was caught off guard with a second kick that sent him back a dozen yards. Genjutsu jumped back from the smaller Kage and placed his palm on the tiled roof below them. There was a large burst of smoke before a giant clam appeared on the rooftop with Genjutsu standing on top of it. It seemed that those who had been revived with this particular jutsu retained all of the abilities they had in life, even summoning contracts. The giant clam slowly opened its shell and began exuding a thick mist that quickly covered the battlefield. Yugura was no stranger to fighting in the mist and the silent killing technique. He was from Kirigakure after all, but he was still rather young for a Kage and his predecessor no doubt had more experience than him. Even if the man wasn't in control of his own actions right now, his body and mind still retained the memories of when he was alive. Yugura closed his eyes and focused on his surroundings. Every movement of the air, every small sound, all of the scents in the atmosphere, Yugura focused on all of these, as well as focusing on his own chakra network. Hozuki Genjutsu's giant clan summon was famous for being used in conjunction with his in-release Genjutsu. Even as a perfect Jinchuriki and Isobu helping him from the inside, he would need to keep a careful eye on his own chakra system to be sure he wasn't under a Genjutsu. That wasn't the only thing he was keeping an eye on though. Genjutsu was a dangerous man and was incredibly skilled in the art of silent killing. The man was a censor, so he was in complete control in the situation. In fact, he was probably already waiting until he let his guard down or was preparing his assault. Neither option were good for Yugura. Sensing a surge in chakra, Yugura immediately jumped to the right of his current location, and it was just in time too. The current Mizukage looked back to where he was a minute ago and saw a large number of bubbles impacting the ground with enough strength to turn the tiles into rubble. Now Yugura was quite familiar with the history and clans of Kiri, so he knew exactly what Genjutsu had just done. The former Mizukage had used the Suka no Jutsu hydrification technique to produce bubbles from his body. Those bubbles then floated upwards into the air and rained down on the roof at high speeds, intent on breaking a few of his bones. That was a rather clever strategy, using the Mizu Fusen no Jutsu, water balloon jutsu, as the finisher to gain an edge in the battle. He was lucky to have reacted as soon as he did. Had he been unprepared for that jutsu, then he would have been in a world of trouble. Though, he wasn't out of the woods just yet. Yugura forcibly dispelled another Genjutsu that was cast upon him through the mist. This was becoming quite an annoyance. He didn't have the luxury to keep worrying about whether or not he was under a Genjutsu. He needed to get rid of that giant clam and quick. Though, that was easier said than done, as once the mist was produced from it, the clam was camouflaged within an illusion, while it produced dozens of copies of itself. And those copies littered the battlefield. He had already managed to dispel quite a few of them, but he needed to find the real one. The only way to disperse the mist and these illusions was to find the clam's real body and force it back to its summoning realm. It seemed that he would need to step up his game a bit. Yugura got down on all fours as a dark red, nearly black, layer of chakra enveloped his body, turning his eyes pure white and making him appear as a miniature version of the Sanbai. Behind him, two tails could be seen swaying in the air. This was the Yugura's version 2 Jinchuriki state. This was the highest he could go without transforming into the full Sanbai. If he were to do that, then the entire roof would be destroyed. Yugura was the only person to be able to claim to be a perfect Jinchuriki besides Killer Bee from Kumogakure. He had first mastered Isobu's power at a very young age, so he actually trumps him in that regard. Even a former Kage will have dealing trouble with a perfect Jinchuriki. Yugura slammed both his claws into the ground, sending a shockwave across the battlefield, and shattering a majority of the roof in the process, successfully dispersing the mist and thus revealing what was hidden within it. Over 20 giant clams littered the battlefield with Genjutsu nowhere in sight. Yugura let loose a massive pulse of chakra, disrupting the chakra and illusions in the surrounding area. All of the image of the clam slowly dissipated into nothing but air, while the real clam came into existence about 20 yards away from Yugura. This was the best chance he was going to get to turn the tide in his favor. Yugura began gathering positive black chakra and negative white chakra at an 8:2 ratio into a small purple sphere. Keeping its spherical form instead of compressing it, Yugura fired the ultimate technique of the Biju at the giant clam, so he would be able to find Genjutsu's real body. Baijidama, tailed beast ball. The medium-sized purple flew through the air at high speeds, intent on eradicating the clam summons. This version of the Baijidama was far weaker than when a Biju would perform it, or when it is compressed and swallowed to form a beam from a Jinchuriki, but this jutsu was only meant to rid the battlefield of the clam, nothing more. Genjutsu's personal summons opened its mouth to catch the purple sphere and trapped it within its mouth to stop the jutsu from harming its summoner. A moment later, the Baijidama exploded within the confines of the clam's mouth, forcibly causing it to dispel in a burst of smoke. There was no time for Yugura to celebrate, as from the smoke emerged a chibi-like clone of Genjutsu. However, its skin was a pale white and was much larger than Genjutsu himself. Genjutsu was standing a good distance away from the clone, as the use of it leaves him in a severely weakened and vulnerable state. Yugura silently cursed to himself at the appearance of this particular clone. This was a jutsu that Hozuki Genjutsu was renowned for, and it was his personal favorite, the Joki Boy, Steaming Danger Tyranny. This was quite the predicament indeed. Even while Yugura was in his version 2 Jinchuriki state, he would have trouble keeping up with its speed and strength. The only good thing about its appearance is that it left the Nidame Mizukage wide open for attack once it was dealt with, or when he got an opportunity to strike, whichever came first. A large axe-shaped blade forged from water formed from the clone's right forearm before he rushed at Yugura with incredible speeds. Yugura, still in his version 2 cloak, swung his staff to counter the blade of the water and oil clone before him. However, that didn't stop Genjetsu's creation as it continued to strike out towards Yugura at high speeds. They were locked in that pace for several minutes as Yugura was forced to remain on the defensive. He leaped back to gain some distance between them and to bring the speed of the battle to his pace. Suetun, Daikai Keisuiden, Water Release, Great Water Mass Bullets. Yugura took a deep breath and condensed large masses of water in his mouth before firing 3 large water projectiles at the Joki boy. Genjetsu's clone was far too fast for the water projectiles to his, as it swiftly flew through the air to avoid them and charged at Yugura once more. Yugura's jutsu impacted the roof and created small shockwaves that only accelerated the clone's speed further. As the clone flew through the air, it slowly started to expand and increase exponentially in size. Yugura's pupilless eyes widened as he knew what the increase in size meant. The clone was made up from the oil and water in Genjetsu's body. The water in the clone is surrounded by a thin layer of oil, and due to this structure, the clone's temperature can be easily altered from cold to hot and vice versa. When it exerts itself, the outer layer of oil heats up and evaporates the water within it. As the internal pressure builds, the clone expands until it violently explodes and water vapor is released. The vapor then cools down and rises and as a result, turns into hail that cools the clone, causing it to shrink again and repeat the never-ending process. It only takes chakra to create the clone, not sustain it, as the rest of the process is carried out by the laws of nature and science. Even if it didn't, as a reanimation Genjetsu had an unlimited supply of chakra. Yugura began needing Suetun chakra within his lungs, knowing that he had to do something to slow the clone down before it exploded. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Yugura released a large torrent of water from his mouth that rose into a large wall as it intercepted the large clone. It slowly became powerful enough to stop the clone in its tracks and push it back towards the direction it came from a bit. Though it seemed as if it was too late as the clone's expression changed to a large smirk before it exploded violently in a burst of water vapor. Yugura was sent back across the roof by the incredibly powerful shockwave and searing hot water vapor produced. He landed just near the farthest edge of the roof, sections of his version 2 cloak ripped from his body, his clothes tattered, and parts of his body scalded from the heat of the blast. Nevertheless, he slowly managed to stand back up as he stared at the clone who had already returned to its normal size and cooled down. The Nidame Mizukage truly was a force to be reckoned with, and to think this wasn't even the man's full power. He was truly fearsome and worthy of the title of Mizukage. Yugura eyed the water covering the battlefield from his earlier defensive countermeasure, and slowly but surely a plan began to form in his mind. There was no guarantee that it would work, in fact it may be detrimental to him with the cost of chakra and add more fuel to the fire, but he managed to pull it off. Then he would have a chance to seal Genjetsu while he was still in his weakened state. Yugura made a single Mizu Bunshin, water clone, from the water below him, before they charged off in different directions. Yugura's clone was heading for Genjetsu's clone, while Yugura himself was going for Genjetsu. The Mizu Bunshin didn't have to go very far to enact the first part of the plan, as this entire section of the rooftop was covered in a thick layer of water, with Genjetsu's clone standing right in the middle of it all. Yugura stuck out his palm before the water began rising and flowing, before it became a large, dense, inescapable sphere of water. Suiro no Jutsu, Water Prison Jutsu. Yugura's clone may only have had 10% of Yugura's original strength, but the Kage was a master of the water element and could control it with his will alone, even going so far as to use some of the most powerful Suetun Jutsu ever created without even forming a hand seal. This was due to Isabu, who was sealed inside of him and whose own element was water, and because of his own tremendous skill. For the Joki boy, steaming danger tyranny, who needed to be able to expand to explode, the dense and heavy water of the prison would be the perfect countermeasure for stopping it in its tracks. The only problem was that Yugura needed to continuously hold and keep the prison active. Once it ran out of chakra, the jutsu would dispel and Genjetsu's signature clone would be free to do what it pleases. This only meant that the real Yugura would have to finish his part as soon as possible. The real Yugura was currently rushing at Genjetsu at high speeds, whilst avoiding continuous barrages of Genjetsu's Mizudepo, Nicho, water gun, 2 guns. That isn't to say that Yugura was unscathed from the near-constant bullets of water that were traveling at him with tremendous speed and force. No, he had received his fair share of gunshot wounds, but that was nothing that Isabu wouldn't be able to heal, albeit slowly, but he would still be able to heal it nonetheless. Yugura had long since given up any form of defense. He needed to finish him off quickly before his special clone could get involved one more, and judging from the amount of struggle the clone was putting up in trying to break free inside of the water prison, it wouldn't last much longer as it was taking even more chakra for his clone to hold it. He needed to seal Genjutsu at this very moment. Yagura really only knew one Fuinjutsu technique, and it was the one that Obito had taught him while he was the liaison between Kiri and Konoha. It had been taught to him by Minato, who had it taught to him by Jiraiya of the Sannin. It was a short-range type though, and that is why he had given up all concentration on defense in order to get in close to his target. Yagura brought his right hand to his side as each of his fingertips were ignited with purple flames. Within each one of those flames, an element was inscribed. Not the elements for each of the chakra natures but the kanji for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yagura never really understood what the purpose of these kanji were, so he figured they were merely symbolic and had no real purpose. Yagura had finally reached within striking distance of Genjutsu. He reared his palm back and slammed it into the former Mizuki's abdomen, but not before the man managed to fire off two more of his Mizudepos at point-blank range into Yagura's chest. A large splatter of blood erupted from his back and chest just as the seal began forming on Genjutsu's abdomen. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal. The seal placed on Genjutsu cut off the chakra that was causing the reanimation to remain active and binding his soul to the body. A white light emerged from the host's body and the spirit of Genjutsu could be seen floating up towards the sky. The man smiled at Yagura and gave him a nod as to thank him for freeing him from the material world before ascending back to the afterlife. Yagura grunted as he was now feeling all the pain that had been inflicted to him throughout the battle. He muscled through it as he began his journey to the center of the rooftop to face his final opponents. Senju Hashirama vs Namikaze Minato vs Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato had seen better days. Currently he was on one knee and panting heavily as he eyed the two Kage before him. His clothes were torn in several different areas, he was bruised, beaten, and soaked in his own blood from the wounds that had been inflicted upon him. At the same time that Yagura was facing off against Genjutsu, Minato was face to face with two of the founding figures of Konohagakure. He really got the short end of the stick this time, as he was facing off against Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, two of the strongest shinobi in the long history of the elemental nations. Why did they agree to each take on the reanimated Kage from their respective villages again? Oh yes, it was because they would know their opponent's strengths and weaknesses the best and know the secrets and mechanics behind their strongest jutsus and fighting styles. There were only a few problems with that. The Shodame and Nidame Hokages were what the definition of shinobi should be, they covered all of their weaknesses and had no openings. The only people who had been able to push them to their absolute limits lived during the era of warring states and founded the shinobi world. It didn't help that he knew the workings of some of their jutsu, it only made it clear as to how dire of a situation he was in right now. The only advantage he had at the moment was that his marked kunai were spread out all over the rooftop so he could make a quick escape and catch them off guard. The Hiratian had already saved his life countless times during this exchange. The costs for him would be tremendous if the fight dragged on, he needed to seal them the first chance he got. It also worked in his favor that the Edo Tensei's biggest weakness was Fuinjutsu, an art that he specialized in. That had been the theory at least. Their strength was truly overwhelming, especially when working together. They were no doubt the strongest Kage in the history of the elemental nations. Minato himself had been feared by all who had the unfortunate fate to be his enemy, even the other Kages would be hard-pressed and would ultimately lose against him. Yet, he had been on the defensive since this fight started and things didn't look to be turning in his favor anytime soon. Minato slowly brought himself up to both feet as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. It seemed that he would need to be prepared as his predecessors were about to begin their onslaught once more. Suetun, Suishoha, water release, water colliding wave. Water molecules were swiftly gathered from the surrounding air by Tobirama and turned into a large spiraling vortex of water. It then exploded from the top and crashed down towards Minato in the form of a wave. Minato silently cursed to himself and teleported to a marked kunai directly behind Hashirama. As soon as he arrived, he sent a slash towards Hashirama's head with a kunai that he held in a reverse grip. The slash was blocked with a simple raise of the arm by the Shodame Hokage, who countered with an elbow to the blonde's ribs. Minato grunted in pain, but took this opportunity to send a reverse kick to Hashirama's side as he simultaneously tagged the man with a Hiratian marker. This time the kick made contact and sent Hashirama several yards away, but before Minato could celebrate he was kicked in the stomach with a strong front kick from Tobirama and sent crashing into an earth wall that had previously been erected. Minato quickly pulled himself out of the crater he made in the earth wall and fell to the water that had been covering the ground from Tobirama's earlier Suiton Jutsu. He saw that the former Hokages hadn't moved from their earlier positions, so he took this as a chance to take the offensive. Katan, Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Bombs. The current Hokage went through several hand seals before spewing out a large stream of fire, after which he began to knead the chakra into genuine-looking dragon that divided and launched to the left side, the right side, and a frontal assault in all three directions at once. He increased the output even further, making the dragon larger and turning the stream of flames whitish in color and much hotter. Minato was no specialist in nature transformation. In fact, he rarely used any elemental ninjutsu, but that did not mean he neglected his research into the arts. He was the Hokage and was the strongest shinobi in the village. He would protect it against any foreign threat, even if it meant having to reduce his predecessors into nothing more than a pile of ash. This jutsu was personally taught to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, and it was his most powerful offensive elemental ninjutsu. As the searing hot flames raced towards the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages and began to consume them, Tobirama once again gathered the moisture in the air, even with such hot flames burning around him, and prepared a powerful Suiton Jutsu. Suiton, Suijin Hiki, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Tobirama spewed a large torrent of water from his mouth and combined them with the moisture that he had pulled from the air to make the jutsu at least 3 times as powerful as the one that Yugura had used during his confrontation with Jinjetsu. The water took the form of a large wall that circled both him and Hashirama, effectively protecting them from the flames. Minato's Katan Jutsu finally died down and he was immensely disappointed with the result. Hashirama and Tobirama were completely unharmed and the water was slowly starting to dissipate around them, seeing as they no longer needed the protection. It appeared that a master of Suiton Jutsu would be able to easily counter the flames of someone who was not well versed in elemental ninjutsu. It appeared as if Minato would need to stick to his specialties here if he wanted to survive. Having the two of them as opponents if difficult as expected. Minato commented to himself more than anything. Minato was panting heavily, trying to keep up with 2 Kage at once was taking quite a toll on him. It seemed as if nothing he did was having any effect on them. Was this the difference between the current generation and the previous one? How could there be such a large difference in strength and skill? Minato was brought back to reality as large tree roots began emerging from the rooftop and growing at a rapid pace. He looked up and saw that Hashirama had his hands in a single hand seal and was kneading large amounts of chakra into a life source for the trees to grow. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release secret technique, deep forest emergence. The trees began to emerge everywhere from the ground below and even through the earth wall behind Minato. Within the span of a single second, an incredibly dense forest sprouted up from beneath the tiles of the rooftop and was trying to pierce Minato with roots, branches, leaves, and tree trunks, as he was forced to continuously teleport away using the Hiraishin to escape the immensely powerful jutsu. Just as the trees stopped growing, he landed on the top of the earthen wall, which now had large trees growing all throughout it and that had pierced through it. The blonde Hokage hadn't managed to dodge every one of those trees as he now grasped at several new stab wounds that were engraved into his abdomen. He took a moment to catch his breath and closed his eyes to wipe the blood covering his forehead and flowing over his eyes. That turned out to be a costly mistake as Tobirama used his Suiton, Suidanya, Water Release, Water Severing Wave, to release a highly pressurized stream of water that flew through the air and severed Minato's left arm from his body completely, and sliced clean through the rest of the earth wall, causing it to crumble completely. Arrgh! Minato screamed in utter agony as he gripped where his left arm used to be, not even a stump remained. However, he had no time to dwell on it as he was forced to jump from the wall he was on to the highest pieces of falling debris to prevent himself from being crushed completely by the large chunks of earth. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally landed on the water as the debris settled beneath the water's surface. His breathing had become ragged and his vision was becoming blurry from the amount of blood that he had lost from all the injuries he sustained. He needed to end this now. He was already in a state that he may not even be able to fight evenly with Raza, let alone Orochimaru. These were the price that he knew he would have to pay if this fight dragged on. If he couldn't finish this in the next few minutes, then he was as good as dead, and maybe Konoha was too. Hashirama began his charge while Tobirama stayed behind to cover him. Minato saw this and figured it was the best chance he would receive, given his current condition. As Hashirama glided across the water's surface, Minato threw several of his 3-pronged kunai at the man, which were promptly deflected using only his bare hands. That was only a distraction though. While Hashirama was focused on defending himself from the kunai, Minato teleported right above Hashirama via the Hiratian seal that he had placed on the man during their taijutsu bout. Using his almost instantaneous reflexes, Minato flipped in midair and brought his hand onto Hashirama's back and placed a Kyaku Fuin, contract seal, to cut the connection between him and Orochimaru. A Kyaku Fuin, contract seal, removes any direct control that a summoner has on a summoned creature or being. Though it does remove Orochimaru's control from Hashirama, it did not place the former Hokage under Minato's control. Most of Minato's Fuinjutsu require direct contact with the target, that is why he had been trying to get in close the entire time. His original plan had been to remove the control tags that Orochimaru had been using to control them, but they were far too skilled for him to carry out his plan. Whenever he got in close, he was thrown across the rooftop not a moment later. That is when his plan drifted to sealing them immediately. He had merely gotten lucky that he had managed to place a Hiratian seal on Hashirama's body, had he not then things would not have been quite as easy. This was a blessing that he needed, now he would be able to focus solely on one opponent. A white light began to cover Hashirama's body and his spirit began to ascend back into the heavens. The debris that had been covering the body that he had been bound to fell to the ground as it revealed a body of a nameless Otogekyou shinobi. May your soul forever rest in peace, Shodame-sama. Minato commented as the soul of one of Konoha's founders was released from this horrid jutsu. However, it wasn't time for a celebration just yet. He still had the Nidaime Hokage to deal with, and it would be much more difficult since he hadn't been able to place a seal on the man's body. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Missile. Minato's attention was brought back to his current situation as he was forced to teleport away from the massive water dragon that consumed what was left of the earth wall and devastated the forest that Hashirama had created. The fact that these reanimations had an unlimited amount of chakra was a real pain. And it didn't help that the entire air was covered in water, he was practically as Tobirama's mercy right now. Had the Nidaime Hokage been alive and in control of his own thoughts and strategy, then Minato surely would have been dead right now. Minato quickly teleported to an area that had no water near it, as to eliminate his opponent's advantage. However, as soon as he did, Tobirama appeared right before him and slashed him across the chest with a kunai. Minato recoiled in pain and jumped to another one of his kunai only a dozen feet away. He had forgotten that Tobirama was the creator of the Hiratian no Jutsu and was able to link himself to another user's markings. Truly impressive. Tobirama wasn't done yet. The Edo Tensei had originally been designed for the purpose of taking down your targets along with yourself, maximizing the use of suicide techniques. Therefore he had developed a fighting style personally designed for those who had been reincarnated. Gojo Kabaku Fuda, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Using his immortal body as a medium, Tobirama created several large special explosive tags, with each bearing 5 seals on them. He threw these explosive tags into the air as they began to surround both him and Minato. The tags then summoned even more explosive tags as they went off and repeated the process continuously, creating a near infinite number of explosions. Minato had managed to flash away at the last moment before the explosive tags went off to an area that was out of range of the explosion, just barely though. He eyed the section of the rooftop where the jutsu had gone off, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that Tobirama was on the ground and still regenerating from the suicide technique he had just used. He took this chance and teleported to one of the few kunai that were still intact throughout the area and blurred out of sight once more as he raced towards the downed form of the Nidaime Hokage. Each of the 5 fingers on Minato's remaining hand ignited with a bright purple flame with a different kanji on each of the fingertips. He reappeared right above the immobile silver-haired man and slammed his fingers into the man's abdomen. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal. A seal became engraved into Tobirama's abdomen as the connection that bound his soul to the hosts had been cut. The same white light that had surrounded Hashirama's body surrounded his, and his actual soul began its ascent into the sky, leaving behind the fallen debris that had been covering the body of a nameless Otogekyou shinobi that hosted his soul. Rest in peace, Nidaime-sama. It seemed that his duty was done here. Now it was time for him to deal with Orochimaru and the Kazekage. Center of the rooftop. Well, you two look like you've seen better days. Orochimaru commented, amused at the state of the 2 Kage in front of him. Such a pitiful state for 2 of the strongest shinobi in the world to be in. Orochimaru and Raza stood face to face with Yagura and Minato after they had finished their subsequent battles. What he said wasn't too far from the truth, as both the Hokage and the Mizukage were heavily injured. In fact, they were so injured and exhausted that one could probably push them over with a single finger. However, they still stood tall and did not take a single step back from their enemies, truly befitting of their titles of Kage. Especially you Hokage. You were suspected to be the strongest of us 5 Kages, yet here you are barely alive right now and missing an arm. Raza added in. Though I must commend you for being able to take on the Shodame and Nidaime Hokages at the same time, it speaks volumes of your abilities though with only one arm now much of that strength is gone. Yagura and Minato barely had the strength to speak at the moment, so they remained quiet, trying to conserve as much of their energy as possible for another Kage-level battle. Though it seems as our plans to take you down when you were weakest were for naught as it appears that we have company. Orochimaru commented as he eyed the swirling vortex in the air to their right. A moment later 3 people materialized from the vortex and stepped forward to intervene in the upcoming battle. There stood Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina. 3 S-ranked shinobi who would throw quite a wrench in the plans that had been in the making for months now. All 3 of them were frozen in shock when they arrived at the state that Minato and Yagura were in, Minato more so though. Minato! Oh Kami, what happened to you? Kushina screamed as she saw that Minato was now missing an arm and was covered from head to toe in blood. Jiraiya and Obito were worried as well, but they did not outwardly show it as they were staring down Orochimaru and Raza. How could they not be worried? Minato was Jiraiya's student, he practically raised the boy since he was a genin. If anything, he was just as worried as the man's wife. Obito was Minato's student. Obito had never really fit in amongst the Uchiha clan, so Minato was the closest thing he had to family. Even if he had grown up a lot since he became a genin and the events during the Third Great Shinobi War, he still saw the man as family even when Obito had lost faith in everything else. However, right now they needed to worry about Orochimaru and the Yondaime Kazekage. It was obvious that Suna had turned against Konoha due to the invasion that they had just cleaned up. Not to mention the fact that they saw Raza leading the Hokage and Mizuki up the roof as Orochimaru's henchmen stalled them. Orochimaru! Jiraiya seethed as he glared at his wayward teammate. Ah, Jiraiya. How good to see you again. If only Tsunade were here then we could have a team reunion. Orochimaru commented offhandedly, but inside he was cursing his luck for how things were turning out. All 3 of the shinobi that had just bypassed the barrier that his subordinates were holding up were Kage level. It would be too risky to continue with this plan any longer. They would need to retreat for now. It's over. Your little invasion has been silenced and most of your shinobi killed. The rest are being rounded up as we speak. The Ichibi along with the Suna Jinchuriki looks to have been killed by Naruto. Your plans have failed, Orochimaru. Obito stated as he reactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Raza's expression turned into one of utter shock. He killed Gaara? That's impossible. I've been trying to get rid of Gaara for years but he's far too strong to kill by ordinary means. There's no way some genin could be a match for him. Ah, Naruto-kun was it? The boy with fire? He must also have been the one to kill my favorite subordinate Kabuto. I'll make sure to pay him back someday. Orochimaru stated darkly. Kabuto? That boy was a Konoha shinobi. Are you telling me that he's been a spy for you all along? Jiraiya yelled at his former teammate. Was that how Orochimaru had been getting all his information? You're quite right, Jiraiya, but I assume that he died in the Forest of Death during the second stage of the Chunin exams. Who else do you think could have caused such a tremendous fire within the forest besides Naruto-kun? Jiraiya froze after hearing that last statement. Was it really Naruto who had burned down the forest? What had happened there was quite a popular topic amongst the shinobi and even the ANBU of the village. Over a quarter of the forest was burned down and there were now several rivers of molten lava flowing through it. He remembered that Anko had been quite pissed at whoever had the nerve to do this to her playground. He shivered upon remembering how angry she was. Women and anger should never mix, it is a deadly combination. A child born from great power but with memories of old shall pave the way toward a new era of peace. Whether they walk the path of light or is forced into the darkness shall determine what the future will hold. Their predecessor has already burned the path for them, but it shall be their will of fire that determines whether they will walk it or forge their own. The words from the prophecy the Toad Elder spoke of rang through his mind once more. We're falling back, Raza, the tide of this battle has turned against us and I have no more reanimations to even the playing field. Orochimaru spoke to the Kazekage, who eagerly agreed with him. Orochimaru signaled to the Sound Four to drop the barrier and begin their retreat as they slowly began walking away. Do you really think that we'll just let you leave here after all the damage you've done? Kushina yelled while supporting her husband with her arms. Raza turned around to see Jiraiya charging at them. The Kazekage summoned a small tornado of wind and gold dust in the palm of his hand before throwing it at his target. Sables, Sandstorm. The tornado of sand grew massively in size and was sent on a rampage around the rooftop, picking up water as it raged. All the shinobi on the rooftop stuck to the ground below using chakra, while they were forced to cover their eyes to prevent any of the stray gold dust from impairing their vision. When the sandstorm finally died down, Orochimaru and Raza were gone, not a trace of where they went left behind. All of the surviving Oto and Suna shinobi had also mysteriously disappeared from within the walls of Konoha. All that remained was the destruction and death that they had caused. The will of fire still burns. Fallout. The strong feed upon the weak, it's such an obligingly simple rule. Sunagakure had been weak and had used the opportunity of the Chunin exams to take their place amongst the strong. In a world built upon violence, bloodshed, and war, the only option you have is to be strong. Only the victors are allowed to live. This world is merciless like that. However, they chose to betray the wrong village. The Suna/Oto invasion, that would later become known as the Konoha Crush, had failed miserably. Over 3/4 of the invading Suna and Oto forces had been decimated over the course of battle. Most notable of these deaths were Sabaku no Gaara, Sabaku no Temari, and Sabaku no Kankuro. The loss of Suna's Jinchuriki was an important achievement due to the fact that Jinchuriki were known to be the strongest weapons for each of the villages. That isn't to say that Konohagakure had escaped the conflict without any casualties. Kiri only had a handful of its shinobi within Konoha's walls and none of them had been fatally wounded. Konoha faced many casualties, nearly half of their forces had been lost during the invasion. However, most of those who had lost their lives in the line of duty would have their names engraved on the memorial stone and were mentioned during the mass funeral that was held, nothing more, nothing less. This was the truth behind the will of fire. Shinobi whom had lived and died for their village would only be remembered by the people closest to them and by the name that was engraved into the memorial stone. Is that how their loyalty was rewarded? Wives, husbands, lovers, children, and families were left with holes in their hearts, because the duty to protect one's village was more important than their family. Was it really worth it? It had been a week since the invasion and the fallout was worse than expected. Much of the village had been destroyed by Orochimaru's snake summons before Jiraiya and Obito had gotten a chance to stop them. The northern walls of Konoha had collapsed and that section of the village had been host for where those monstrous snakes ran rampant through. The entire village had been the battleground for guerrilla warfare and large-scale shinobi battles. The area that had suffered the most damage was near the Chunin exam arena where the fighting had first broke out. Numerous people had met their ends at this once bustling stadium, shinobi and civilian alike. All in all, the village looked like a war zone. At least, that was what the scene had looked like a week ago. Currently, the village was being rebuilt by all its occupants. Both shinobi and civilian pitched in to help speed up the rebuilding. The northern sector of the village had been personally rebuilt by Yamato, a shinobi whom was capable of wielding the Shodame Hokage's Mokuton. Those shinobi whom excelled in Doton were doing their part to repair the walls that protected Konoha and to smooth out the land where the earth had been scarred from the numerous battles that had taken place. While there had been utter chaos the first few days after the invasion, things looked like they would be returning to normal quicker than expected. Currently in the Hokage's office, Naruto was standing alongside Satsuki, Hana, and Haku. Natsuki and Narumi were in the room as well, but they were sitting on the couch rather than standing alongside the other genin. It was clear to all the other genin in the room as to what that meant. Sitting behind his desk was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, well at least for now. He had made a full recovery since his near-death-like state a week ago, minus the missing left arm. He was staring at Naruto with a bit of pride, but mostly suspicion. Naruto sighed inwardly. It seemed that the man hadn't forgotten about his recently revealed abilities, even after he had just returned from death's door. Obito and Kakashi were also in the room, standing behind their former sensei. Obito was present because it were his genin that were requested to come to the Hokage Tower, along with him. Kakashi was here for some reason that was unknown to him, though that didn't stop him from reading his Ika Ika Paradise novel and giggling perversely every few minutes. Kushina was sitting on the couch alongside her daughters with a worried look on her face, though she also looked up to glance at her wayward son every once in a while. She was probably worried about Nawaki. On Nawaki, he had been an interesting topic as of late. He was still cooped up in the hospital, though he was out of critical condition, he still needed to recover. Minato and Kushina had turned white as a ghost and nearly had a heart attack when they found out that the Kyuubi had ripped itself out of Nawaki's seal and merged with Natsuki. His current condition also wasn't a very appealing sight, though they couldn't feel pity for him since he brought it upon himself. Kushina, Natsuki, and Narumi had all seen the real side of him just a few days ago. They had realized just how messed up their family was when he started trying to order them to release him so that he could kill Naruto for what he did to him. His inferiority and superiority complexes finally made themselves fully known as he continued to make threats he couldn't back up due to him losing most of him power due to the Kyuubi ripping himself from his body. Nawaki had about the same level chakra reserves as an ordinary genin now. Though, that didn't stop him from trying to attack his family when they refused to comply with his demands. He was currently strapped to his bed, like a prisoner, to prevent any more violent outbreaks. It was made clear that he wasn't mentally stable at the moment. Or perhaps he had always thought like this and the recent events only pushed him to his breaking point. It was only then did Kushina truly realize how terrible of a parent she was. She had no idea that her son acted this way, nor did she know where she went wrong. Kushina had been left a hollow shell of herself these past few days as she went through every memory she had with her children to figure out where everything went to hell. She didn't find an answer, perhaps she was never doing things right to begin with. Jiraiya was sitting at his usual spot on the windowsill as he glanced at all of the occupants in the room, a neutral expression on his face. He was worried, very worried in fact, about the prophecy and how things would turn out if the child of prophecy really was Naruto. He would fix everything as soon as he possibly could, the entire world was at stake, he had no time to waste. Tsunade stood beside Jiraiya, she really had no idea why she were even here. People were still wounded from their involvement in fighting off the invasion, they needed to be at the hospital. Sure, there were plenty of capable medical needs there, but Tsunade was the best in the village, perhaps even in all the elemental nations. Currently, Shizune was running things at the hospital, so her mind was a little more relaxed knowing it was in capable hands. Standing beside the Hokage's desk was the Yonde Mizukage, Yagura. His wounds had healed quite quickly due to the fact he was a Jinchuriki, so he was out of the hospital only a day or two after the invasion. He was looking at Haku with a proud smile on his face. Off to the side stood Momochi Zabuza, Hozuki Suigetsu, and Chojuro. They were here due to the fact that they were members of Haku's team and were here to support her. In total, there were 16 occupants within the confines of this small room, not counting the ANBU in hiding of course. This made it quite crowded and a bit uncomfortable for the 4 genin standing in the middle of it all. They had a pretty good idea of why they were here, but nothing was certain just yet. Minato looked at the 4 genin before him with an appraising eye. They had all done excellent during both the preliminaries, the finals, and the invasion. It was rare to find such talented and well-balanced shinobi at such a young age. Naruto, Hana, and Satsuki had only been genin for a few months and yet they were already at this level, it was truly impressive. Most genin had to take the exam 2 or 3 times before being promoted, while others received field promotions after taking these exams several times. First of all, I would like to personally congratulate the 4 of you for your performance throughout the Chunin exams and for your efforts during the invasion. You have greatly benefited Konoha during its time of need and for that, I offer my utmost gratitude. Minato spoke with a smile on his face. I will let Mizukage Dano start off this ceremony since there is only one Kiri shinobi who is being considered for promotion, then I will speak to each of you individually, the genin who are both being considered for promotion and those who are not. It had been a week since the Chunin exam finals, and although they were interrupted before the final round, the judges and the Kage had seen more than enough of the matches to determine whether or not the genin participating were worthy of the title of Chunin. It seemed that only the genin who had been decided were ready for a promotion, along with the rest of their team, were summoned to the Hokage's office. The Yonde Mizukage stepped forward until he was in front of the genin from Kirigakure. I'd like each of the 3 of you to know that I am proud of you and that you showed strength and skill befitting of shinobi and kunoichi from Kirigakure. However, I'm afraid only one of you has shown the necessary qualities of a Chunin. Yagura moved to the side in front of Chojuro to address the boys' performance. The goal of this was to address the strengths and weaknesses of only the genin that were being promoted, but doing so for all of the shinobi would benefit them in the end. Chojuro, while you did show considerable skill in wielding Hiramakiri, your speed and reaction time began to slow down halfway through the match, giving your opponent several openings that they exploited, due to how much chakra Hiramakiri consumed. You must increase your reserves considerably if you wish to wield it correctly. You were also quickly overwhelmed and let your opponent control the pace of the match. If you continue to progress at the rate you are growing, I have no doubt that you will become Chunin during these exams next time. Chojuro's eyes widened at the Mizukage's words, and he nodded vigorously at the praise towards the end. For a boy with low self-esteem, encouragement would do the boy well rather than pointing out all of his faults. With those words said, Yagura moved over in front of Suigetsu. Suigetsu, while you did show great skill in your clan's nature transformation, you showed relatively little strategy and were quickly overwhelmed by your opponent. Had you not been hydrated at the time, you wouldn't have been able to liquefy to survive the Tsunajinchuriki Sanjutsu. You will need more training and experience before you are ready to become a Chunin. Suigetsu nodded and stepped back as Yagura made his way to the middle of the room and stood in front of the only Kiri Kunoichi in the room. Haku, you showed exceptional skill with your Kekkei Genkai, far more than you had when you left Kiri and far more than any Yuki has had in generations. You were able to quickly overwhelm even a Jinchuriki, an impressive feat in its own right. I see no reason not to promote you. Yagura said with a smile, while handing a Chunin flak jacket that had been on the Hokage's desk to the girl. This earned a charming smile from the newly named Chunin as she put on the flak jacket. Yagura, having finished his involvement with the advancement of the genin, stepped back behind the Hokage's desk. This time, it was Minato to step forward. His signature Haori a bit uneven due to the absence of a left arm, but otherwise looked as strong and imposing as ever. He glanced at the 3 Konoha genin that were standing in the middle of the room before his eyes traveled to his daughters who were sitting on the couch. I had originally only planned to address the 3 members of Team 11, but Mizukage Dano made an excellent point. It would benefit all the genin here to understand their strengths and weaknesses and why they were or were not promoted this time around. Minato spoke as he paced around just in front of his desk. Natsuki, Narumi. Stand up, you are present at an official ceremony and will treat it as such. The 2 girls quickly jumped to their feet, a bit surprised at the tone that their father had used. Though they chalked it up to still being concerned that his 2 sons and their brothers had just tried to kill each other the past week as well as him having to deal with the stress of the invasion and almost dying. I shall start with the 2 of you since you were judged to not be ready for the responsibilities of a Chunin. Minato announced as he stepped a few feet in front of his 2 daughters. The 2 sisters squirmed uncomfortably under their father's gaze. They had known that they wouldn't receive a promotion with their performance, but to hear it from their own father still hurt. Narumi, while you did show skill with 2 different forms of nature transformation, which is quite impressive for a genin, you showed a lack of forethought in your moves along with little to no strategy. The girl nodded her head solemnly as Minato continued to speak. You charged into battle recklessly, and because of that you fell into several of your opponent's traps one after another. Continue to work hard to improve and add some strategy to your fighting style, and I have no doubt you'll earn a promotion. Natsuki, while you also showed proficiency with 2 different forms of nature transformation, as well as improving your kenjutsu leaps and bounds, you rushed into both of your matches without showing the higher-level thinking and strategy necessary for a Chunin. Had you put more thought into how to deal with the opponent you were facing and adjusting your fighting style accordingly, you may have ended up defeating Temari in the first round and possibly winning your second match. You have shown massive amounts of improvement since you became a genin, but you still have much more room to improve. You will not be promoted just yet. Natsuki only nodded and took a step back beside her sister. Minato swiftly turned around on his heel and made his way to the center of the room to address the remaining 3 Konoha genin. His frown was immediately replaced with a small smile upon remembering each of their performances. While he was glad that 3 of his genin showed so much promise, the same could not be said for the rest of their graduating class. Minato was rather disappointed that so few of this year's graduating class made it past the second round of the exams. Most of them were clan heirs and heiresses, which only made their performance that much more sad. Their Jonin senseis had either been slacking off or babying them, either way something needed to be done about it or they wouldn't last much longer in the shinobi world. Satsuki, you showed great forethought in your battles and covered all 3 main areas of shinobi arts, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. You made sure to control the pace of the battle through the use of traps and evasion tactics, as well as showing great skill with 2 forms of nature transformation. These qualities are certainly befitting of a Chunin. Congratulations. Satsuki had suppressed the urge to cheer in victory as she took the flak jacket and merely gave a charming smile. Hana, while the Inuzuka clan's fighting style is more reckless than most, you did not fall prey to those tendencies and showed great strategy with the use of smoke bombs and tunneling underground to make your clan's signature jutsus more effective. I was also pleasantly surprised by your use of medical ninjutsu as an offensive technique. It takes a great level of skill and control to be able to pull off such a feat. Congratulations on your promotion. Hana quickly took the flak jacket from Minato and threw it on, earning giggles from her teammates. She had always wondered what she would look like in one of these, not too bad if she did say so. Hana stepped back so that she was now alongside Satsuki, leaving Naruto and Minato alone in the center of the room. Minato looked at his wayward son with pride in his eyes, but he was also very suspicious of him. No mere genin fresh out of the academy should have been capable of what he had. That was something that he would find out later after this ceremony. Naruto, at the beginning of this tournament, most people didn't expect much from you. As the tournament rolled around, you were seemingly overlooked for the aces of the respective villages. Now, the title of winner of the tournament is shared by you and Haku-san, since you were the only 2 left along with the now deceased Tsunejin Churiki when the invasion started. You showed strength that far surpassed the level of Chunin, and are capable at wielding such a powerful S-rank jutsu. I have never seen someone wield Katan ninjutsu quite like you did during your first match and am very interested to hear how you are capable of such a technique. You easily controlled the pace of both your matches and never let your opponent take advantage of any opportunities they had. Not to mention your efforts during the invasion. Congratulations on your promotion. Naruto took the flak jacket from Minato's hand and immediately put it on to cover his skin-tight, short-sleeved shirt. He quickly turned around and gave his two female teammates a large smile, for him anyway, which they quickly returned. The three of them had been looking forward to being Chunin for a long time, even more so than Genin. Chunin is the rank where they finally stopped being treated like children and were able to make their own decisions about their careers and their lives. It was quite a milestone for the three of them. For the three members of Team 11, this was only the beginning of the path that lied before them. Congratulations to all those who passed the Chunin exams this time around, and for those who didn't, better luck next time. These particular exams were a bit more exciting than what usually occurs during this biannual event, but they were successful nonetheless. We are proud of all of you and hope that you continue to serve your respective villages until the day you die. Once again, congratulations. Those final words from Minato marked the end of the promotion ceremony. It wouldn't do well to have a Kage absent from their home village for too long. The only reason that Yagura was still in Konoha was to fully recover from his injuries and for the traditional promotion ceremony. Now that those two things were finished, there was no reason for any of the Kiri shinobi to remain here any longer. With that in mind, Yagura stepped forward. Zabuza, Suigetsu, Chojuro, Haku. Now that our business in Konoha is finished, we must be heading back to Kirigakure as soon as possible. It would not bode well for us to be away for the village too much longer. Please return to the hotel immediately and gather your things. We will begin our journey back to Mizu in 1 hour. All four of the Kirinins gave a nod and a short bow to the Mizukage before leaving. Her two teammates and sensei immediately headed out the door, but Haku stopped to give a quick wave and a charming smile to Naruto, who responded with a similar gesture. Team 11 and Haku had become quite close over the past week, but Naruto and Haku especially. They had found some kind of mutual understanding due to their various predicaments and ended up spending a lot of the week together. Of course, that could be attributed to most of their teammates being restricted to the hospital for the majority of the past week. In the short time that they had spent together, Naruto could honestly say that she had become one of his closest friends. Some would say it was a sad fact, but Naruto preferred it this way. He could really only say that he had a handful of friends. Obito was his sensei, so Naruto didn't really count him. Mikoto was his lover, so even though they had been friends and family for years, she had some special circumstances. Really, Naruto could only say that Hana and Satsuki were his friends. Actually, they considered themselves to be more like friends than family. The three of them had known each other since even before they started the academy and could always be found together. When people share a bond that strong, the only thing that they can really be described as is family. So, it was nice to be able to talk with someone like Haku. While she didn't share the same history with him that Satsuki and Hana did, he felt like he could really trust her. Not to mention that she was quite a lot of fun to be around once you tear down that respectful ice princess exterior. Fun, he could honestly say that he had fun. Recently, he had realized that he had been taking everything far too seriously. It was either secrets this or invasion that. It was nice just to be able to sit back and relax with someone. In reality, he was still only a 16-year-old teenager, and these were the kinds of things that teenagers were supposed to do, shinobi or not. Much to the shock of his teammates and joy of his sisters, Naruto had been smiling a lot more. It was odd. Even while being in the same room as almost every person who had wronged him in his life, he couldn't force himself to feel angry or have the same hatred and that he once did. By no means did he feel like running up to Minato and Kushina and giving them a bear hug, but he felt more at ease. This feeling was nice. With Konoha's alliance with Kiri, he was sure that he would be seeing her a lot more often now. Seeing as how Konoha's alliance with Suna was effectively ended with their invasion, the village would need ties to another one of the great shinobi villages to ensure that none of the other villages took the opportunity to launch a second invasion in their time of weakness. This is precisely why Obito had spent several years in Kiri working as a liaison. The alliance with Suna had been shaky at best for a long time now, so their invasion shouldn't have been too much of a surprise. That was why Minato had worked out the details with Yagura through Obito, who had spent several years in foreign territory to prove Konoha's sincerity. For them to position their strongest shinobi in foreign territory on the premise of a treaty and alliance was a sign of the village's good faith. This was because he was constantly surrounded by foreign shinobi who would be willing to end his life at any moment. No sane village leader would sacrifice their strongest asset if their intentions were built upon lies. Thank you for your hospitality, Hokage Dano. Our stay was most interesting to say the least. Should Konoha ever need such help again, do not hesitate to contact Kirigakure, may this alliance prosper. After those final words had been said, Yagura followed his fellow Kininin out the door to prepare for their departure. Minato signaled for an ANBU to escort the Mizukage and his shinobi back to their hotel to make sure that no harm befell on them during their commute. Now would be the perfect opportunity for enemies to strike, since the village was vulnerable and their forces spread thin and concentrated on the work effort to rebuild the village. Now with that taken care of, Satsuki, Hana, you are excused for the rest of the day. Make sure to see Obito tomorrow at your usual training ground so that he can brief you as to what your duties as a Chunin entails. Though, Naruto, I would like you to remain behind for a few minutes. There are some things that we need to discuss. Minato said with a smile on his face as he took his seat once more. Satsuki and Hana gave a worried glance to Naruto, but he merely smiled back at them and nodded. Naruto's new attitude really confused them sometimes. He usually hated having these talks with his parents, but this time he seemed to not care that they were basically going to tie him down to a chair and interrogate him. But if he was fine with it, then so be it. It was still fairly early in the day, only an hour or two left until lunchtime. They had previously agreed to celebrate whatever outcome the promotional ceremony held at the Akimichi's barbecue restaurant, and they really had nothing else to do until then. Though, the fact that Naruto would be questioned about his abilities really didn't surprise either of them. This occurrence had already happened on more than one occasion before. Hana and Satsuki understood that they wanted to know more about their son or brother, but this wasn't really the way to go about it. The both let out simultaneous sighs. Whatever, he would be the one dealing with it, not them. Well, we'll be waiting for you at the barbecue restaurant when you're done here, Naruto and I. Satsuki spoke as she waved goodbye to her brother figure while heading towards the door. Don't keep us waiting too long, you're paying, you know. Hana teased as she added a wink to stress her point. Yeah. I'll catch up with you two in a bit. Don't start without me. Naruto called out just as the two newly made Chunin left the room. Jiraiya slowly got up from his seat on the windowsill, before he walked over to the door, making sure to close and lock it so that nobody would interrupt their conversation. Seemingly ignoring every set of eyes that was on him, Naruto walked towards the Hokage's desk and took a seat in one of the chairs right in front of it. The sooner he got all this over with, the better. He had no plans of wasting time with people who didn't like secrets being kept from them, when they knew every one of the darkest secrets of Konoha's history. Minato, whom was staring at the boy with the most suspicion, other than Jiraiya, was the first to break the silence that was slowly filling every corner of the room. I trust you know why I asked you to stay, Naruto. Minato asked with the utmost seriousness. Yeah. Every time I show off the slightest amount of skill, I'm the subject of this kind of treatment. This really isn't all that surprising anymore. Was Naruto's sarcastic remark, which was completely out of place of the serious atmosphere in the room. Blocking off any form of retreat, Jiraiya was standing in front of the door, was eyeing the boy sternly. He would need to play this carefully if Naruto really was the one that the prophecy spoke of. They already didn't have the best relationship, so he couldn't take his usual approach here. He would need to let Minato lay all the groundwork before he stepped in. There were only a few in the room who knew why this was exactly going on. Those few were Minato, Jiraiya, Kushina, Kakashi, and Obito. Though, it should be noted that Obito looked like he really didn't want to be here at the moment. While Obito was quite enthusiastic that all three of his genin were promoted, he didn't see why his sensei had to take this kind of approach when dealing with Naruto. It was clear that it was not working. Not to mention the fact that the eldest male Uchiha didn't give a damn about any of Jiraiya's prophecies. He just couldn't understand why Jiraiya and the Uzumaki Namikaze family put so much faith in these kinds of things. The previous prophecy that the Toads told Jiraiya was that Minato would be the one to bring peace to the elemental nations and cure the shinobi world of war and hatred. It was easy to tell how that exactly worked out, seeing as Minato had not made a single step forward in creating world peace and the fact that the village that he led suffered an invasion. Obito had believed in Jiraiya's words and the prophecies of Toads for a time when he was still a genin. But after experiencing the horrors of war firsthand, he realized that such beliefs were foolish dreams and nothing more than that. Prophecies were just that, prophecies. Some superstition passed down by some senile old toad. Why in Kami's name would anybody take something like that seriously? Yet here were some of the most prominent shinobi in Konoha along with 3 of the Hokage's children, sitting here about to waste a fair amount of time trying to force a boy, who clearly didn't care about such things either, to live his life accordingly to some words spoken by a glorified frog with 1 foot already in the grave. The one-eyed man sighed as Minato began to speak once more. Naruto, this is serious, treat it as such. Those were nothing short of orders from the Hokage. I remember having to have this same conversation with you just after the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams, just over a month ago. You've been keeping secrets for far too long, Naruto. Secrets are what get people killed in this world. While your recent performance in the Chunin exams was remarkable, it has brought your abilities into question. These questions need to be answered, it is of the utmost importance. Naruto could only stare on incredulously at the man sitting behind the desk. Was he really giving him a lecture about secrets? Was this some kind of joke? My secrets, huh? I'm sure you have secrets as well, don't you, Hokage-sama? But why is it that my secrets are always the ones brought into question and not yours? Naruto proposed to the Hokage. You are not here for a philosophical debate, Naruto, you will answer my questions whether you like it or not. The world could very well be at stake here. Minato seemed to be losing his patience as his voice started to rise at the end. Naruto was completely lost now. Had the man gone insane from the loss of his arm? What does me having some skill in Katon Jutsu have to do with the world? Minato noticed his slip up and sighed as he calmed himself down and retook his seat. This was a matter that he didn't want to discuss with him until he knew for sure that it was talking about Naruto, but it seems as if he didn't have a choice at the moment. He had told all of his children besides Naruto on their birthday just after they started the academy, but nothing had come of it so far. He supposed telling Naruto about it might actually make him realize just how important of a role he'll possibly play in bringing peace to the world. Several years ago, the Toads came to Jiraiya with a prophecy, after which, he relayed it to me. What the prophecy said was, a child born from great power but with memories of old shall pave the way toward a new era of peace. Whether they walk the path of light or is forced into the darkness shall determine what the future will hold. Their predecessor has already burned the path for them, but it shall be their will of fire that determines whether they will walk it or forge their own. We had originally believed that it was speaking of Natsuki, Narumi, or Nawaki. But due to the events that have occurred recently, we now believe that the prophecy spoke of you. Minato relayed to Naruto with absolute seriousness. Peace had always been something that Minato dreamed of. He had been born during the era of the Second Great Shinobi War and had experienced more than he would ever wish his students to see. Sadly, that wish never came true as they were sent off to war when they were deemed ready. Cruel reality showed its ugly head, as it was his genin team that was ripped apart during the Third Great Shinobi War. One of his students was killed, another went missing for years, and the last was the one who had killed the first. War knew no bounds. War had no rules. War was the result of the evil and hatred of man. He would do whatever it took to bring peace to this world. And by anything, he meant anything. After hearing the prophecy Minato was speaking of, Naruto could only roll his eyes. This was what they were getting so worked up about. This was the very same prophecy that Naruto had overheard Minato telling the rest of the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings just after stating the academy, on the day of the Uchiha massacre. That memory still brought a pain to his chest. Naruto, too, had noticed that the prophecy sounded like he could be their so-called child of prophecy, but he immediately discarded the idea. He was not going to become some kind of Toad fanboy like Jiraiya and Minato just because a half-dead Toad had a vision. To believe in such things were utterly foolish. He had seen just how prominent those Toads were when he roasting Gamabunta over an open fire during his match against Nawaki in the Chunin exams. And why exactly should I care about this prophecy? From what I saw during the Chunin exams, those Toads really aren't anything special. There were a few groans from as some of the occupants in the room knew just how proud Jiraiya was of his Toad summons. He would no doubt turn this into some kind of argument, not that it wasn't one already. What do you mean they're nothing special? Don't get arrogant just because you got a lucky shot in during the Chunin exams. The Toads are the most battle-oriented summons there are and could crush anyone in the blink of an eye. Nawaki just hadn't properly trained in how to fully utilize them when they're summoned. Don't think you're some hotshot just cause you beat a mere genin who had signed the contract. True to everyone's beliefs, Jiraiya lost his cool when it came to his summons. Didn't they have some kind of plan or purpose for dealing with Naruto at the moment? Naruto really didn't care to argue with Jiraiya. When it came to an argument with the man, there was just no winning. Not because he was always right, on the contrary, most of the time he's always fought losing arguments, but he made them so preposterous and silly that it was just embarrassing to be part of one of them. If that was all, can I leave now? My team is waiting for me. It seemed that this was going nowhere fast and he really didn't want to waste any more time than he absolutely had to. Naruto's voice brought most of the room's attention off of the still upset Jiraiya, and back onto him. We are far from done here, Naruto. We need to discuss what will be done about you and the prophecy. Minato stated firmly, giving Jiraiya a sharp look that seemed to scream, "Calm down, we have more important things to deal with." As if on command, Jiraiya walked over to the desk and unstrapped the large scroll on his back, placing it on the table. Naruto stared on uninterested as the toad summoning scroll was unraveled before him. The names of Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki, and Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi could be seen written vertically in large kanji using their own blood. Naturally, there was also a handprint soaked in blood below each signature. Seeing as how it is possible that you are the one that the prophecy spoke of, it would be beneficial for you to sign the toad summoning contract. This way you can speak to the toads personally and have them test you to see if you truly are the child of prophecy. Naturally, they will also help you on your quest towards the goal of peace. It seemed that to the Hokage, Naruto's opinion on the topic didn't matter as Minato had already decided that Naruto would be signing the contract. It also seemed as if Minato and Jiraiya hadn't gotten what Naruto was trying to convey earlier. Even so, if he had wanted to do so, signing the toad contract would be impossible. He already held the contract with the Phoenixes, which was most likely the one of the strongest summoning contracts if not the strongest. Signing two contracts may have been accepted with the Toads and the Slugs, but the Phoenixes were highly territorial. Especially when it came to summoning clans that were weaker than themselves. Naruto's recent match in the Chunin exams only proved how inferior the Toads were to the Phoenixes. At his current level, Naruto wouldn't even be able of fighting on par with Dranzer for even a minute. Not to mention the fact that a majority of the summoning clans considered the Toad contract rather pretentious, the Phoenix included. It seemed the fact that the eldest of the Toads seemed to hand out prophecies like they were candy on Halloween didn't sit well with the other summoning clans. Some of these summoning contracts had originated from the time of the Rikudo Sannin or his sons. Therefore prophecies were something sacred to them as there were only a few that had been passed down throughout the generations. So when some self-entitled, senile old toad seems to make them up from thin air, they were bound to get a little upset with the entire clan. It seemed that Minato and Jiraiya were ignorant to the validity of the prophecies from the Toads. After all, they were still clinging on to the one that they believed said that Minato would undoubtedly one day bring peace to the elemental nations. This time the prophecy they received wasn't even specific in the least. The few key phrases that Naruto could actually relate to were, will of fire, memories of old, predecessor, burn the path. Another thing that Naruto found peculiar was that while it did say that the child of prophecy would bring about a new era of peace, nothing was said about what would happen if they chose another path. There was just too many angles to cover and it was too broad to narrow it down any further. Such was the nature of most prophecies. The only viable conclusion Naruto could come up with to what Minato was saying, was that he was supposed to be this child of prophecy. Ace was the one who had already burned the path towards peace, and this uncertain future probably is related to the Moon's Eye plan and the revival of Otsutsuki Kagaya. There were only a few problems with that theory. For starters, Ace never truly believed in peace. Hagoromo was the only child of Otsutsuki Kagaya who aimed to rebuild this world into a place where war and hatred were non-existent. Ace had always lived his life how he wanted to. His goals and dreams weren't as noble as his brothers, in reality his ambitions were rather selfish. But that was how people should live their lives, it was their life to live however they pleased, so why should a person live their life for another person? Or a cause that they knew was fruitless? Due to that, it was highly unlikely that Ace was this predecessor that the prophecy spoke of. Either that, or the Toads were completely wrong of their history. Whatever the case may be, Naruto didn't care to find out. Naruto stared at the contract spread out on the table blankly. He had been in a good mood earlier because Satsuki, Hana, Haku, and him had spent the entire morning together, but right now he was beginning to lose his patience. No. That single word was Naruto's reply after staying silent for a few moments. There were a few grants from a few people in the room, namely Obito, Tsunade, and Natsuki. This was just another version of the conversation that Minato and Naruto always had. Minato offering things like training, jutsu, and summoning contracts, while Naruto continually refused because they were trying to force him into a life he didn't want to live. I see this is just one of your usual attempts to force Naruto back into your lives, so I'm leaving. I have patients to attend to. Was Tsunade's irritated statement before she gave Naruto a pitying glance, though the reason for it was unknown to him, and shunshined out of the room, presumably back to the hospital. There really was no reason for her to be here. Minato had selfishly summoned her here in hopes that she would help to persuade his son, forcing her away from tending to the wounded at the hospital. A few people in the room gave the spot where she was previously standing a glance before turning their heads back to the scene that was unfolding before them. Minato and Jiraiya had not even noticed that Tsunade had left, as they were staring on in shock at Naruto's blatant refusal to sign Konoha's most renowned summoning contract. They had thought he would be ecstatic at the prospect of signing the same contract that some of the most prominent shinobi in Konoha held. It would be foolish to deny something that could increase your strength and skill tenfold, just because you weren't the biggest fans of some of the other holders. What do you mean, no? Minato asked, panicked. He had not fully recovered yet from Naruto's sudden rejection. Do you know how many people would sign this contract in a heartbeat if given the chance? It's easily one of the most powerful summoning contracts in the world. It's likely you'll never come across one as strong as this in your lifetime ever again. If you don't take this opportunity now, then you'll end up regretting it the rest of your life. Of course it was Jiraiya who ran to the aid of his summoning contract and defended it relentlessly. Naruto sighed inwardly. This conversation would clearly be continuing in a repetitious cycle, so it would be best to break out of it as soon as humanly possible. Perhaps even faster. I believe I said it quite clearly. You want me to sign this contract to further your dreams of peace. That's quite selfish in my opinion. The both of you are trying to force your own ideals and ambitions upon me because you can't do it yourself. Naruto rolled the summoning contract back up and threw it towards the offended Jiraiya. Wait, that's not true at all. Jiraiya was cut off as Naruto brought his hand up to signal him to stop talking. Jiraiya, I believe you always said that someday the day would come when people could truly understand one another, yet you've done nothing to further your dreams of peace, besides handing out prophecies and pushing the duty off onto other people. Naruto then turned to Minato. He wasn't finished yet, not by a long shot. You're no better, Minato. You easily accept this man's beliefs, so easily that your dream now is to find peace. Yet, you have done to turn that dream into a reality. You've been the Hokage for over 16 years now, and yet, you have not made a single step towards bringing about peace. The room was silent for a moment as they took in Naruto's words. Oddly enough, none of them could recall either of these men actually doing anything about their dreams besides push them onto other people or preach their ideals to the younger generations. Even Kushina's eyes widened when she realized this. Naruto, you have to understand. This time it was Minato who was cut off as he was trying to explain to his wayward son how difficult it was to bring this world together. I don't need to hear any excuses, in fact there are none to use. Naruto said as he sat back in the chair and crossed his arms over his chest. Things have only gotten worse since you had taken over as Hokage. The recent invasion is proof of that. Actually, now that we're on that subject, I'm actually rather disappointed that you are talking about peace only a week after our village was invaded. Minato and Jiraiya both flinched at the tone of his voice. Was it a mistake to tell him about the prophecy so soon after the invasion? I will tell you this here and now, do not try to force your beliefs of peace on me. I've already seen just how far you will go to keep the peace within Konoha. World peace, that kind of belief is a little too naive for someone like me. Find someone else to push this onto. With those final words said, Naruto got out of his chair and walked out of the room, leaving behind a room of stunned shinobi. Minato's, Jiraiya's, and Obito's eyes widened at the indirect reference to the Uchiha massacre, as that could be the only thing he was referring to when he mentioned keeping the peace within Konoha's walls. As an eerie silence filled every corner of the Hokage's office, Minato stood completely still. After a minute of silence, when he looked around the room, he realized that everyone was either purposefully looking away from him while whistling or had their faces planted in their hands. A despondent, sheepish expression made its way onto his face as he rubbed the back of his head. Did I mess up again or something? Much to the surprise of everyone in the room, it was Obito who finally answered after a moment of silence. I wouldn't go as far as to say that. You're completely justified in what you believe, Sensei, but you haven't considered how other people feel about your ideals or beliefs. You automatically assumed that he would jump aboard and you'd have the perfect family once again. Minato's features turned hostile as a low growl leaked out of his throat. Obito may have been his student, but what right did he have to tell him how he should handle his own child? Well, what should I have done? You heard what the prophecy said. The path that he takes will determine the future of the entire world. You want me to dash? Before Minato could continue his rant any further, Obito held his hands up in the same fashion that Naruto had used to cut off the man earlier. Naruto is a special case. You can't deal with him the same way you do normal people. I've learned that firsthand since I became his sensei. He doesn't believe in living his life for some greater cause, world peace, something like that doesn't matter to him. No matter how selfish it may seem to you, he lives his life the way that he wants and for the people he cares about. You can't decide what someone else should do with their life. One day you're going to have to allow him to make his own decisions. With those final words said, Obito warped out of the room, leaving the people behind with much to think about. Though, those words were mainly to Minato and Kushina, as it was clear they would not stop pestering him anytime soon. Jiraiya didn't seem fazed in the least by Obito's proclamation. Though he did seem a little hurt from Naruto's words about how he had been living his life up until now, but that didn't last for too long. In his mind, what he had been doing was right. He wasn't meant to bring peace, but he would make sure to find the one who was. The population of the room had decreased dramatically since 30 minutes. The Kirinin, Team 11, Tsunade, and Obito having already made their exit, the only ones who remained were Jiraiya, Minato, Kakashi, Kushina, Narumi, and Natsuki. It was not uncommon for these particular people to be in the same room together. Well, why don't we give Naruto a little time to think about what we said here? Perhaps he just needs a little time and space to think about everything he just learned. He's probably just a bit overwhelmed after learning how important his role in the world really is. Jiraiya spoke to no one in particular as he strapped the large summoning scroll to his lower back once again. Are you really that dense? Were the simultaneous thoughts of Natsuki, Narumi, and Kushina. They seemed to be the only ones in the office to still have their head on straight. Kakashi probably hadn't even been listening to the entire conversation as his nose was still buried in his smut, giggling perversely every few minutes. Minato seemed to be brought out of his daze as a light bulb suddenly went off above his head. Oh, that's right Jiraiya, now that you're free, could you take a look at Natsuki's seal? She won't let me or Kushina look at it for some unknown reason. Due to Naruto's request in what formerly was the forest just outside of Konoha, Natsuki had not told Minato nor Kushina about what had occurred a week ago, nor would she even let them near her seal. If any of them were to find any discrepancies in the seal formula on her stomach, they would surely tighten up her seal, which would successfully cut off her connection with Kurama, or the Kyuubi as they would call him. While he may have been very uncooperative ever since he found out about how much she had been abusing his chakra, she wouldn't allow him to be locked up anymore. Kurama seemed to know something behind her Nissan surname. She wanted to find out more about why that was, so she would have to work to gain his trust. Cutting the connection and forcing him back into the cage would be going against that. Not to mention now that she knew that the Biju were living beings instead of giant masses of chakra who merely caused destruction, Natsuki hated the fact that they were forcibly imprisoned to create Jinchuriki for each of the villages. Kurama was merely the victim of an unfortunate fate. He never meant to attack Konoha on the day of their birth. He was being controlled by a dead man for over a century. Perhaps the other Biju had suffered a similar fate. Though Naruto did say that she could relay what happened to Narumi, due to the fact that she was just as involved as they were, but she just didn't know when she would get the opportunity to do so without their parents overhearing. Nor did she know if her sister would keep the information from their parents. She remembered just what would happen if they were to find out. She really didn't want her brother to see her as an enemy. Perhaps that would be enough to make Narumi understand how serious this was as well. Nope. He's not coming near my seal either. Natsuki exclaimed as she crossed her forearms into a X shape and held them out just in front of her chest. Narumi raised an eyebrow at her twin sister's attitude. She noticed that she had refused to let anyone near her seal a few times this week already. Normally they just complied when their parents or Jiraiya wanted to inspect if the seal was still holding properly. Perhaps it had to do with what had happened with Nawaki's seal. Whatever it was, she would make sure to ask her sister at a later time, but for now she would remain quiet. Natsuki, I don't understand why you're acting like this. You've never had a problem before when we wanted to study the seal. Minato said, quite confused at his daughter's actions. They really needed to get a look at her seal to make sure that it was still holding properly. They couldn't let whatever had happened to Nawaki happen to her as well. Now that he thought about it, the exact cause of why and how the Kyuubi's chakra had broken through his seal were still a mystery. That was before everything that happened with Nawaki's seal. You think I'm gonna let any of you near my seal after the fine mess you've caused? Natsuki yelled back at Minato. She needed to play the part of the scared little girl for now, though a lot of what she was saying was actually true. Now a majority of the room was confused. What did they have to do with what happened to Nawaki? None of them had tampered with the seal or even looked at it since after the second stage of the Chunin exams. Perhaps Orochimaru did something to the seal as well when their team encountered him in the Forest of Death. What are you talking about, Natsuki-chan? None of us did anything to alter the seal, so there's no way that any of us could have been responsible for what happened to Nawaki. Kushina tried to calm her daughter down, but it seemed to have the opposite effect as she was now even more worked up than before. You mean the three of you really have no idea why the Kyuubi was able to escape Nawaki's seal? Natsuki asked them rhetorically. She almost called the Kyuubi Kurama right in front of them. If she had done so, there would be far more explaining to do than why he was able to escape from the seal he was confined to. She received 3 nods of the head in the negative, while Narumi and Kakashi now only stared on curiously. Sandaime-sama may have been the one who sealed the Kyuubi inside of us, but he did so according to the seal formulas that you had prepared in advance and already placed on the 3 of us, so he can't be blamed for the current situation. Natsuki felt as if she was lecturing children with how clueless her parents and Jiraiya looked at the moment. What do you think happens when you separate yin and yang, oh great Fuinjutsu masters? The eyes of the 3 Fuinjutsu experts in the room widened to epic proportions. How could they not have realized such a basic principle for so long? I see you finally understand what happened to Nawaki's and my seal. Yin and yang are not meant to be separated, they need to be together to keep the balance. It's the most basic principle of this world, not limited to only Fuinjutsu. When the 2 are separated for long enough, they will eventually try to find their way back to each other. It just so happened that they found their home inside of me. Needless to say that everyone still present in the room was stunned into silence, though the 3 men in the room had to suppress a shiver from running down their spine at the appearance of the famous Uzumaki temper. Having said everything that she wanted to, Natsuki breathed a sigh of relief and hopped off the couch to walk out the door. Narumi followed not long after her sister, not wanting to be left in the room when her parents were going to be in that kind of state. Minato and Kushina had fallen to their knees and were now holding on to each other tightly while sobbing hysterically. They had ruined not just Naruto's life during his childhood, but also Nawaki's and possibly Natsuki's due to their lack of foresight. Why hadn't they thought of the consequences of separating the 2 halves of the Kyuubi? It was one of the basic principles of Fuinjutsu, which they claimed to be masters at. How could they have screwed up so badly? With how their children had turned out and all the mistakes they had made, were they even meant to be parents? Akatsuki Hideout, unknown location. A large amount of spectral figures, numbering into the double digits, flickered to life around a large, round table, centered in the middle of an underground cavern. It could not be determined where exactly they were, though if one looked around, they would see a large, demonic entity with a decayed appearance and a number of spike-like protrusions on its back. This was the demonic statue of the Outer Path, an entity only capable of being summoned by one possessing the Rinnegan. The statue was the only thing in the cavern besides the table and chairs. Had anyone else been in the cavern, they would have been trembling at the mere presence of these shinobi's astral projections. Any shinobi worth their hitayate would recognize almost every single one of the figures in the room, as they were some of the most dangerous criminals and nuke-nin in all of the elemental nations. The first, and the obvious leader of this organization was known only as Pain. Pain was a slim man of average height that looked to be in his mid-20s to early 30s with medium-length spiky orange hair. He bore 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through each side of his upper nose, and 1 spiked stud on each end of the bottom lip. Most notable about his appearance was the pair of Rinnegan eyes. As per the attire of the organization, he wore a high-collared black cloak with red clouds on it. It seemed that he was a nuke-nin from Amigakure due to the aim hitayate around his forehead with a vertical slash mark running through it. Although her hitayate could not be seen, Konan was also a kunoichi who was formerly a part of Amigakure. Konan was a relatively tall woman with short, straight blue hair, amber-colored eyes with lavender eyeshadow and elaborate piercing. A large, light blue paper flower could be seen in her hair, which had been made using her affinity for origami-based ninjutsu. She wore the usual Akatsuki cloak, though instead of the usual shinobi sandals and white leg warmers, she wore a pair of blue pants that also functioned as her shoes, with white high heels, inverting the organization's standard color scheme. The next person was rather odd-looking. Zetsu appeared to have 2 Venus flytrap-like extensions that emerged from their sides, enveloping their head and upper body as a shell, which they were able to open and close at will. Half of Zetsu's body was white and possessed humanoid features. This was known as White Zetsu. The other half of their body was completely black and possessed no qualities whatsoever, other than a round, yellow eye. He could be described only as a shadow. This was known as Black Zetsu. They were part of the same being, yet had 2 completely different personalities. It is unknown whether Zetsu had previous affiliations with any of the hidden villages, but he was classified as an S-rank criminal nonetheless. The next shinobi was easily discernible as his Sharingan eyes were blazing. Uchiha Itachi had not changed much since his time in Konoha. In fact, it looked as if he hadn't aged a single day. As stated before, his eyes adorned a 3-tomoed Sharingan design, under which were long, pronounced tear troughs. His jet-black hair was tied into a low ponytail and his face was framed with center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. On his forehead was his Konoha hitayate with a long, vertical slash mark running through it, symbolizing that he had broken his ties with the village. Deidara was one of the newer members of the Akatsuki, with only Haiden having been recruited after him. Deidara had slanted blue eyes and very long blonde hair which he wore drawn into a ponytail with the rest hanging down freely. His most distinctive feature were the mouths in each of the palms of his hands which were used for kneading chakra into his explosive clay and molding it into various shapes and creatures. Kakazu was a tan-skinned and tall man, easily standing amongst the tallest members of the Akatsuki. Noticeably, despite his advanced age, he still appears as a man well within his prime, retaining a very muscular build. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. Underneath the usual cloak, his entire body was covered with various stitches and predominantly appeared to be sewn together. This was a result of the Jiangu Kenjutsu that he stole from Takigakure just before he defected from the village years if not decades ago. Sasori was an infamous nuke-nin from Sunagakure, however his appearance was unknown to everyone, even most of the Akatsuki members. Currently, he was hiding within his favorite human puppet, Hirako. Within the puppet's confines, Sasori didn't look a day older since he defected from Suna. This was primarily because he had turned his entire body into a living puppet, with the only human part of him left being his heart. Haiden has medium-length silver hair that was slicked back and distinctive purple eyes. He wore his Akatsuki cloak open with no shirt, only pants under it, thus revealing his slashed Yugakure Hitayate around his neck and an amulet representing the religion of the Jashinist cult. On his back was a triple-bladed scythe which was his primary weapon and used in conjunction with a majority of his specialized jutsu. The next shinobi was Hirako, not to be confused with the shinobi who now functions as Sasori's human puppet. Hirako has long white hair that was hidden within his cloak and a pair of pale red eyes. Despite once being close friends with the Sannin and being the same age as them, Hirako has a much more youthful appearance due to the heavy modifications that he had made on himself. Most of his body was covered in bandages, including his mouth and arms, revealing only the upper half of his face and hair. His body is covered in stitches and scars, much like Kakazu, due to assimilating the bodies of other shinobi with his own. Hirako is a nuke-nin from Konoha, who was forced to flee during the Third Shinobi World War after his research and findings were discovered by the Sandaime Hokage and the Sannin were sent to assassinate him. Uzumaki Menma, the only other surviving member of the ill-fated Uzumaki clan, and the presumably deceased twin brother of Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina. His red hair, the trademark sign of the Uzumaki clan, was worn in a longer, shaggier-looking style, not too different from the Yondaime Hokage. He was a very tall man, with a muscular build. Most notable about his appearance was that he has a large X-shaped scar centered on the left side of his forehead that stretches over both his eyes, with only the whites of his eyes showing. He is presumed to be blind. He has white bandages wrapped around each of his forearms, with handguards on both hands. In his hand was a shikamazu, that doubles as a cane when not in battle due to his blindness. This is presumably one of his clan's famed Fuinjutsu swords. Unlike most of the other Akatsuki members who wore a cloak, Sir Crocodile donned a black shirt, a green scarf, dark gray slacks, and a black overcoat with a fur trim and red clouds on it. Crocodile is a tall man with a wide chest, broad shoulders, muscular arms and legs, and a thick neck. His pale skin and nape length, black hair, which is neatly kept slicked back, make people question if he is really a nuke-nin from Sunagakure, although after hearing his reputation, those doubts were subsided. Most notable about his appearance was the long stitched scar above his nose that stretches vertically across his face, as well as a missing left hand that has been replaced by a large hook made of a tough gold alloy. In his mouth was the usual cigar. Similarly to Sir Crocodile, Enel did not wear the usual Akatsuki garb. Enel is a tall, muscular man who has white blonde hair that was covered by a simple white bandana. His nose had many lines running horizontally across it, along with strange, long earlobes that stretch all the way to his chest. He also has 4 large tomo drums attached to his back via a large metal ring. He wore loose black pants with red clouds running across them. Around his waist is a blue, flowing sash, holding up a light blue veil. He seemed to have an affinity for gold as he wore gold bracelets on both his arms and his legs and the gold staff in his right hand. Around his neck was a Kumogakure Hitayate with a vertical slash mark running through it. Dracul Mihawk is a lean man with black hair, a short beard, mustache and sideburns that point upwards. His eyes were a strange yellow color with a ring circling around the pupil, resembling a hawk's eyes. His attire consists of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no undershirt, and with red cloud designs. Around his neck was a crucifix pendant concealing a small dagger. He wears white pants held up by a decorated belt and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. On his back was the famed sword Yoru. To this day, Mihawk holds the title of the world's strongest swordsman. He has no prior affiliations with any of the villages, as he is a wandering swordsman. Gecko Moria is an abnormally large person with distinct devil-like features. Standing at 22 feet 7 inches in height, Moria is the tallest amongst the Akatsuki members. It was impossible for one of the usual Akatsuki cloaks to fit his body size and shape, so he wore a fur-laced black cape with a red cloud design. It is unknown whether or not Moria has any connections to the hidden villages, although due to his size, if he was formerly, he would be hard to miss. Though if he was formerly a shinobi of one of the villages, he was most likely banished due to how immoral his abilities were. Bartholomew Kuma is an enormous man, standing at a height of 22 feet 6 inches, he is easily the tallest member of the Akatsuki if Moria was excluded. His overall appearance resembles that of a bear, though there are a few key differences. His jacket was a jet black color and covered in the trademark Akatsuki clouds. On his hands were a pair of gloves that covered the paw pads on his hands, and thus preventing him from accidentally activating the kinjutsu that he possesses. Kuma is a former shinobi from Iwagakure who became known throughout the world for fighting on par with the Sandaime Tsuchikage for 4 days and 3 nights before he defeated the Kage due to his old age during his defection. He was one of the key players in the Akatsuki's plans due to his abilities. The only other female amongst the Akatsuki members was Boa Hancock. Hancock is considered by many to be the most beautiful woman in the world. She is a very tall, slender woman in her mid-20s with long, silky black hair that reach down past her waist with locks of hair that frame her face down to her chin, large breasts, a high forehead, dark blue eyes that have long, voluminous lashes, and a narrow waist. She wore a black, tight, form-fitting dress embroidered with the Akatsuki's usual red clouds. The dress itself was a Chinese-style design with slits on the sides to reveal her legs, it exposed a fair amount of cleavage and rose up into a high collar. She usually chose a rather revealing attire as to increase the effects of her Mero Mero Kinjutsu. This particular Kinjutsu was developed by the Kuja tribe before they were eradicated during the Third Shinobi World War, to which she is that sole survivor. The final Akatsuki member was the only medical nin in the world who could put Senju Tsunade to shame, Trafalgar Deep Water Law. Law is a slim young man in his mid-20s of a relatively tall height. His gray eyes were covered by faint shadows from his trademark white, northern-style fur hat, which also obscured his spiky black hair, save for his sideburns and small black goatee. He adorned the usual Akatsuki cloak, and held a large nodachi with his right hand, resting it on his shoulder, thus revealing the tattoos on his hands and arms. Law holds a deep hatred for the great shinobi nations, as he is the sole survivor of the tragedy of Flevance, also known as the White City, a nation that discovered how to make firearms and powerful weapons using the amber lead that was mined there. However, the amber lead caused poisoning and eventually everyone in the nation was diagnosed with the disease. Fearing both the potential of their weapons and that the deadly disease was contagious, IWA, Kumo, AIM and Suna formed a temporary alliance to eradicate every single person living there. This resulted in the death of his parents and his younger sister. This information is also what led him to be recruited by the Akatsuki several years ago. Zetsu, what news do you have on the Jinchuriki that participated in the Chunin exams? Pain ordered more than asked the plant-like being. The current level of strength would be essential knowledge for the group as it would benefit them in capturing all of the Jinchuriki. Ah yes, the Jinchurikis within Konoha during that time put on quite a show. There have also been some very interesting developments regarding the Kyubi Jinchurikis. White Zetsu was the one who answered in his usual playful tone. Him and his black counterpart had watched the entire Chunin exam finals, hidden from view of everyone, Kages included. Black Zetsu had been seething in anger and rage ever since he saw the only non-Jinchuriki child of the Hokage compete. It wasn't like him to be angry, he was usually serious, critical, and even harsh to everyone, but he had never been angry before. What kind of developments exactly? The figurehead leader of the Akatsuki asked once more. He was getting irritated that things weren't going according to plan. They had enough strength and numbers to start hunting the Jinchuriki as of now. Of course the Biju had to be captured and sealed in order from least amount of tails to the greatest so that the Geto Mazo could slowly adjust to its power returning. If they were to seal a Biju with a larger amount of tail before the ones with a lower amount were sealed, the sealing process would take much longer and be much harder on the physical body and the chakra of those sealing it because the statue would have too much power already. That was the reason that they would be going in order of the number of tails. As we expected, the Sanbai Jinchuriki, Yagura, has perfect control of the Biju sealed within him and is incredibly strong. He will be quite difficult to subdue and capture, but that wasn't very surprising. What was interesting is that there are no longer 3 Kyubi Jinchurikis, only 2. The Kyuubi's chakra inside of the Yondaime Hokage's second son ripped itself out of the boy and fused with the other half of itself inside of his daughter, leaving the boy without a trace of its chakra. This means that the Kyuubi is whole once again and is sure to be far stronger than we had anticipated. White Zetsu informed the group excitedly. There was a reason that he was occasionally referred to as Chatterbox. There was a collective silence among the group of S-rank shinobi as it was unheard of for a bijou to actually forcibly remove itself from its host. There have been cases where a third party has somehow gained control of the beast and ripped it out of the seal holding it, but never before has it done so on its own. For those who were hunting the bijou, this was a very interesting development. At least to some it was. You call that an important development? All that means is that we have one less Jinchuriki to capture. Menma's dislike for Kushina and anyone related to her began to show as he voiced his opinion. No, that was just the tip of the iceberg. What really matters is what happened during the Suna/Oto invasion of Konoha. This statement caught the attention of most of the other shinobi in the room. It had been a week since the invasion occurred, but Konoha was keeping the betrayal of Suna quiet for now until they rebuilt their village and bolstered their strength. Seeing the questioning looks he was receiving, White Zetsu chose to elaborate. Yes, the Yondaime Kazekage chose to side with Orochimaru and Otogekyure and they invaded Konoha with their combined forces during the final stage of the Chunin exams. Though they were forced to retreat and lost nearly 3/4 of their forces in the process. What matters to us though is that Portgas D. Naruto, the eldest son of the Yondaime Hokage, managed to kill the Suna Jinchuriki during the midst of the invasion. Zetsu spoke, earning a surprised look from Law. He was the only one among them to possess the initial D. As to what that initial meant, only the few of them knew the vague details concerning that name, but the one thing that was certain, no matter how confusing it was that the clan of D were the natural enemies of God. A thick silence filled the cavern once more as everyone processed White Zetsu's words. The death of the Ichibi would be a major setback in their plans as it was the first bijou that they needed to seal. This meant that they would have to wait until the Ichibi was reformed somewhere, or that they would need to start hunting the other bijou first and seal the Ichibi last. They would most likely be doing the former since it should only take a few years at most for it to reform. That is quite troublesome indeed. With the death of the Ichibi Jinchuriki, our plans will have to be pushed back. The last time a Jinchuriki was killed, it took the bijou 3 years to reform. I assume it will take the same length this time. Pain announced to the rest of the organization with an irritated look on his face. And what exactly are we supposed to do until that time comes? Surely the Jinchuriki will have grown in strength by then, especially the younger ones. Crocodile questioned as he blew out a puff of smoke from his cigar. We need to know how strong each of the Jinchuriki currently are so that we are adequately prepared. We had already prepared to do this anyway, so that plan hasn't changed. Each of the teams is to report back here when they are done, and be sure not to kill any of the Jinchuriki. We can't afford to have the plan delayed further than it already has. The rest of you are on standby for now. Continue to gather funds and strength for the duration of our operation. Most of the members of the room gave a simultaneous response of, "Hi, Leader Sama," while the more silent and reserved characters merely nodded their head. Seeing that everyone understood the current plan of action, Pain continued, "Good, do all of you understand your current objectives?" His question was more rhetorical than anything and not exactly meant to be answered, but strangely, someone spoke up. "Actually, Leader Sama, I'd like to be the one to test the Kyuubi Jinchuriki this time around." The deep voice of Black Zetsu spoke up. Though his voice was far darker and filled with much more rage than usual. He suppressed it quite well, but every shinobi in the room was S-ranked, in other words the highest ranking in the elemental nations. Nothing got by them. Pain raised an eyebrow at Black Zetsu's request. It was unlike him to object to something that he said. The being was extremely loyal to whomever he served. Why is that, Zetsu? Itachi and Hirako are the ones who are currently assigned to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Why should they not be the ones to test its strength? This would probably be the most important task since the Kyuubi is the strongest of the bijou and we need to see the Jinchuriki's capabilities after having the Kyuubi whole once again. Itachi's and Hirako's projections turned towards Zetsu and Pain. Their attention had been successfully caught at the mention of their target. It was unusual for Zetsu to request such a frontline mission. He usually operated as a spy and gathered information on the Jinchuriki. This was how the Akatsuki had gotten the locations of where each bijou resided. He must have had some ulterior motive behind his actions. Though, neither of them seemed fazed or spoke out against the fact that someone was trying to steal their target and mission. Itachi and Hirako are both infamous Nukenin formerly of Konoha. They're bound to attract far more attention than the mission would allow. And with shinobi such as Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, and shinobi on par with them currently residing within Konoha, the chance of capture is far greater than we would prefer. Someone like me on the other hand would be able to easily escape if I were to find myself driven into a corner, and I have some personal business with someone close to the Jinchuriki. It would be beneficial to our plans if he is dealt with sooner rather than later. Zetsu reasoned with Pain. White Zetsu had a confused look on his face. He hadn't known that they had anything to settle with any of the Konoha shinobi. In fact, the last Konoha shinobi that they had dealt with, other than the ones in the Akatsuki, was Obito when Madara was trying to manipulate him into creating the Akatsuki and become the leader behind the scenes. Pain was silent for a moment as he thought about Zetsu's words. Konoha did indeed have the highest number of S-rank shinobi residing in it, though Jiraiya was frequently outside the village walls. Obito and Kushina were usually on missions. Tsunade had her hands full as a medical nin at the village hospital, and Minato was now crippled. It was certainly more of a risk than he was willing to take, sending 2 of his shinobi within those walls. Then again, Zetsu was extremely trustworthy, having never failing a mission and being one of the Akatsuki's very first members. Perhaps he did have a point. Itachi, Hirako. What do you think of Zetsu's request? Pain turned to the team that assigned to capturing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Let him have the mission if he's so insistent on it. It will give me more time to track down the shinobi who I plan to fuse with. Hirako possessed a kenjutsu known as Chimera, which allowed him to absorb the bodies of at most 4 people, gaining their Kekkei Genkai and attributes they possessed when alive. Currently, he had already absorbed 3 people and he had already found the 4th, but he had yet to put his plan into action. It does not matter to me. Itachi responded in his usual calm, stoic voice. However, inwardly he was quite worried. It was Itachi's duty to protect Konoha as much as he could from inside the Akatsuki and relay that information back to Jiraiya or the Hokage. If he wasn't the one responsible for capturing the Kyuubi, then far more casualties were likely to occur. The Akatsuki was far more dangerous than they had believed it to be. Originally Jiraiya and the Yondaime Hokage had believed there to only be 9 members, but now their numbers had grown to almost 20. If Zetsu was going to get involved, the death of Konoha nin was unavoidable, but Itachi couldn't voice his disapproval and needed to maintain his cover. Very well then, you may be the one to approach the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. However, you are one of the Akatsuki members who frequently works on their own. You will need a partner for this. Zetsu may not have been a usual frontline fighter for the Akatsuki, but he was still one of the strongest among them. Even so, the mission would have a higher chance of success if he brought a partner along with him. That is why it was encouraged for Akatsuki members to work in pairs, though a handful of them still preferred to work solo. Enel. Zetsu's deep voice rang out, gaining the attention of said man. You'll be coming with me. God does not take orders, God is the one who gives them. Enel spoke out arrogantly. Soon after though, he began to scratch his chin and a thoughtful look made its way onto his face. Though I will be joining you anyway. It has been far too long since I've had any fun. Perhaps the Kyuubi Jinchuriki will provide me with some entertainment. An irritated expression made its way onto Pain's normally stoic face. He was the only god here. Enel may have been strong and been granted with divine power, but he was no god. Only the bearer of the Rinnegan had the right to call themselves as such, as they were the ones who were freely able to bend the boundaries of life and death. Then, if you all know your current assignments, you're dismissed. The other 16 members uttered a "High Leader Sama" in unison before flickering out of existence, until only Pain's spectral figure was left alone in the room. A sound of footsteps approaching is what caught his attention, as the real leader of the Akatsuki was about to make his appearance known. Out from the shadows stepped an unusually tall man, standing at a height of 10 foot, blonde-haired, very lean and muscular man with tanned skin in his late 30s. Draped over his shoulders was a hot pink feather coat. His pants were black and designed with the usual Akatsuki red clouds. Strangely, he wore a pair of dress shoes instead of shinobi sandals. Under his coat was a plain white open shirt that revealed his chest and abs. On his face were a pair of curved, thin white sunglasses with red lenses. From the slashed Suna Hitayate functioning as his belt buckle, it was easy to mark him as a Nuke Nin from Sunagakure. This was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Zetsu seemed quite adamant about handling the Kyuubi Jinchuriki himself, don't you think? Though whoever he wants to deal with personally must have really pissed him off. Doflamingo spoke, making his presence in the room fully known. However, Pain didn't seem fazed in the least by the man's sudden appearance, which meant that he knew that the man was here all along and was already accustomed to dealing with him. He will complete his mission just as all the members will. Pain spoke with the utmost seriousness. However, Doflamingo never lost the maniacal grin that seemed to always be present on his face. You're far too serious all of the time, Nagato. Loosening up every now and then will do you some good. If you're this wrapped up in the plans of the organization, the plan is bound to end in failure. Take a step back from our goals and just enjoy what's around you for the moment. Doflamingo declared as he spread his arms out wide and took a dramatic pose. That is for me to decide. The man's attitude didn't seem to affect the figurehead leader for the Akatsuki one bit. Taking on a more serious expression, Doflamingo looked down at Pain's spectral figure. Don't take these next 3 years too lightly though. Once the Jinchuriki are aware of our presence, they will no doubt increase their strength dramatically, though such a thing wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Most Jinchuriki rely on brute force alone, and once they lose control of themselves, that's all they're able to utilize. We will have to wait until the other members report back with their assessments and we will prepare accordingly. After which we will just have to wait until the Ichibi reforms. Then our plan will be set in motion. With those final words said, Pain's figure flickered out of existence, leaving Doflamingo alone in the cavern. A kimchi barbecue restaurant, Konoha. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto had been slowly making his way towards the restaurant where they had planned to meet up today after the ceremony. Naruto still found it hard to believe that after everything that has happened between them, that Minato had tried to force him to play a part in his prophecy. That was the reason that he was slowly walking to his destination instead of just sunshining there. He needed some time to cool off before meeting up with his teammates. Although he had rather good control over his emotions for someone his age, what just happened had gotten him pretty worked up. Though he was pleasantly surprised that Natsuki hadn't told their parents about what had happened with Kurama. If she had, it would have been the first thing that he was accused of rather than about his abilities or their prophecy. He was also surprised that neither of his sisters nor his mother tried to push him to sign the Toad contract that their family was so fond of. It appeared that the three of them had finally gotten the message that he would never be a part of their family again, so they were taking a back seat for now and just letting things play out. Though he could see it in their eyes that they really wanted to celebrate his celebration to Chunin with him. He had to admit that knowing that he would no longer be bombarded from all sides with pleas for him to come back to their family and live in their estate with them took a lot of weight off of his shoulders. He wasn't really a cold person by nature and he disliked having to brush them aside every time they tried to cling to him, but far too much had happened at this point for anything else to be a viable option. He shook his head to bring him back to reality as he walked into the barbecue restaurant that he had become so familiar with. Their team often celebrated the complete of a successful mission here or came here for special occasions such as today. The comparison could be made that barbecue was to them what ramen was to Team 7. They had actually run into Team 10 here on more than a few occasions as it was Choji's family that owned the restaurant. Naruto and I. Naruto looked up to see Satsuki waving excitedly at him from their usual booth in the corner. Yo! Naruto gave a small wave to them as he made his way to the booth and took a seat on the side that Satsuki was on, with Hana sitting directly across from him. Just as he arrived, the waiter came over. It appeared he had kept them waiting for quite a while, seeing as how it was already lunchtime. It'd be best to order their food now. Having been here so many times after becoming genin, they didn't even have to look at the menu to decide what they wanted. The three Chunin placed their usual order and a little extra for the celebration. It had been over an hour since he had parted with them in the Hokage's office. What had happened there took far longer than he anticipated, but true to their word, Satsuki and Hana had been patiently waiting for them. They might have been too excited to eat at the time though, but now that the idea of them being Chunin had settled into their minds, their hunger was beginning to take over as he could hear their stomachs growling. "How was your talk with Hokage-sama?" Hana quickly asked, trying to get the attention off of hers and Satsuki's grumbling stomachs. Satsuki quickly scarfed down a few pieces of bread that had been given to the table to satisfy her stomach for now, though her face was red from embarrassment from having Naruto hear such an unladylike noise coming from her. But after hearing Hana voice her curiosity, she shifted her attention towards Naruto. "Nothing different from usual, though because of my abilities he believes that I'm some kind of child of prophecy that Jiraiya told him about before any of us entered the academy. You two are lucky that you don't have to deal with these kind of things." Naruto spoke as he put his elbow on the table and leaned his cheek onto the palm of his hand. What did they want exactly?" Satsuki asked curiously. Though she was a bit upset that every time her Naruto and I did something in front of the Hokage, something like this had to happen. First they tried interrogating me about how I can do what I can, then after giving that up they tried to force me to sign their Toad contract and push me towards creating world peace. I walked out of the room after refusing and some arguing. Naruto sighed as he explained the summarized what had happened to the girls. The two females at the table nodded in understanding. Though, it is quite rare to find a shinobi with a summoning contract. Less than 1% of the shinobi within the elemental nations are holders of summoning contracts. Konoha is actually hold the most of the known ones, with the toad and slug contracts being the most prominent. I wish I had one. Oh yeah, Naruto and how do you come across yours? Satsuki asked with stars in her eyes. The girl had always been interested in summoning contracts, seeing Itachi's and Shirsue's crows when she was younger. Naruto lifted his head off of his hand and looked at his little sister sitting next to him. He chuckled lightly after seeing the stars shining in her eyes. She was so adorable when she was like this, like a child in a toy store. There are only a few ways to get your hands on a summoning contract. The first is a third party or outside factor. This means that it is either given to you by someone else or you find the actual contract by chance. Pretty much any outside factor can be thrown into this category. The second way is to encounter the actual animal belonging to the contract by chance, where they can let you sign their contract if they so choose. That one is pretty self-explanatory. The third one is how I came into possession of my contract, though I wouldn't advise you to do so. By preforming the hand seals for the summoning jutsu when not in possession of a contract, you can reverse summon yourself to the summoning realm you are naturally aligned with. Though, being naturally aligned with one is rare and very few people in the world will be able to do this successfully. Had I not been immune to flames, I would have been burned to death upon being summoned to MT Silver. Naruto noticed the downcast expression that had made its way onto Satsuki's face, forcing his older brother instincts to kick in. Though if you're still interested in getting one for yourself, when I was still training under Shisui, he told me that he found his crow summoning contract in the depths of the Uchiha clan library. Maybe if you looked there as well you'd be able to find one for yourself. These words earned a wide smile and a hopeful look from Satsuki. Naruto moved his hand just above her head. Satsuki looked up into his eyes after feeling the gentle pat on her head and the wonderful feeling of her silky, black hair being stroked. The atmosphere around the table had gotten sickly sweet as the two Chunin looked into each other's eyes with love and adoration. Naruto gently stroking Satsuki's hair and Satsuki leaning into his touch with a look of absolute delight on her face only served to heighten those feelings. Fortunately or unfortunately, it was difficult to tell in this case. A voice spoke up from the other side of the table, effectively dispelling the romantic atmosphere that surrounded the table. You two, people are starting to stare? Hana awkwardly commented with a sweat drop. Normally one would have been a bit embarrassed after seeing such a sweet scene, but these kind of things happen more than one would think. Naruto and Satsuki had been so wrapped up with each other that they had forgotten that Hana was at the table with them. Naruto looked around the room and, true to her words, there were quite a few people who had turned their attention to the table, though they hadn't really done anything to garnish the attention of so many people. It was probably because of their recent performance in the Chunin exams that they had drawn this much attention. Though neither of them seemed fazed in the least, in fact Satsuki even subtly flashed Hana a victory sign and gave her a wink. Their attention was brought off the current situation and back to their stomachs as their waiter brought the many dishes of food onto the table, along with a large bottle of sake. Among the dishes they ordered were a large platter of assorted meats that they would cook themselves with the grill on the table, a platter of rice balls, a large platter of fried rice, fried tofu, deep-fried beans tossed with garlic, and several orders of gyoza. This may seem like a lot of food, even for people like Choji, but every single time they came here, not a single piece of food was left. Unlike Kunoichi, like Sakura and Ino, Satsuki and Hana understood the importance of nutrition and a balanced diet, so neither of them had even thought about dieting. Though most of the food was usually eaten by Naruto. His appetite knew no bounds. Naruto threw the pieces of meat on the grill to start their cooking, after which he took the 3 sake cups and filled them up with sake. After filling up the 3 cups with the clear liquid, he placed a cup in front of sake in front of Satsuki and one in front of Hana. Sake? Hana asked with a tilt of her head. Sure, they were considered adults once becoming genin, even more so now that they were chunin, but she had never drank any of the stuff before. When you exchange sake cups, you become family, as well as to celebrate our promotion. Naruto said as he lifted his sake cup in front of him. Family? Really? Hana asked as she stared down at her own cup. They had always considered themselves to be family, but there was never anything to secure that bond. Perhaps this was it. We're Chunin now, that means our paths will take us our own way. We may not even be on the same team together for much longer, but our bonds will keep us together as family. No matter where we are or what we do, our bond will never be broken. Both Hana and Satsuki found themselves surprised at how passionate his words were. They each picked up their own sake cup and brought them towards the middle of the table, creating a ringing sound as the cups resounded off of each other. Starting with this, from this day onwards, we're officially family. As Naruto said those words, each of them downed their cup of sake in one gulp. The two younger girls choked on the burning sensation running down their throat, but swallowed it nonetheless. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the reactions of his newly named sisters before pouring them another cup. Don't worry, after a few cups, you get used to it. Now let's eat before the meat burns and the food gets cold, Naruto said as he took the meat off the grill and began distributing it amongst the three of them. Soon enough the group of three were digging into their food like there was no tomorrow. This wasn't as uncommon as one may believe. Every time they came to the Akimichi's barbecue restaurant, a quick lunch turned into an enormous feast. Hana and Satsuki were eating in the most unladylike manner humanly possible, and Naruto had almost choked on his food 3 times already because he was shoveling it down so fast, but none of them cared about quirks like that. Today may be the last day that they will ever be together as a team, and they were going to make the most of it. Halfway through their meal, the three of them began to slow their pace down. This is the point where they usually began to take their time and simply savor their food. This was also the time for conversation now that their unruly hunger had begun to express its satisfaction. So what are the two of you going to do now that we're Chunin? Satsuki asked as she wiped her mouth with a napkin. This caught the attention of the other two at the table, who paused while still chewing their food to think about her question. Hana quickly swallowed her remaining food before turning towards her new sister. Well, you've known what I've always wanted to do. During Genin introductions I think I told the both of you and Obito-sensei that I wanted to become a veterinarian. Now that I'm a Chunin, I'm able to apply for medical ninjutsu training at the hospital. That way I'll be able to work on animals as well as people. The only medical ninjutsu I currently know was taught to me by my Kaa-san, but she doesn't know much more than I do now. After I start at the hospital, I'd eventually want to become one of the veterinarians for the animal hospital in the Inuzuka compound. Hana had a smile on her face the entire time at the prospect of being able to achieve her dreams so early on in her shinobi career. I guess I'd serve as a team leader for now. Naruto spoke as he threw another dumpling into his mouth. He had absolutely no table manners whatsoever. Because we lost so many shinobi during the invasion, I have no doubt they'll be sending us out on missions as soon as possible. We may even be in charge of shinobi that were in our graduating class, seeing as how we outrank them now. Why's that? If we just lost so much of our forces, wouldn't it be best to concentrate the shinobi that we do have left on protecting the village? Hana asked curiously. She didn't exactly know if she had what it took to lead a team. Naruto was a natural leader. When Obito wasn't around on missions or was occupied with a more important matter, Naruto was the designated stand-in leader, which he always excelled at. And Satsuki never had any doubts about herself or her decisions. They were completely different from herself. Naruto shook his head in response. We can't do that. If we were to start turning down missions, it'd be like telling the other nations that our village is getting weak. Kumo and IWA would no doubt take that opportunity to attack because of their dislike for the village and the Hokage. That's why even the academy has been temporarily closed and the Chunin instructors have been sent on field missions once more. I may not like it, but that's just how it is. The two girls had a thoughtful look on their face as if wondering that kind of missions they'd possibly be assigned to lead. They were probably worried about how well they'd do or if it'd be successful. Nobody wants to fail the first mission that they were assigned to lead. Naruto didn't have those concerns, however. He's been assigned to lead submissions by Obito many times during the course of their time as a team, and while he thought he wasn't cut out for it at first, Naruto had grown accustomed to taking charge in most situations. Though, he could understand if his two teammates didn't feel the same way. I see, that sucks for whoever gets stuck leading a team. Satsuki spoke lazily, still partially in thought, as she bit down on another piece of the fried tofu. Naruto gave the girl a deadpan look as she continued to chew. Hey, I'm talking about you too. You know, most of the jonin of the village will be sent off on higher-ranking missions, because those are more prominent. That leaves us to lead their genin teams for the time being. Obito-sensei will probably be forced to take on more S-rank missions as well. Tomorrow is bound to be a pain. The girl moaned in defeat. Why don't we finish up our food and get out of here? We've still got a whole day before all of that begins. Why not make the most of it? Naruto spoke as he started back up on his food once more. The other girls smiled at his words and followed suit. They still had an entire day before they had to worry about leading missions and the like, so why worry about it now when there's nothing they could do about it? They would make sure to take him up on his offer. Those sweet smiles turned mischievous and wicked. He was the one paying for everything today after all. Uchiha household, night. After several hours of being dragged around the entirety of Konoha's shopping district and being brought along on the most grueling shopping spree that may have ever taken place within the walls of Konohagakure, an exhausted, beaten, and half-dead Naruto, laid sprawled out on the living room couch next to Mikoto as Satsuki was using the hallway as a runway for the fashion show that was currently taking place. He now understood why Shikamaru always referred to women as troublesome. It would take over an entire month's pay to replace all the money he had spent during the girls' celebration. If he never saw another pair of shoes again, it would be too soon. Naruto looked up to see Satsuki spinning around in one of her new outfits as Mikoto squealed in delight at how cute her daughter looked. Mikoto had a much more girly side to her than he had ever imagined. "That looks absolutely adorable of you, Satsuki-chan." Mikoto praised cheerfully, but with a weak tone that only Naruto was able to notice. It made him worry. He had noticed over the last few months that Mikoto's body was slowly weakening. It was slow going, but the rate at which her body was weakening had picked up substantially over the course of the past few weeks. She was forcibly suppressing the symptoms, but it was still noticeable for those who had a background in medicine or that had special eyes. Naruto belonged to both of those categories. While he was younger and still training under Shisui, the elder teen had always referred to them as the eyes of the hawk, not to mention the Sharingan that was now implanted into his right eye socket. Then there was the fact that he trained under Tsunade for around a year while he was still in the academy. That was mainly to achieve perfect control over his chakra so that he was able to access Haki, but he learned quite a lot about medicine and medical ninjutsu during his time with her. Still, the weakening of Mikoto's body was alarming. Ever since he had known the woman, she had never been sick a day in her life, and now this happens? It has been especially bad over the last week, where she had secretly been making visits to the hospital when she hadn't been injured in the least during the invasion. This meant that she knew that her body was quickly deteriorating, so why was she acting so carefree and cheerful? If her disease was this serious and hasn't been healed yet, then it means that not even Tsunade was able to cure her. Konoha had the best hospital within all the elemental nations. They had seen and cured every injury and sickness known to man. Did this mean that her condition was something that they had never seen before, or was it simply incurable? Has she been torturing herself for them all this time? She smiled whenever he smiled. She laughed whenever he laughed. She cried whenever he cried. She shared his pain, whether it was physical, mental, or emotional. She had always been there for him, but what if she were to no longer be there? No, he couldn't think like that. She had even trained together with him whenever she could. She tortured herself, with her weak little body, just to spend whatever time she had left with him and Satsuki. She did this to herself just for them. Naruto knew he didn't deserve someone as wonderful and selfless as her. And it seemed that the god watching over this plane agreed with him. Perhaps this is what they meant when they said that the clan of D was the natural enemy of God, a cursed clan where everyone close to their heart was ripped away from them, a clan where happiness was still a mystery. Truly a clan with a cursed fate. Mikoto seemed to notice that Naruto was staring at her suspiciously, so she offered him a weak smile in return. Satsuki had just left the room to change into another one of the new dresses that she had bought today, leaving Naruto and Mikoto in the living room alone together. "You've bought Satsuki-chan an adorable new wardrobe, Narukuin." She seemed happy to finally be able to spend the entire day with you with how hectic everything has been. It was true, the Chunin exam started over a month ago, then they had the entire month to train, then the finals and the invasion. There wasn't much time to spend with their little family. Though she may have been just trying to get him to join the conversation instead of how he was eyeing her body. It wasn't one of love or lust, but one of deep concern and worry, perhaps even a bit of fear. If she had left him to his thoughts, things would have taken a path that she would prefer to have left unexplored. Yeah, her and Hana went on a rampage in the shopping district. Not a single clothing or shoe store was left untouched. Naruto smiled right back at her, but his mind was still on the condition of her body. If he had a Byakugan, he wouldn't have to be guessing at what kind of state her internal and cellular condition was in. Perhaps he could ask Hinata for a favor later. A shiver went down his spine as he thought about the pale-eyed girl who he had caught staring at him with her Byakugan active more than a handful of times. She was definitely out of the question. Those two may not be like the rest of the kunoichi who are fresh out of the academy that focus on dieting and clinging onto their crush's arm, but they love shopping just the same. Mikoto sighed as she remembered the times she had taken her daughter out shopping when she was younger. Ever since she was a child, she had rather expensive tastes. Mikoto started to feel a little bad for Naruto. Though, her love for high-end civilian and clothes didn't translate over to her shinobi wear. When on missions or during training, she usually dressed like a tomboy or wore rather tight and revealing clothing. The girl just couldn't stick to one style. "Mikoto-chan, are you having problems with your health?" Mikoto noticeably froze at that question. Naruto had always been too observant for his own good. It seemed that he always found out about every secret she was trying to keep hidden. First it was the Uchiha massacre and now it was her body's condition. She could easily lie to him right now to avert this topic altogether. He wouldn't believe her and would be able to see through any lie she spat out, but he would play along and understand that she wanted to deal with this on her own, but there was no dealing with this. She could lie to Satsuki because she would undoubtedly be crushed by the truth, but she couldn't lie to Naruto. For some reason the thought of hiding something this important from him made her feel more sick than her actual sickness did, but that didn't mean she had to tell him the whole truth. You were always too smart for your own good, Naruto-kun. This isn't like the last time I tried to keep something from you though. This time, there's no simple solution, no easy way to make everything go back to how it's always been, so just this once, could you leave everything up to me? Mikoto looked over her shoulder and gave him a small smile. It was a smile that he had only seen a few times before in his life, and it was never worn by her. The first time was the day before the Uchiha massacre when Itachi had given him one final genjutsu lesson. The second was when Shisui refused to be taken to the hospital on the cliff that night, just before his death. It was a smile that Naruto despised with all his being. It was the smile of already accepting the inevitable. Naruto wouldn't let her leave him the same way Shisui and Itachi had. What exactly is going on me? Naruto stopped mid-sentence when he saw the pleading look in her eyes. It was a look that he had never seen before. The tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes only added to the pleading feel that it expressed. He sighed as he made a decision that went against his better judgment. Actually, that was an understatement. Every fiber of his being was telling him not to say what he was about to, just this once, but don't do anything stupid, okay? She didn't have a chance to respond, as Satsuki came running down the hall in the most beautiful white sundress that complemented her pale skin and dark hair perfectly. It seemed that the fashion show would be continuing after that brief intermission. Naruto sent one last worried glance over to Mikoto, who was now staring at this new outfit with stars in her eyes. It appeared that she was no longer concerned with their previous agreement and was going on as if nothing had happened. Women were so damn troublesome. Though seeing Mikoto act in her usual manner did raise his spirits a bit and lift the weight that had been placed upon his shoulders by his previous worries. As if nothing out of the ordinary had happened that day, the evening deepened into the night as usual for this little family. The will of fire still burns. Restart. Death. Death is indiscriminate. It is the one and only truth of this world. Good or bad, young or old, it doesn't matter. Death is unrelenting and equal to all. That is why it is so terrifying. However, there once was a clan that defied all those beliefs, essentially declaring war on the heavens. A clan that seemed to be able to withstand incredible punishment to their body, mind, and very soul in battle or otherwise, known only to surrender to death when they knew there truly is no way of avoiding it. Some even looked forward to it, rushing towards their demise. Not because they had given up on their time in this plane, but to find out if they were really alive in the first place. Any normal person would have been afraid of their death, but the members of this clan were often seen laughing or smiling greatly when they were about to die, as if they seemed to accept their death when they cannot escape it and display no apparent fear towards the unknown. Death was merely a sign that they had lost their battle against the heavens. This was what led the clan of D to become known as the Cursed Clan. From the time of their birth, they were the natural enemy of God and would continue to rebel against the borders of life and death for as long as they lived. As punishment for their actions and the actions of the previous Ds, those that were closest to them slowly died one by one. A cursed clan with a cursed fate. The world was merciless like that. It seemed that the current Ds are still being punished for the crimes of their ancestors. The unfortunate history of Trafalgar D, Waterloo and Portgas D, Naruto is proof of that. Though, it seemed as if the war that has gone on since the beginning of time was finally drawing to an end as there were only two final descendants of the clan of D left. Every D is related to one another, if not by blood then at least by their fates. As of now, it was more common than not for it to be the latter as all the families that passed down the initial D have died out. Even if the bloodline of D has been extinguished, their flame has yet to disappear from this world, and in that way, even from far away and long ago, their will has been continually passed down time and time again. And one day, perhaps today or even hundreds of years into the future, all of it will be engraved into the history of this world. Someday someone will appear, carrying all those centuries of history on his back, and challenge this entire world to a fight. Whatever the outcome of that fight, it will lead either the rise, or the fall of D, their final stand. It will be the product of thousands of millennia in the making. Whatever the case, once D leaves their mark on this world once again, it will never be the same. Not so different from a month ago, Konoha was bustling with activity. Every single person, whether it was man, woman, child, shinobi, or civilian, wore a broad smile on their face. Just for today, the workers had taken a break from the final stages of rebuilding the village and were enjoying the festivities like everyone else. It wouldn't be an understatement to say that not a single person currently within Konoha's walls were in the streets or shops enjoying the mood that seemed to have swept over the village. All previous problems had been forgotten, and everyone had chosen to be happy. A drastic change from feeling of the village this past week and a half. There was no festival being held, no special ceremony, no important event. The reason for the shift in mood was that earlier this morning, a new Hokage had been named. The villagers weren't celebrating because they disliked Minato or they wanted him out of office, but because they were celebrating all the years that he had led the village in prosperity and the reign of a new Hokage who would hopefully do the same for years to come. Uchiha Obito was certainly a shinobi worthy of following in Namake's Minato's footsteps. Obito was well known throughout the village even though he had been absent from it over the past few years due to his duties as the liaison with Kiri. His reputation spread far and wide, being known as untouchable due to his signature fighting style. He was currently hailed as the strongest S-rank shinobi within Konoha, as Jiraiya and Tsunade were getting old and Minato was now crippled due to the loss of his arm. He was an excellent choice for the position. He and Kakashi had been the only real candidates for the Hokage position, and with how lazy and perverted Kakashi was, Obito was the only option that both the Hokage, the advisors, and the council would accept. With the disbandment of his team due to each of their promotions to Chunin and the village's time of crisis, it was decided that Obito should take the position as soon as possible. Normally the ceremony would have waited until the village was rebuilt and until all of the shinobi in the field were back within the village's walls, but time was of the essence. Minato had lost one of his arms during the invasion and was currently unable to preform any jutsu besides his two signature ones and perhaps his Fuinjutsu, therefore his strength had dropped dramatically. If Kumo of IWA caught wind of his condition, they might have chosen it as their best chance to exact revenge for his actions during the Third Shinobi World War. If Konoha wanted to maintain its image of strength, a new, younger Hokage needed to be chosen as soon as possible. Obito was currently sitting in behind his desk in the Hokage's office. No matter how many times he had previously been in this particular room, it still felt strange to actually be sitting behind the desk and giving orders. Sure, he had always dreamed of being Hokage when he was younger, but his illusions of what that the Hokage did were shattered when Rin died and because of what he had learned during the void period when he went missing. That did not mean that he would reject the position though. If Kakashi were to be chosen, then far more injustices may be committed, such as how it was decided for the Uchiha to be dealt with years prior. Kakashi may have been his best friend, but the man believed in their sensei's naive ideals far too much. Peace, teamwork, having to endure all the suffering and pain that the world throws your way for the good of the village. Obito couldn't let this village be led along by lies and foolish ideals any longer. There were so many things that he could change now that he was in the position to. First off would be teaching the children about the realities of the shinobi world and how much they are risking by taking this path in the academy. Straightening out the fangirls would also be at the top of his list. While he personally didn't have a fangirl assigned to him on Team 11, which he was thankful for, he had seen many of them over the years and was classmates with quite a few of them. Every single one of them was dead now. After seeing Ino's and Sakura's performance and attitude during the preliminary stages of the Chunin exams, the sad truth of their existence was once again brought to the front of his mind. Then, though Danzo had disappeared years ago, Koharu and Hamura were still causing problems in every one of the council meetings, yet Minato had done nothing about them. It seemed that it was about time for their retirement. The civilian council was also vastly unnecessary as most of the concerns in the village revolved around shinobi. Ultimately, he would like to remove Konoha's evil ideology to make personal sacrifice for the village. It was those very ideals had torn apart countless families and led thousands of shinobi to their untimely demise. It had also cost them phenomenal shinobi such as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Obito wanted nothing more than to reveal the truth about the Uchiha massacre to the public and bring all of the shadows into the light, but doing so would compromise Itachi's position within the Akatsuki, and that information could save the lives of countless shinobi across the elemental nations. That was one thing that must be left in the dark. Though, those ideas would have to wait as he was currently assigning an important mission to the shinobi present in the room. The traffic flow of missions was continuous and slightly overwhelming at the moment. Every able-bodied shinobi were being sent on field missions in order to maintain the balance of power within the elemental nations. The recent performance of the Konoha shinobi in the Chunin exams had only increased the amount of missions that were being requested of the village. Normally, this would be good. The village was benefiting greatly economically because of the excess missions being assigned, but at the moment they had less than their usual forces to take on these missions. Almost half of their forces had been killed during the invasion well over a week ago, and many other shinobi were still in the hospital suffering from serious injuries or recovering. At the moment, almost every Konoha Jonin and Chunin were out performing missions in the field. That was the concern for the current situation. In his hands, Obito held a report he received from a team of his shinobi that had been sent back via messenger bird before they were killed. And the message that the report contained was more than troubling. That was why he summoned the best shinobi he currently had at his disposal to the office. In front of him stood Portgas D. Naruto, Uchiha Satsuki, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki, and Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi. As this mission was of high priority, 2 Chunin as well as 2 Genin would be given this task. However, there was still one member of the team who had yet to arrive yet. No matter how many times he tried to refuse her, the woman adamantly requested to be assigned to a team with 2 of the shinobi in the room. He ultimately relented after hearing the circumstances surrounding her situation, but he still felt that it was a bad idea. All 3 of the kunoichi were dressed exactly how they were for the Chunin exams. Though Naturo's attire seemed to be changing constantly as he once again donned a different outfit. Most shinobi chose to stick to a certain style and possessed multiple sets of the exact same wardrobe since they would become accustomed to the limits of that particular style of clothing. Naruto was dressed with his Chunin flak jacket worn open over his upper body with a 3/4 sleeved mesh shirt underneath it. His lower body was equipped with his usual black pants and steel-toed combat boots. Strapped to his back was his chikudo, with his right arm was wrapped in white bandages from fingertips to mid-bicep. "You called for us, sensei?" Naruto asked as Obito rolled up the scroll he held in his hands. The 4 of them had only just entered the room a few moments ago. He and Satsuki had met up with Natsuki and Narumi in the lobby on their way to their summons. It seemed as though the 4 of them would be working together on this mission. Naruto didn't really have a problem with that. If Minato was still in charge, the man would have made a big deal about them becoming a family again or using this as an excuse for the 3 of them to get closer to each other. Naruto found that he would have a lot less dealings of that kind of nature now that Obito had been appointed Hokage. It would surely save him a lot of time and trouble. Though Kushina would still be an annoyance, but she wasn't here at the moment. "Yes, I have a mission for the 4 of you," Obito told the shinobi in front of him before throwing the scroll at Naruto, which he effortlessly caught. "It is a A-ranked mission that needs to be dealt with immediately. Though seeing as how it may require more manpower than we currently have, one other person has volunteered for this temporary squad." Before Naruto could ask his sensei what he meant or even open the mission scroll, the doors to the office opened up and walked in a woman that 2 of the shinobi in the room were well acquainted with. Tied around her forehead was a Konoha Hitaiate, which was partially hidden by her long, silky black hair. Her pale skin and dark eyes made for the perfect combination with the usual Jonin uniform, at which Natsuki and Narumi were staring in awe. She was yet another woman who was many times more beautiful than them. However, on her Jonin flak jacket was the emblem of the Uchiha clan, signifying that this had to be their clan head. Both Naruto's and Satsuki's eyes widened at the sight of Uchiha Mikoto decked out in all her shinobi wear. It was a look that they had never seen on her before. It was common knowledge to the 2 of them that Mikoto hadn't been on a mission since before she was pregnant with Itachi. After Itachi was born, she became the housewife and mother that she was today. If she hadn't, then nobody would have raised the children since their father had obviously never been interested in the task. Though her strength hadn't diminished much over the years and she had been training so that she could protect her children if the time ever came for it, the 2 Chunin couldn't believe that she had been the one to ask for this mission. "Mimikoto-chan? Kaka'a-chan?" were the simultaneous outbursts of Naruto and Natsuki as Mikoto nonchalantly walked into the room, closing the doors behind her. "Hello everyone, sorry I'm a bit late, but I only received the summons just now." Mikoto gave a small wave to the occupants of the room as she spoke in a sweet tone. Naruto knew that she shouldn't have even been considering returning to shinobi duty, even if the village was in a state of emergency, with the condition that her body was in. He opened his mouth to voice his disapproval, but before he could utter a single word, the promise he made to her last night resounded throughout his head. "What exactly is going on, me dash?" Naruto stopped mid-sentence when he saw the pleading look in her eyes. It was a look that he had never seen before. The tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes only added to the pleading feel that it expressed. He sighed as he made a decision that went against his better judgment. Actually, that was an understatement. Every fiber of his being was telling him not to say what he was about to, just this once, but don't do anything stupid, okay? Naruto closed his eyes and sighed deeply. "You were always too smart for your own good, Naruto-kun. This isn't like the last time I tried to keep something from you though. This time, there's no simple solution, no easy way to make everything go back to how it's always been, so just this once, could you leave everything up to me?" If this was her decision, her way of dealing with things, then he wouldn't say a single word against it. Could this be considered as doing something stupid? No, this wasn't anything of the sort. She wasn't walking towards her death, she was going to find out if she was really alive. Naruto gave a proud, yet sad, smile to the woman. She deserved the title of D more than he did. It's official, he had lost his mind. Strangely enough, he felt more proud than sad at the ominous feeling that she may very well be unknowingly replicating the actions of the descendants of that cursed clan. Then again, all Ds were a little crazy to begin with. Do not worry, Mikoto-sama, everyone else only arrived moments ago as well. Now please stand in line as I debrief you on the mission you are being assigned. Even as Hokage, Obito still kept his light-hearted approach most of the time. He had seen many of the horrors of this world and wished he hadn't known some of the things he did, but that didn't mean he had to be dark and serious all of the time. He acted the part when it was required of him, or the situation demanded it. Oh, look at you, Obito-kun, acting all professional and dutiful. I remember when you had just joined the academy and already had dreams of becoming Hokage. Mikoto cooed as she held her hands to her cheeks. A pronounced tick mark throbbed on Obito's forehead as he shut his eyes in frustration. Mikoto-sama, we have no time to relive the past as this mission is of the essence, and it's Hokage-sama now. Ha, Hokage-sama. Mikoto gave the Hokage a mock salute, causing him to sigh wearily. It was his first day on the job and already it was taking its toll on him. Seriously, how did the previous Hokage hold this position for so long when it was such a pain? Now that he thought about it, why would any sane person ever dream of becoming Hokage? It was far more trouble than it was worth. During their interaction, Naruto took the time to unravel the scroll that was in his hands. Naruto's eyes widened drastically as he burned every word of the mission parameters into his mind with his mismatched eyes. Were a team of 2 newly promoted Chunin, 2 Genin, and a Jounin that had been inactive for over 2 decades, really being assigned such a high-profile mission? Obito, after seeing Naruto's reaction to the mission, decided that playtime was over and it was about time to get down to business. I see you've already taken a look at the mission assignment, Naruto, and the situation is just as dire as it sounds. We've recently discovered one of Orochimaru's hidden bases near the border between Hai no Kuni and Oto no Kuni. You are being tasked with investigating this particular base. Obito waited until Naruto finished reading through the scroll, after which he rolled it back up and gave the new Hokage a nod to signify that he understood the mission parameters. Though, this debriefing was to inform every member of the team of the mission overview. The scroll that Naruto had just placed into his flak jacket pocket contained the more detailed version of the mission, including locations and the report that the previous team were able to send back before they were presumably killed. We have gotten disturbance reports from a small town just north of this hideout, called Banero Town. Large amounts of Sunanin and Otonin had been seen near that area over the past month. This is presumably where all of the shinobi of the invading forces had been taking refuge before making their journey to Konoha. This is most likely also how they were able to bypass the guards on the border without raising suspicion. If this base isn't dealt with, then Otogakure shinobi will be able to come and go from Hai no Kuni whenever they please. I don't think I need to inform you of how dangerous that is. Not to mention that they may have left behind sensitive information in that base, as was the case with Orochimaru's other abandoned hideouts. Obito clasped his hands together while resting his elbows on the desk and leaning his chin against his hands. There is likely to only be more than a handful of shinobi remaining in that base. Their primary duty is probably to maintain it and conduct experiments for Orochimaru. It's likely that they caught the Chunin who had come across this base accidentally by surprise, so you shouldn't have too much difficulty dealing with whoever is still there. Your mission is to eliminate those remaining shinobi, recover any documents or information that you may find, and completely destroy the entire base of operations along with any evidence left behind. Obito spoke to the shinobi in front of him with the utmost seriousness. I'd also like you to investigate Banero Town, in case there are any foreign shinobi that have taken refuge in the town after the invasion of Konoha. Naruto had been thinking deeply about the parameters of this mission. There were too many unknowns or additional factors for a group shinobi of their ranking and circumstances. Normally Chunin were only assigned C rank or B rank missions, with the occasional A rank if they were accompanied by a Jounin. Wouldn't a mission as vital as this one usually be given to a team of Jounin? And given that 2 of the shinobi here have already been marked by Orochimaru, is it really alright to send this team? As Naruto said those words, Natsuki and Narumi subconsciously brought their hand to the cursed seal on their necks. Naruto was indeed correct, Obito really didn't want to send a team to their deaths, especially his own genin team, but this was the best he had at the moment. Most of the usual Jounin and Jounin senseis were currently out on other A-rank missions and in some cases, S-rank missions. This included Kakashi, Kushina, Asuma, Kurenai, Jiraiya, and even Minato had taken on a few missions. He may have lost an arm, but that didn't mean that he would quietly sit on the sidelines while everyone else did their part. The other genin of the Rookie 13 along with Guy's team were also out on missions. Hana had even been temporarily put in charge of Team 8 because that was the team her brother was on. And with his parents still unsure of how to deal with him, Nawaki was still locked up in the psychiatric ward of the hospital. Therefore, the remnants of Team 7 had been temporarily combined with the newly promoted Chunin of Team 11. This only proved how the village was incredibly short-staffed at the moment. Normally, this would be a mission that a team of Jounin would handle, but this is the best I can do at the moment. You are currently the most capable shinobi I have at my disposal, and with this being a time-sensitive mission, I wouldn't be able to recall any of the village's Jounin in time. You're the only ones capable of such a mission at the moment. Obito spoke sadly. This mission may be a bit much for a group of Genin, Chunin, and a single Jounin, but he was confident in their abilities and had no doubt that they would pull through in the end. Truly anything they found that was related to Orochimaru was bound to be troublesome. However, any information at all about him was absolutely crucial, especially regarding the current questions surrounding him. Questions like, why had he marked 3 of the Uzumaki Namikaze's siblings? How did he plan to get a hold of them now that he was no longer in Hai no Kuni? Why had his face been able to peel off during his confrontation in the Forest of Death with the Hokage's children and with Anko? And, had he been able to successfully create the immortality jutsu he had been so obsessed with? As of now there were far more questions than they had answers to, and every single one of them caused great concern. Naruto, your lead on this mission. Obito said after a moment of silence, earning the surprise of several people in the room. They had expected Mikoto to be in charge seeing as she was the only Jounin among them. Normally the highest ranking or most experienced shinobi would be in charge, but seeing as Mikoto-sama hasn't been on active duty in quite some time, that leaves you, Naruto. You've led more than your share of missions under my charge these past few months. You're a natural-born leader and I have faith you'll pull this off. This earned a nod of the head from the only male in the room other than the Hokage. Naruto then turned to the side to face the rest of his current team. Do whatever you need to in order to prepare for this mission. Make sure to pack enough for a few days as it will take some time to get to our location, complete our mission, and return back to the village. Report to the main gates in 1 hour, and do not be late. We leave as soon as everyone has arrived. Naruto received 4 nods of the head and a "hi" before they shunshined out of the room in order to prepare for their current mission. Naruto however stayed behind in hopes of obtaining some additional information about the current situation. Naruto turned back to Obito with a troubled look on his face, something the man noticed. Natsuki, Narumi, have they even made their first kill yet? Naruto asked seriously. If they hadn't, this mission wasn't exactly suited for them and Naruto wasn't exactly looking forward to the prospect of having to deal with them after they did so. He hadn't had one of those mental breakdowns after he made his first kill, but Satsuki and Hana had been a bit more sensitive to it. If Natsuki and Narumi froze up during the mission, the price would be heavy. Obito rested his head in his hand once again and was massaging his temples, trying to get rid of the headache that Kakashi and Kushina had left him with. No. Kushina and Kakashi refused to take them on any sort of elimination mission or any mission where they may have had to take a life, even in self-defense. They've really only done a handful of C-rank delivery and escort missions, aside from the one to Nami where they recovered the Raijin no Ken. I suppose Kushina was trying to mother them and have them retain their innocence for as long as possible. I really have no idea what Kakashi was thinking though. He should have known better, especially with what happened to our own Genin team. Now it was Naruto's turn to rub his face in frustration. This was the worst-case scenario for the current situation. He may have been better with fresh Genin than ones who had been pampered. They've probably already adapted to the notion that they would never have to take a life or even have their own lives in danger on a mission. What could Kushina have possibly been thinking as a sensei? Minato and Kakashi as well. What do you recommend I do prepare them for this mission? If they act purely on instinct when we get in there, they could wind up getting us all killed. Naruto asked with absolute seriousness. I don't really think they should be too hard to deal with. They are Minato-sensei's children and whether they want to believe it or not, they probably already have an inkling as to what the shinobi world can be like once they step away from how much their parents have been sheltering them. The journey to the border should take quite some time. On the way they're stop for the night and have a heart-to-heart talk with the two of them as to what they're getting themselves into. Whether you like it or not, if it's coming from you they should be able to come to terms with it a lot easier. Obito spoke, remembering just how Minato had them prepare for their first kills. The man may have had an overly optimistic outlook on life and peace, but knew just how cruel the world could be, especially during war. Naruto gave the man a small nod of the head, relaying that he understood what he had to do, before walking over to the window and looking out at the bustling streets of the village. Is there something else? Obito asked as he glanced over at the boy. This mission has something to do with those cursed seals, doesn't it? Naruto asked. For an outsider, this question may have seemed like it came out of the blue, but the sigh that Obito let out confirmed that the boy's assumptions were indeed correct. The mission that Obito had sent that group of Chunin on was to investigate the appearance of strange humanoid creatures with monster-like appearances. Obito had originally thought that the townspeople of Banero Town were either mistaken of what the creatures really were or were under the influence of a powerful genjutsu, so he had only sent a team of 4 Chunin to investigate. Only after he received the report they managed to send back before their mysterious disappearance and presumable death did all the pieces begin to fit into place. Have you ever heard of the clan of monsters? Obito asked rhetorically. Philosophical or roundabout conversations were not uncommon between these two. The nature of their relationship was not so different from the one that Sarutobi Asuma had with Nara Shikamaru, though instead of playing shogi they merely had intelligent conversation over drinks or while seeking advice. No, I'm aware of most of the clans within the elemental nations, but I've never heard of a clan by that title. Naruto replied as he took a seat on the windowsill, now facing his sensei. I wouldn't expect you to. They were a clan that was known throughout the world for their madness and how bloodthirsty they were. They came to light during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, but their existence disappeared as soon as it became known. After each of the wars, they suddenly disappeared, never to be heard from again. They were made for war, nothing more, and it appeared that they were well aware of that fact. The actual name of the clan is unknown, but they earned the title of the Clan of Monsters due to the physical alterations that their bodies can undergo. Their change in appearance is due to their innate ability to unconsciously absorb natural energy from their surroundings. However, the adverse effects of this energy and so much power flowing constantly throughout their bodies results in sudden and uncontrollable surges of madness, causing them to sporadically go berserk. We believe this clan is where Orochimaru derived his cursed seals from. Obito lectured Naruto as the boy engraved each and every word into his mind. Senjutsu is one of my only glaring weaknesses, just great, were Naruto's thoughts as he heard about this particular clan's abilities. When activated, the cursed seal releases Orochimaru's own Senjutsu chakra into the user's body, granting enhancements comparable to those of Sage Mode. The seal eats away at the user's own chakra to sustain its activated state, with possibly fatal consequences. As long as the user has sufficient chakra to sustain the state, he or she would then obtain additional chakra to perform skills they would have otherwise been incapable of due to exhaustion. However, this additional chakra is separate and distinct from the user's own chakra, altering their chakra signature. Prolonged usage of the cursed seal can corrode both the body and mind of the user due to Orochimaru's chakra being present, making them more susceptible to his influence. Obito continued his lecture, as this knowledge may be beneficial to the mission that the team is currently undertaking. Though, not all individuals are compatible with these cursed seals, with incompatibility resulting in death. Orochimaru has averaged a 10% success rate when applying these seals based on his first experiment with 10 test subjects, out of which Mitarashi Anko was the sole survivor. Even if the individual survives the initial application, their body will not easily be able to control the seal's power, resulting in intense pain. When the user is unable to control or otherwise suppress their cursed seal, it can forcibly activate and begin draining their chakra whenever they attempt to manipulate it. Eventually, the power of the cursed seal can synchronize with the user's regular body through extended use, exponentially enhancing the abilities of their normal state. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about those seals, sensei. Naruto really didn't know what to say from all that information. He had no idea those cursed seals were so complex and serious. Though, he could now understand why he didn't say all of this with the rest of the team in the room. Natsuki and Narumi would no doubt panic if they found out they were hosts for a portion of Orochimaru's soul. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and I have studied the cursed seal that was placed on Anko extensively, and more recently, the ones that were placed on Natsuki, Narumi, and Nawaki. We know the mechanics and innermost workings of the seal, but just can't find a way to remove them. If the clan of monsters is present at Orochimaru's hideout near Banero Town, then there should be extensive research related to the cursed seals there as well. If you can get a hold of that research, then we may be able to find a way to remove Orochimaru's influence, as well as find a way to trace them back to his location. Obito leaned back in his chair, thinking of how much of a headache Orochimaru was causing all of them. The Sandaime should have killed the man all those years ago, but instead he let Orochimaru escape because he couldn't bring himself to kill his own student. How many of these clan members do you expect there to be? Naruto asked, going through scenarios in his head where every person on his team came back alive. If these shinobi were as dangerous as Obito made them out to be, then this could turn out to be quite a setback. Obito sighed once more. It was hard to decipher whether this was good news or bad news, but it couldn't hurt to tell the boy. Banero Town is only 10 miles south of the border that divides Oto no Kuni, Yu no Kuni, and Hai no Kuni. Though it is closer to the Oto border, there have been sightings numbering well over a dozen of their distinctive appearances. This elicited a groan from Naruto. However, the clan of monsters appeared to be moving towards the border of Yu no Kuni and are presumed to be out of our territory as of now, but from the report that I already handed you, there is still at least one of these clansmen within Orochimaru's hideout. Well, one was better than a dozen, but it begs the question, why did he remain behind when his clansmen have already moved on? This mission was getting more complicated by the minute. Are you requesting that you bring one of these clansmen back? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. No, they're well known for being mentally unstable, so bringing one of them to Konoha would be more detrimental rather than beneficial. Your mission remains the same: eliminate any of the remaining shinobi, recover any of the research you may find, completely destroy the entire base of operations as well as any evidence left behind, and investigate the town. However, if you run into one of these clansmen, bring back a DNA sample once he is eliminated, and by eliminated, I mean eliminated. I want no survivors left behind. Obito spoke seriously, earning a nod from his former student. Getting the information that he needed, Naruto quickly shunshined out of the room to prepare for his long journey to the border. Uchiha household. Naruto immediately reappeared within his room of the main Uchiha household. Even after all these years, he still used the Shunshin that Shisui had taught him. His former sensei had perfected the jutsu beyond shinobi comprehension. As of now, Minato was the only one in the village who was able to boast that they were faster. No swirl of leaves, no poof of smoke, no bursting into a flock of crows, just simply appearing out of thin air. His sudden appearance in the room earned an eep from the woman who was sitting on the bed, and causing her to drop the tanto that she was running her fingers over. Taicho! Don't scare me like that. Mikoto whined cutely, resheathing her tanto into the scabbard strapped to the small of her back. Normally one would question why there was a person in their room when said person should be preparing for a mission, but due to her playful personality Naruto simply dismissed her presence and moved to gather his necessary equipment. Shouldn't you be getting ready for our mission, Mikoto-chan? Naruto asked as he moved towards the dresser that held all his shinobi equipment. While shuriken and kunai were common tool for a shinobi to carry, Naruto mainly used his sword for melee combat. It would be too much trouble to carry around excess weaponry when he knew that he wouldn't be using it very much, so the dresser only contained a few sets of kunai and shuriken each. He grabbed one of the pre-prepared sealing scrolls that had already been stocked with shuriken and kunai, placing it in the weapons pouch on the back of his right hip. I've already finished. Mikoto exclaimed as she excitedly patted the scroll pockets on her flak jacket. She had most likely sealed several sets of clothes and any other necessary items into sealing scrolls for convenience so that she wouldn't have to carry around a large pack. Many newly graduated genin usually carried around backpacks on missions due to their inexperience, whereas Chunin-ranked shinobi and above resorted to sealing scrolls as they were more effective. This had not been the case for Naruto though, as he had made sure not to neglect his training in the art of Fuin Jutsu while he was still training on his own in the cave before he had graduated from the academy. Then later on, Obito had taught him more in depth about sealing and how useful it really was. Konoha had 4 Fuin Jutsu masters: Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Obito. Though it was unknown how exactly Obito was so adept in the art, he seemed to have picked up knowledge of it during the period of his life when he went missing during the Third Shinobi World War that even surpassed Kushina's knowledge, a woman who had grown up in Uzushiogakure. I remember everything that was said last night, but I can't just leave it alone. Why'd you request to be put on this team? Naruto didn't turn around the entire time as he placed several blank sealing scrolls into an extra pouch which he attached to the back of his left hip, so he couldn't have seen the content look that graced Mikoto's face. Though he may have not turned around because he didn't want to see that very look. It's important to spend what time you have with your family whenever you can, not to mention that before the invasion, things had been pretty boring around here. I mean, now that the other Uchiha children are living within the compound again, I go and check up on each of them and help them out when I can. But other than that there isn't much to do when you and Satsuki-chan are gone. I suppose that I wanted a little more excitement while I was still able to, you know? Mikoto gave Naruto a charming smile as he turned around. Not just what she said, but the phrases she used were a little strange and out of character from her usual manner of speech. To most it would have sounded like she was talking about getting older and the previous generation taking their places in the world, but there was something deeper behind those words that was hard to grasp. Naruto shook his head, dismissing the idea for now, as he grabbed another pre-prepared scroll, this one containing explosive notes, and secured it within one of the chest pockets on his flak jacket. If they were to completely destroy an entire laboratory, they would need the firepower to do so. Naruto could easily do so with his own abilities, but something like this was far more conventional and would draw less attention from anyone else in the area. They couldn't be warning any shinobi taking refuge in the town that they were there. Within the scroll were 40 explosive notes. That much explosive power could easily get the job done. Well, I'm all set, we better get going before we're late. Talking with Obito-sensei took more time than I had anticipated. Naruto offered his hand to Mikoto, who was still sitting on the edge of the bed, which she happily accepted. She had only been expecting to be helped up, but instead was pulled into a passionate kiss as they stood there in the middle of the room. It took a moment for her to react, but she leaned into the kiss with just as much passion. She moved to deepen the kiss, but it seemed that fate was playing with them once again as they were cut short by a knocking on the door. Naruto and Kaa-chan. We should probably get going soon to meet up with Natsuki-san and Narumi-san. Were the Satsuki's shouts from behind the door. It appeared that she was ready to leave as well and had only been waiting on the two of them. I'll be waiting out front, so hurry up and finish whatever it is you're doing in there. It would be rather awkward if she found out that her mother had just been locking lips with her brother figure, but lucky for them, she had most likely assumed that Naruto would be wondering why Mikoto was suddenly taking missions again, just like she had. Whatever the case, she was right. If they had gotten caught up in the moment like usual, then they would have undoubtedly missed the 1-hour deadline that Naruto had set. We'll be right out, Satsuki. After giving a small peck on the lips to Mikoto, Naruto grabbed her hand and led her out the door to meet up with Satsuki. He somehow had the feeling this would be a long mission. Konoha main gates. After trekking through the streets of the Uchiha compound where they greeted the younger Uchiha children who were playing in the otherwise empty streets, Naruto, Mikoto, and Satsuki finally arrived at the village's main gates, where Natsuki and Narumi were patiently waiting for them. Natsuki had moved her sword from her back to her hip. In place of the sword was a medium-sized backpack, which could also be found on Narumi's back. It appeared that neither of their parents had taught them even the basics of sealing, which was odd considering they were Fuinjutsu masters. They probably didn't want their children to be capable of messing with the seal that kept Kurama at bay. Now that Naruto thought about it, most of the other Rookie 13 were rather uninformed about the shinobi world, such as how they should prepare for missions. Though the academy certainly didn't help with that aspect. To them, being a shinobi was nothing more than a game or a competition. Kiba, Ino, and Sakura were the ones who fit this description the most accurately. This kind of mission would be sure to introduce Natsuki and Narumi to the harsh reality of the world. Oi! You're finally here. Hurry up, let's get going. Narumi yelled excitedly from her spot next to the check-in for anyone leaving or entering the village. Completely opposite of her sister's exuberant reaction, Natsuki merely smiled and waved at the rest of the team. A moment later, all of the members of the team were standing face to face with each other. Naruto figured he would have to relay the information he received from Obito sooner or later, but now wasn't the best time. It would be better to inform them of the complications of the mission once they were closer to their destination. Sorry, I had some additional details regarding the mission to go over with Obito-sensei. Did the two of you have to wait long? Naruto asked as he opened up one of the pocket on his flak jacket and pulled the mission scroll out. No, we just arrived. It took longer than we expected to get ready. We used up most of our supply of kunai and shuriken during the Chunin exams and the invasion, so we had to pick some up on our way home. Narumi spoke sheepishly as she rubbed the back of her head. She was a bit embarrassed that she hadn't been prepared earlier when they had first been called in to take a mission. She should have restocked on weapons earlier in the week, especially when she knew that she would eventually be assigned more missions because of the excess mission flow. Where is all your equipment? Natsuki asked curiously after eyeing the 3 members of the team who had just arrived. Satsuki reached into her weapons pouch and pulled out a single sealing scroll, holding it up for the 2 Uzumaki Namikaze's children to see. We sealed all of our equipment away. Didn't your senseis or parents teach you anything about Fuinjutsu? She received a shake of the head in the negative from both girls before she continued talking. I'm no expert in it, but basic Fuinjutsu was one of the first things that Obito-sensei taught us after becoming a genin team. Most shinobi of the village use sealing scrolls when going on missions instead of carrying around larger packs. The two girls' eyes widened when they found out that their senseis and parents had skipped such an important part of their shinobi training. Sure, they were still genin and still on a genin team together, but if sealing was as important as it sounded, then why hadn't they been taught it right after they became a team or even while they were still in the academy? Now that they thought about it, both their mother and father were Fuinjutsu masters, two of the only in the village, so why had they never spoken of teaching them in that area before? They had been offered training in ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and even bukijutsu, but never Fuinjutsu. Why was that? Only one thought came to mind. The seal? Were the simultaneous thoughts of the only blonde and redhead in the group. Naruto saw that their eyes had widened with realization, so he chose this time to interject so they wouldn't make a big deal of it later. I see you finally realized, they didn't teach you about the art they specialize in because they didn't want to give you the opportunity to alter the formula of the seal that holds the Kyuubi back. Whether that was the right or wrong decision, that's up to your own interpretation. Leaving behind the two, now silent, girls, Naruto handed the mission scroll to Izumo and Kotetsu, who were once again on gate guard duty, that seemed to be their preferred position within the village. They quickly wrote down the names of those leaving in their log and stamped the end of the mission assignment next to the Hokage's stamp and signature. After which, Izumo handed the scroll back to Naruto. With that part of the formal procedure completed, everything was set for them to begin their mission. Placing the mission scroll back into his flak jacket pocket, Naruto stepped back to face his team. "We're set, is everybody ready?" He received a simultaneous response of, "Hi, Taicho," from the four females who he would be working with over the course of the next few days. The journey to the border between Hai no Kuni and Oto no Kuni should take just under 2 days. We'll stop later tonight once night falls, then travel the rest of the way all day tomorrow. I still need to brief you on all the details of this mission before we arrive in Banero town, so I'll do so tonight. Naruto spoke as the team paid close attention to his words. After hearing that there were even more details for the current missions, most of the lower-ranked kunoichi were confused. Usually it was their sensei who would deal with the finer details of the mission and they would merely follow along and listen to their sensei's orders, not that they knew that. They were mostly familiar with C-ranked missions such as escort or delivery missions. Those types of missions didn't exactly have too many discrete orders other than the main objective, however, most of the higher-ranked missions did. This was the first A-ranked mission that Naruto and Satsuki had done since their time in Yuki no Kuni. For Natsuki and Narumi, they had never been on a mission that was ranked higher than B before. The B-ranked mission was the one where they came across Rokusho Aoi and retrieved the Raijin no Ken, where the two of them nearly died, along with Nawaki. That was still a terrible memory for the two of them. "We should get going now." Naruto spoke before walking out the gates and jumping into the tree line, cutting off most of the kunoichi from their thoughts. They quickly rushed after him, not wanting to get left behind. Had they paid more attention to their surroundings, such as the shadows cast by the large walls surrounding the village that had been rebuilt, they may have been able to see the distinct pair of golden yellow eyes, belonging to a plant-like apparition, before it sunk back into the ground. Forest within Hai no Kuni, approximately halfway between Konoha and the border. The entire forest was silent except for the crackling of burning wood and the occasional rustling of a small animal moving through the vast amounts of vegetation surrounding the area. The brilliant orange glow of the small fire partially illuminated the campsite and revealed 5 familiar faces, with each sitting on a vertical log, not too different from the logs that genin would be tied to during their survival exams. The moon was full tonight and was shining down on them peacefully. It was strange, Naruto had always felt incredibly powerful during the night of a full moon. Perhaps it was because of the Otsutsuki chakra lying dormant within him, though seeing as how Kagaya acted as the core for the moon, it shouldn't feel like he was being protected by its very existence. Even though the full moon illuminated the night, it had been decided that they should stop for the night. Natsuki and Narumi seemed like they wouldn't be able to go for much longer anyways. Their low endurance and lack of proficiency with how shinobi usually traveled only further proved that their senseis and the previous Hokage had been pampering them far too much. Even so, the group had covered more ground than had been anticipated, which meant that they wouldn't have to travel for as long tomorrow and could start their mission late afternoon at the latest. Usually shinobi wouldn't risk having a fire where enemy shinobi could easily track their location, but Naruto was a sensor-type shinobi and combined with his Kenbunchaku haki, it was nearly impossible to sneak up on him. Seeing how tonight was incredible cold, with the other shinobi on his team shivering and looking like they were freezing, it wouldn't hurt to have a fire this once. If he sensed anything other than an animal, he would extinguish it at once. Naruto had been gazing longingly at the moon. He didn't know why, but it just felt like something was calling out to him from there. It was an odd sensation. though he would need to save such thoughts for another time. After giving the moon one last whimsical glance, Naruto turned his attention back towards the four kunoichi sitting before him on the other side of the fire. Their attention had been captivated by the roaring fire, but that was to be expected with how cold it was for them. It was an oddity for Hai no Kuni to experience such severe cold at this time of year, or really any time of year. He watched as their breath was able to materialize as they breathed in and out with their hands open and facing towards the fire. Now that we have some time to rest, why don't we go over the mission and its details? Naruto asked rhetorically, successfully gaining their undivided attention. Didn't we go over those in the Hokage's office? Narumi asked, honestly confused as to what more they could discuss in regards to their current assignment. To them, they had been given simple orders. Eliminate the threat the shinobi posed, recover any documentation that may be there, destroy Orochimaru's hideout, and investigate the town for any foreign shinobi that may be residing there. It was fairly straightforward if one thought about it. Do you really believe that would be the only information he would give us for an A-ranked mission? Those were orders, nothing more. Naruto responded as he faced the blonde-haired girl. Mikoto and Satsuki remained silent and were waiting for Naruto to relay to them information that would be crucial to the completion of the mission, but it appeared that the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings were more talkative and impatient. Two qualities that were not the best fit for a shinobi, which was strange considering that they were both daughters of the Yondaime Hokage. The mission objectives we usually receive are pretty simple and straightforward. Wouldn't this mission be the same? This time it was Natsuki who spoke up. Naruto had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at such a simplistic outlook on missions. I don't exactly know what Kakashi-san and Kushina-sama have been doing as your senseis, but they obviously have not taught you the importance of information in our line of duty. Knowing the correct information could mean the difference between life and death, though when dealing with cases involving Orochimaru, you should always assume that he's one step ahead of you. Was Naruto's somewhat harsh reply to the girls. He didn't want to come off as arrogant or anything like that, but these two girls were starting to get on his nerves. He saw that Narumi was about to speak up once more, but he rose his hand to cut her off. Please remain silent and listen to the information that I have before speaking up again. Naruto gave the two children of the former Hokage a glare that silenced them. He waited a moment to ensure that no other outbursts would follow before continuing what he had intended to say. While all our previous objectives remain and are just as important, the main purpose of our assignment is to recover any information that we can find about Orochimaru's cursed seals. Naruto closed his eyes as he remembered his conversation earlier that day with Obito, though he would make sure to omit the portion where part of Orochimaru's soul is housed within those marked with the cursed seal. This hideout that we are tasked with investigating and destroying holds the origins of the cursed seal. Naruto opened his eyes to see the reactions of the shinobi before him. They were as expected, eyes widened to epic proportions, jaws on the ground, and utterly speechless. The origins of Orochimaru's infamous cursed seals had always been shrouded in mystery, but everyone in the village knew that once you were marked by the Sannin, you were as good as his. The seal originated from a clan who possessed the innate ability to passively absorb natural energy from their surroundings. However, this constant surge of power within their bodies can be linked to their insanity and causes them to go berserk constantly. Naruto explained the short version of what they needed to hear for this mission, once again leaving out the part that they were known as the Clan of Monsters. The two girls would begin to constantly doubt themselves and question their humanity if they knew that fact. The reason why Konoha shinobi were even in the area of our destination was because there had been sightings of strange humanoid figures wandering throughout the forests. The cursed seal has a second stage where the user can take on a strange appearance that greatly increases their power by giving them access to Orochimaru's Senjutsu chakra and ultimately his influence. These clansmen are also able to take on that form, albeit naturally, so it is far more powerful. Every single one of Orochimaru's higher-ranked subordinates is marked with one of these seals, giving them access to an almost unlimited source of power. When at their second stage, their power can be compared to that of a Jinchuriki. However, this increase in power comes at a cost. Every time the seal is released, it corrodes the mind and body of the user, making them far more susceptible to his influence and ultimately turning them into his mindless puppets. There have been dozens of these clansmen to have been reported in the area, but they have been presumed to have left the country and are now residing in Uno Kuni. Though the report that was sent back stated that there is still one of them who remained at the laboratory, if we can obtain the research on these cursed seals as well as obtain a DNA sample from its original source, we may be able to remove these cursed seals entirely as well as track the chakra they produce back to Orochimaru's location. Naruto remained silent for a moment to let everyone come to terms with what he just said. It should be noted that Natsuki and Narumi were now clutching their necks and trembling slightly. They were most likely worried that they would eventually be consumed by the cursed seal, just like Naruto had said. He would leave the questions and answers until after he finished everything he needed to say. That's not all. Naruto spoke up once again, bringing his team's attention back to him. From what Konoha has found from Orochimaru's previous hideouts, they operate as laboratories for human experiments, prisons for human test subjects, research facilities, and so on. There are likely to be prisoners being held captive there as well as people actually being experimented on. From the information we know, there are at least a handful of shinobi still in the hideout, but prisoners and such could number far more, and they are likely to be enemies as well, considering their minds and bodies are likely to have been corroded even more so than those who had overused the cursed seal. In reality, we have so much information on Orochimaru, yet none at all. We can't be sure which is accurate for this base and which is merely assumptions. What I'm trying to say is that we're essentially going in blind. Naruto wrapped up his long-winded briefing with far more of a headache than he started with. He hadn't realized just how much of a disadvantage they were at until now. He had edited major aspects of the cursed seal and its inner workings, mainly because they weren't essential at the moment and would have caused Narumi and Natsuki to only worry about it further. Though, he hadn't considered what would happen if either of them were to get near the source of their cursed seal. It could immediately force them into their stage 2 transformation or possibly resonate with them, causing large-scale corrosion of their minds, inducing them into a berserk state just as the clan of monsters was prone to. He would need to keep them as far away from the source as possible. Then there was Mikoto and Satsuki. Satsuki was no doubt skilled, but she was still only at Chunin level and Mikoto was currently a question mark. She was a Jounin-level shinobi, but with the condition of her body he was unsure of her limits. That ruled them out as well. Naruto sighed to himself. It seemed that he would need to be the one to retrieve the DNA sample. Though the situation inside the hideout is relatively unknown, our mission remains the same. Eliminate every shinobi we come across, recover any and all of the research we may find, retrieve the DNA sample, completely destroy the base of operations as well as any evidence left behind, and investigate the town after the base is taken care of. Naruto relayed the direct orders that had been given to him earlier that day. He suddenly stopped and gave Natsuki and Narumi a serious look. And by eliminate, that means no survivors left behind. Do you understand? Naruto saw that Satsuki and Mikoto gave him a quick nod in response, but continued to glance at the two other kunoichi to see if they had come to terms with what they had to do. He didn't like what he found. He found himself frowning because the two of them looked absolutely appalled by what they had just been told. I thought we were only supposed to eliminate the threat they posed, not kill them in cold blood. Narumi yelled, breaking the silence that had filled the forest. Had there been any enemy shinobi in the area, they would have surely been drawn in by that outburst. I agree with Narumi. They can't be exterminated just because someone has a problem with them. I can't do this. How would we be able to call ourselves shinobi of Konoha when this mission goes against everything that Konoha stands for? Natsuki argued. She didn't scream it like her sister did, but her argument wasn't lacking in passion. Naruto could only sigh at the childish beliefs they were clinging to. If they weren't ready to take a life, then they shouldn't have become shinobi at all. Although being Minato and Kushina's children, they probably glamorized the occupation for them and promised them that being a shinobi was about protecting their village and their precious people, nothing more. What a fine mess they had left him with. Naruto shifted his line of vision from the two Uzumaki Namake's children to Mikoto and Satsuki. He merely nodded his, signaling that the briefing was done and that it would be best for him to deal with this alone. Mikoto, seeing Naruto's gesture, chose to take the initiative. Come on Satsuki-chan, why don't we get some rest? Tomorrow will be a long day and we'll need to be at our full strength. Mikoto spoke as she faced her daughter and got up off her log. She didn't receive a verbal response, only a nod from Satsuki, after which they walked into one of the two tents that had been prepared to get some rest for the night. They had already assumed that Natsuki and Narumi would have a problem with this aspect of the mission, so their sudden outbursts were not so surprising. They would leave Naruto to take care of the girls. Once the two female Uchiha had left the clearing, Naruto reopened his eyes and faced the two remaining kunoichi with a look of absolute seriousness. I can understand how you feel. Actually, it is expected for genin only 3 months out of the academy to hold these kinds of beliefs. That aside, do not, I repeat, do not use Konoha as an example of harmony, righteousness, and peace. You really think that Konoha has done no wrong? How naive and utterly foolish. Shinobi from Konoha don't have the right to talk about morality after all the pain and hatred they've inflicted upon the world, not just other villages, but its own inhabitants as well. If you can't understand my words, then it only means that you haven't seen the true face of Konoha. Naruto wasn't going to sit there and listen to nonsense all night, especially from two children who didn't know the first thing about the reality of the world they live in, nor have ever experienced true pain. The harshness of Naruto's words made the two kunoichi falter a little, mostly because they didn't know what he was referring to, and that was what scared them. However, they still believed that they were in the right when it came to this mission. Titu-san would never allow missions like this to take place. He may not be the Hokage anymore, but he still holds the same power and influence that he did while he was in office. Narumi continued to argue. Though it seemed that her sister wasn't as passionate as she had been before. Natsuki seemed to be in deep thought and even more withdrawn now. Perhaps she was able to comprehend the kind of things that her sister was too stubborn to realize. Minato is considered to be a butcher and a monster by Kumo and IWA. You think he got that reputation by merely defeating his enemies? Naruto asked rhetorically. He really wasn't good at these kind of things, so it was best to be straightforward. These missions are nothing new, they've been going on since the birth of the shinobi system and even far before it. Your father assigned countless missions just like this one, and one's even more inhumane than this. Your mother and him probably went on countless ones such as this when they were younger. I'll be honest with you, as shinobi, you've been sheltered and pampered because you were the children of the Hokage and because your own mother was your sensei. On my first real mission outside of the village walls, I had no other choice than to kill dozens of shinobi from Yukigakure that were working for a corrupt daimyo, and I've had to take even more lives after. This is the case with most shinobi, but Kushina has been mothering you and most likely forcing Kakashi-san to do the same because she doesn't want her babies to lose their innocence or something of that nature. Naruto took a breath to bring himself out of his rant. If he wanted to get it through their thick skulls, he would need to remain calm and rational. If they were as naive as most of the others in their graduating class, appealing to their belief that they should only take another person's life if their comrades were in danger should do the trick. Look, I don't care if you hate the idea of killing or hate me for making you follow through with this mission, but if you refuse to eliminate the shinobi you come across tomorrow, it will cost the two of you your lives as well as the lives of your teammates, and I will not stand for you putting my teammates, the people I care about, in harm's way for your own selfish reasons. These people we're going to be dealing with, they aren't like the shinobi you've come across on your escort missions. They will be ruthless, inhumane, cruel, and use every advantage that you give them. Things won't be finished after you simply defeat them. They will get back up and come after you, perhaps even taking themselves along if it means killing you in the process. If you have even the slightest bit of hesitation, you're as good as dead. The two girls didn't even try to argue what he was saying now. It was the truth and they knew it. Perhaps they had known this all along and had tried to fool themselves into believing in their own fantasies. Or perhaps it was the academy teachers and their parents who led them to this line of thinking. Either way, they couldn't run from reality any longer. This was the life they had chosen. After a long silence, one of them finally spoke up. Nissan? What's it like, taking a life? Natsuki was obviously still uncomfortable with the idea of ending another human's life, but she had finally started to settle down and come to terms with what they had to do. Naruto was a bit unsure of how to answer. His case wasn't exactly normal, but he supposed the two of them needed to hear his experience to be able to relate to how close all shinobi are to death. My first kill, I didn't really react the way any normal person would after ending a life. I didn't have time to feel remorse because we still had a mission to finish, and if I had lost my composure at that moment, then the country may still be under the rule of a corrupt tyrant. Even after though, I never felt any remorse. Many would describe me as bloodthirsty or a monster, but I think my mindset regarding human life is really screwed up because of the circumstances of my childhood. I never really wanted anyone to know this, but I suppose it may help you understand my way of thinking. Because I never really had parents who were there for me or even showed that they cared for me, I had always felt unwanted and worthless. It made me question if my existence mattered at all in the first place or if anyone was happy that I was born. I think it's because of those beliefs that I grew up with that I can't see the worth of a human life. My experience only illustrates that every person sees the world in a different light. Don't assume that every person will have the same views of the world that you do. Personal beliefs and ideals are derived from our past experiences. If you don't share those experiences, then your interpretation of reality may be different than another's. The expressions on the Uzumaki Namikaze girls' faces grew pained after hearing what exactly shaped his views on the world. Though in this case, hearing the experience of their brother did help them understand that even if they didn't want to take another life, they had chosen this duty by becoming shinobi. They had always assumed that the person killing was the bad guy, that the one holding the bloody kunai was a monster, and that the one dead on the ground was the victim. hearing that everything wasn't as black and white as they were led to believe really struck them deeply. There was one simultaneous thought running through their heads as they thought about their brother's experience: even if everyone calls you a monster, even if you hate yourself, I'll always be by your side. Naruto, seeing the pained yet determined looks on their faces, told him that he should wrap things up before this turned into one big confession. They also needed time to think on things, as a person didn't come to terms with having to kill over the course of a few minutes. Why don't the two of you head off to bed? It'd be best for you to think on everything that was said here. I'll be taking watch, so don't wait up for me. The two girls normally would have argued to remain with him for the night, but with everything that they had just learned, it would be best to do as he said just this once. They stood up from their seat on the logs and walked towards the direction of their tent, leaving Naruto alone under the moonlight. He may have just cursed himself with telling them as to why he viewed human lives as insignificant, but if the outcome was them getting out alive after all of this, then he would let it slide just this once. Seeing as how there was no one left in the clearing besides him, he snapped his fingers, resulting in the crackling fire to be extinguished. He slowly stood up and leaped onto one of the tree branches overlooking their campsite. There was a reason that he offered to take watch for the entire night. Mikoto and Satsuki knew this reason. On nights where he was in the unrestricted presence of the moon, whether it was full or not, he was incapable of feeling tired, nor could he sit still for long periods of time. He became incredibly restless, and his primal instincts were brought to their fullest, making it impossible for him to enjoy these peaceful nights like normal humans were. He shook his head from these thoughts and merely closed his eyes as he bathed in the moon's illumination. He had yet to understand all the mysteries surrounding the Otsutsuki and the moon, perhaps he never would. Near the border of Hai no Kuni and Oto no Kuni, Orochimaru's hideout. True to their plans, the group of 2 genins, 2 chunins, and a single jounin had made it to the border in the early afternoon and were currently preparing to commence their mission. Mikoto, Satsuki, Narumi, and Natsuki stood side by side at the foot of a large rock formation in the middle of a dense forest as they looked down at Naruto, who was on one knee, using his sensor abilities to gather any information he could about what was currently happening within the hideout. There was a general feeling of uneasiness circulating throughout the group, but they had only assumed they were nervous at how little information they had on the current conditions of their mission. They may very well be walking into a trap, or whoever was inside was waiting for them to come, since they had already encountered a team of Konoha shinobi earlier in the week. Mikoto and Satsuki both had their Sharingan active as they were simultaneously watching for any movement in their surroundings with their peripheral vision. If this really was an ambush, then there may as well be shinobi who would aim to silence them before they could even catch a glimpse of the experiments that were occurring within the laboratories. Though, since they hadn't been attacked yet, it could be assumed that their presence had still gone unnoticed. Through the combined usage of his sensor abilities as well as his Kanbunchaku Haki, Naruto was exploring every hallway, room, prison cell, laboratory, library, and research room within the underground confines of the base. The place was like a maze. He was forced to burn every human experiment, every dead and tortured body, every mindless monster into his mind for the sake of the mission. There were too many things which he wished he could erase from his mind just from one glimpse over the hideout. True to their earlier worries, this hideout turned out to be connected somewhere north of the border, which explained how so many Otonin were able to bypass the border patrol stationed by Konoha during the time of the Chunin exams. This would take a bit longer than expected. The good news was that there were almost the correct number of presences expected, just over a dozen researchers and shinobi, which were accompanied by only a few dozen or so prisoners, but judging from their chakra levels, they wouldn't be any real threat. And there was the clansman from the clan of monsters. Naruto had severely underestimated just how powerful he would be. The amount of pure natural energy flowing throughout the man was enormous, and the man was easily as insane as he was made out to be. Dealing with him would be a handful. Using his strategic mind, Naruto had already divided the hideout, more like compound, into 4 floors and 4 sections. On the first floor below were nothing more than hallways and rooms. This was the first section. On the second floor below were the library and the research facilities. This was the second section. On the third floor below were the prison cells and the laboratories. This was the third section. The entire 4th floor below them was where the large tunnel connected Hai no Kuni to an unknown location within Oto no Kuni. Each of these sections were at least a quarter of the size of Konoha. They would need a lot more firepower than anticipated to level the entire compound. It was getting late in the day, so most of the experimentation was finished and the prisoners sent back to their cells. This was good news for them, as this meant that most of the researchers were in the research facilities compiling their data or in their rooms after retiring for the day. Most of the shinobi and researchers within the facilities were either on the 1st or 2nd floors, with only the prisoners to deal with down below. They would need to split up into 3 teams to achieve the most successful outcome. Naruto quickly finished up his analysis of the compound and stood up, opening up his eyes in the process, his 3-tomoed Sharingan blazing. This action caught the attention of those of his team, as their attention was now focused solely on him. Naruto's Sharingan spun idly as he looked each member of his team in the eyes, implanting the images that he had just seen into their minds. It took a certain degree of mastery over the Sharingan to be able to do something as delicate as transferring memories, proving that Naruto had finally been able to master his implanted eye. Each of the females recoiled from shock at the memories they had just received. Orochimaru truly was a despicable being for allowing such inhumane experiments to be conducted. Nevertheless, now that they knew the layout of the compound, their job became much easier. Naruto's pair of mismatched eyes caught the gaze of Mikoto. While she had tried to hide it, he saw just how hard she had to work to keep up with them on the way here. Was her body really in such bad condition? But even though he was worried for her, he needed all the manpower he could get at the moment. Mikoto, you and Satsuki will be taking the second section. Do it quickly and quietly. After you've eliminated everyone on that floor, seal all of the research and information you can find into sealing scrolls. Naruto spoke to his lover as he tossed her one of his empty sealing scrolls that he had brought along specifically for this purpose. Naruto then turned to the 2 Uzumaki Namikaze females, who were trying their best to keep a neutral expression. Though their real feelings were given away by the slight trembling of their legs and their hands clenching into fists. They were obviously still a bit nervous about what they had to do, but they were even more disturbed by the images that had been implanted into their mind. Perhaps seeing how cruel and inhumane these people were would make it easier for the girls to kill them. Natsuki, Narumi, you will be handling the section right below us, the first section. Do not leave anyone alive, that is the mission that was assigned to us. Can I trust you two with this? He had purposefully assigned them the area with the least amount of people occupying it. While there were quite a few individuals in their separate room, most of the researchers and shinobi were in the research facilities going over the data that they had gathered today. Hearing their brother ask them so sincerely and depending on them so much, the 2 Uzumaki Namikaze siblings quickly shook off any doubts that they held and nodded their heads vigorously. I will handle the third section, which contains the prison cells and laboratories. The source of where the cursed seal originated is there as well. I will deal with him, so if you hear any commotion do not panic. Naruto spoke calmly. With his assignment, all of the main sections had been taken care of and that only left the tunnel. I will deal with the tunnel as well. With a little effort I can melt the surrounding walls and have it collapse in on itself, which will also ignite the explosives in the process. Naruto reached into the pouch on the back of his left hip and pulled out the semi-large scroll that was pre-prepared with explosive notes. He unraveled it and unsealed 5 smaller-sized scrolls that contained a set amount of explosive notes. He threw each member of his team one of the scrolls while placing the 5th scroll back into his pouch. After which, he ignited the scroll that contained the smaller scrolls until not even ashes remained. No sense keeping a scroll that would have only taken up more space and served no real purpose. He had a feeling that he would need every advantage he could get today. Each of the scrolls contained 50 explosive notes. That would be more than enough to level the first 3 levels completely. However, the final floor was so large it would take a bit more than he currently had. He would need to deal with that personally. After you've eliminated all of your targets and gathered all of the research material, place explosive notes all over each of your sections. I will do the same. They are all set to go off automatically when mine do, so make sure to return in no longer than 30 minutes. Naruto turned around to face the entrance at the bottom of the rock formation as a breeze blew through his short black hair. When you've completed your separate assignments, meet back here. Now move out. With those final orders given, Naruto disappeared in Shursue's signature Shunshin, fading completely out of sight, leaving no trace of either his presence or his destination. He only made his exit this way because his destination was on the lowermost floors and him running through the halls of the compound would draw more attention than he would have liked. The rest of the team stood there silently for a moment before Mikoto grabbed Satsuki's shoulder and they disappeared in their own leaf Shunshin, leaving behind Natsuki and Narumi. Though the girls quickly took their leave on foot, seeing as how their assignment was only on the first floor. First level below. Within the narrow hallways with man-made stone walls, floors, and ceilings that were dimly lit by candles on the walls, giving it an atmosphere that seemed as though it was from a horror movie, Natsuki and Narumi were silently through the halls towards the section of the compound that contained the personal rooms for the shinobi and scientists. After traveling down the long spiral staircase, making sure to spread out their senses to avoid any person they may come across to keep their presence hidden, the 2 kunoichi were now racing down the empty halls towards their destination. They had yet to come across a single living being as of yet, even the main hall was completely empty. Though, this is what they had been expecting. From the memories that had been implanted into them by Naruto, they were aware that most of the researchers were on the second level in the research facilities, and most of the shinobi who were tasked with protecting this base had retired to their rooms for the afternoon as all scheduled experiments for the day had finished. The hall with the personal chambers for those who were stationed here were located just further down this straight hall, after which they had to take several turns. This place truly was a maze. The design was most likely for the purpose of confusing any intruders who entered the base, as were the dimly lit hallways and countless storage rooms they had passed. As the two girls reached the end of the straightaway, they quickly made a left turn down a much shorter hallway and then a right. While Natsuki and Narumi were utterly inexperienced when it came to search and destroy missions, they were shinobi, who specialized in a fighting style that was meant to kill. They had been lucky to have made it this far without doing so yet, or perhaps unlucky as such a high-ranking mission had been assigned as their first one. And while they had massive reserves due to them being Jinchuriki, Natsuki even more so now that Kurama was whole once again, they had been taught how to successfully suppress their chakra signature. This type of suppression was unique to them since they had abysmal chakra control. This was done by completely cutting off the access to their chakra for a few minutes. This made them impossible to sense, except for sensor-type shinobi. However, this particular method also made them unable to access their chakra for the time they were using it, and even several minutes after they ended the suppression, as they had to let the chakra flow back into their chakra network. They really preferred not to mention this, but they had to learn this method in order to capture Tora the cat. It seemed the cat was able to sense chakra levels at the lowest level after running from shinobi for decades, and because their chakra reserves were so massive, she was able to make her escape before the girls were even able to get within striking distance of it. They had failed to capture Tora the cat mission over a dozen times. It was an embarrassment on their shinobi records that led them to become obsessed with capturing that damned cat for a short period of their lives. After 5 minutes of continuous running and making all those turns, they finally arrived at the long hallway that contained the personal quarters. This particular hall was different from the others. The hallway was much taller than the others, so much so that there was a complete upper deck where a second row of doors leading into rooms were. Off to the side was a staircase that led up to this upper deck. Instead of being dimly lit by candles as all the other halls had been thus far, this area was well lit by lanterns, with a single lantern hanging from the wall between each of the doors. In total, there were 30 different rooms, 15 on the bottom row and another 15 on the second deck. Though not all of them would be occupied at the moment, or even if every researcher and shinobi were in their rooms. The design of the hall and the rooms were not so different from the ANBU headquarters that they had the privilege of exploring when they were children. Seeing as how they had finally reached their destination, Narumi and Natsuki looked at each other and nodded. They each formed a half-ram seal and discreetly reintroduced their chakra back into their chakra network, successfully releasing their chakra suppression technique. It had only been about 10 minutes since they had departed from their team's meeting point, so there shouldn't be any additional people that had returned to their quarters. But to be thorough, they would cover those rooms after they had completed their primary objective. Natsuki shakily reached down to her waist and unsheathed the pure white blade from its scabbard. As much as she disliked it, she would need to bathe the blade, white as snow, in the crimson blood of man. She looked over to Narumi, who had pulled a kunai from her holster, and gave an affirming nod. "I'll take top, you take bottom." Unable to respond verbally due to her heart being stuck in her throat from the unparalleled uneasiness and adrenaline, Narumi merely nodded in response before the two sisters separated to fulfill their promise to their brother. They would never take a life solely for the sake of their village, but they would as to not disappoint the person who had put his faith in them. These stone walls would be painted crimson within a matter of minutes. Second level below. Within a small, dark corridor leading up towards the research facilities, a small gust of wind coupled with the swirling of leaves was created in the middle of the hall, with the mother and daughter pair of Mikoto and Satsuki emerging from it only a moment later. Satsuki stumbled a bit before leaning up against the wall and glaring at her mother for using such a violent and uncontrolled shunshin. Mikoto rubbed the back of her head sheepishly in response to her daughter's reaction. The Shunshin was one of the easiest jutsus to preform next to the Academy 3 if one had the required amounts of chakra control. Though Satsuki was unaware of her mother's weakening body as well as loss of chakra control, as she was a bit more dense than her surrogate brother. After recovering her sense of balance, Satsuki remembered their mission and silently looked around the corner of the corridor into what she presumed to be the main research facility. From what Naruto had shown her, there were approximately 6 people on this floor with low chakra levels, signifying that they were mere researchers and scientists instead of actual shinobi. In reality, the two of them probably didn't have to be sneaking around like spies and could simply deal with them head-on, but it would benefit them if the researchers only realized their presence after their lives had already been ended. All 6 of the researchers should be in the facility compiling their data, with the library left completely empty. There were 14 presences, besides the prisoners and their primary target, altogether. 6 of them were on the second level and had been assigned to the 2 of them, and the other 8 were on the first level in the personal chambers and had been assigned to Natsuki and Narumi. Naruto had been intending for the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings to take this floor because it would be in an open area and would have less of an assassination feel to it, not to mention that there were less targets to eliminate, but due to their inexperience in this field as well as their recklessness, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the research if they were assigned this level. That was the determining factor in deciding which team was assigned which section. The research facility was easily as high as the Hokage Monument, easily noticeable by its high ceiling. This must have been the largest level due to the research and non-human experiments that were constantly conducted, day in and day out. What really drew Satsuki's attention were the large machines and pipes that were built on the far side of the room, taking up most of the area, and being overshadowed by the balcony and the railing. Then there were the researchers, each going over their respective data on what looked like large screens connected to machines with pictures, numbers, statistics, and charts on them. This was strange. Satsuki only knew the basics of machinery and technology because they were used in hospitals for medical conditions that could not be healed by medical ninjutsu alone. They were used to keep the patients alive, read their vital signs, and help them breathe, because a nurse or doctor couldn't watch over them 24 hours a day. Hana was quite fanatical about their usage and development. That was the only reason Satsuki was so well informed about their purposes. Though she had never seen machines as large as these and they looked to be for a purpose other than medical purposes, evidence of this was that there were no medical patients in the facility. And just what were those machines that the researchers were typing into? Her scouting brought more questions than answers. Satsuki quickly burned these images into her mind with her Sharingan before moving back into the corridor where Mikoto still was. It looked as though the people stationed here were researching more than the normal person could comprehend. If that was the case, then they couldn't just blow up all this important research and documents. These machines were likely to be the only of their kind, so she and Mikoto should at least try to recover any and all information, not just regarding the cursed seals, that they could in the short period of time that they had. What did you find? Mikoto asked her daughter, who was now fully back in the narrow corridor. Satsuki's only response was to look at her mother's Sharingan with her own, replicating the actions of Naruto, albeit at a much slower rate. After all the memories had been transferred, Mikoto could only stare at her daughter with an incredulous expression marring her face. In all her years as a kunoichi, she had never seen machinery such as this before. Satsuki nodded vigorously after seeing her mother's expression. It seemed that the young girl had been enthralled by the devices that the researchers were working on, as her Sharingan had been replaced with stars in her eyes. She seemed to be voicing the words, "I want," over and over again silently to Mikoto. She was acting like a child in a toy store, something not so out of character for her. Mikoto also had a mischievous look in her eyes as she gave a small smile and a nod to Satsuki. She lifted up 3 of her fingers on her left hand, using them to slowly count down for her and Satsuki. Satsuki drew a single kunai from the holster on her thigh, 3 fingers. Mikoto unsheathed her tanto from the scabbard strapped to the small of her lower back, 2 fingers. The 2 female Uchiha looked each other in the eyes and nodded, 1 finger. They set aside any nervousness that they may have had in order to finish the job swiftly and silently. Mikoto put her final finger down just as the 2 of them disappeared from view in their own respective leaf shunsins. Mikoto reappeared right behind the researcher on the furthermost right side of the room, as he was sitting at a screen behind his fellow researchers on that side. She charged her chakra-conductive tanto with fire chakra as she covered his mouth, pulled his head back, and decapitated him as he finally realized what was going on and began to struggle. The kill was delivered silently, so not one of the others in the room bothered to turn around and see what was going on. The blade of the tanto cauterized the wound as it delivered the only strike, therefore, not a single drop of blood stained the research documents on the desk. She quickly jumped over the normal-sized desk and drove her blade into the head of the female researcher who had been steadily typing into her keyboard. The blade erupted out of her forehead, drawing only the smallest amounts of blood, as she displayed an utterly shocked expression on her face. She hadn't even realized she had been killed, so her brain was still recording the final moments of her life. Since the desk the woman had been working at was facing a diagonal direction, Mikoto didn't even have to avoid the desk as she extended the fire chakra surrounding her blade until it grew to the size of a regular sword. The slight crackling sound caught the attention of the male researcher, who had been inputting some statistics into the screen in front of him, causing him to begin the motion to turn around. However, he was stopped dead in his tracks, literally, as Mikoto rose the ethereal sword above her head and swung down with a single, decisive strike, bifurcating the man in the process. He had yet to process what had happened to him as he still displayed a neutral expression on his face before his body slid unevenly before falling to the ground in two separate directions and erupting in a fountain of blood. Though it should be noted that the blood splattered all over his chair, Mikoto, and the floor, while not a single speck landed on his research documents. With those three successfully eliminated, all that was left was to wait for Satsuki to finish her side and start sealing away any and all research documents they could find, as well as any of the portable machinery. At the same time that Mikoto had arrived at her location, Satsuki reappeared just behind her own targets. However, they were on the complete opposite side of the room from Mikoto and the other three researchers. Since her targets were clearly not experienced shinobi and were likely to only have the barest amount of combat and shinobi training, they were unable to sense the chakra buildup from her shunshin, allowing her to easily sneak up on them. True to her assassination mission, Satsuki covered the mouth of the female researcher that she had ambushed, preventing the woman from screaming, and plunged the kunai in her hand into the side of the woman's head, silencing her permanently. After a moment or so, Satsuki pulled the kunai out of the woman's skull and swung it to the side to rid the weapon of the excess blood that stained the blade. Satsuki was by no means emotionless, a professional assassin, nor did she enjoy these search and destroy missions, but the first kill really was the hardest and everything after that was somewhat gray. She was aware that she had ended a fair number of lives in her career as a kunoichi, but they no longer affected her like they once did. Natsuki and Narumi would understand soon as well that taking a life was not as monstrous and inhumane as they believed it to be. Quickly maneuvering around the large and cluttered desk, while on the run, she pulled back her next target's head by his long hair and deeply slit his throat from ear to ear, causing his to gag and sputtered as the blood flowed down his neck and onto his lab coat, causing him to slump over. The final researcher heard his coworker's strange sounds and turned around to tell the man to quiet down and let him work in peace. However, he recoiled in shock at what he found. Just as he was about to let Ara scream in horror, he found that he couldn't even utter a single sound. He clawed at his throat with his fingernails as he became unable to breathe, but it was to no avail. The shinobi wire wrapped around his throat was far too tight to ever be able to pry off with his level of physical strength. Satsuki, who was standing in front of his desk, but now behind him, about a dozen feet away, tightened the wire that she held in each of her hands and spread her arms outwards, causing the wire around the man's neck to forcefully tighten inwardly as it began to draw blood. As she continued to slowly tighten the wire around the man's neck became tighter and tighter until it ultimately decapitated him with one final pull. His head lifelessly fell to the ground as his body slumped over in its chair. With her targets having been eliminated, that marked one part of her mission as completed. Now all she had to do was collect all of the data, research, and documents from this room and the library, then plant the explosive notes. That, and she wanted to take home some of those cool portable machines that the researchers were using, or at least bring back the schematics and data on them and what they did. Naruto had given them only a single storage scroll, but his were different than standard ones. The seal formula he used to create it was of his own design and was able to hold far more mass than scrolls that could be purchased in stores. Shop owners bought storage scrolls with inferior sealing arrays in order to force shinobi to buy enough to store away all their necessary equipment. It may have been unethical, but it was business. Though, if you only bought blank scrolls and wrote your own sealing formulas on them, they were far more reliable. His scroll coupled with the empty storage scrolls that her and her mother brought along would be more than enough to seal away all of the research held within the research facility and the library. As time was short, Satsuki rid herself of the now bloody shinobi wire and raced across the large room towards her mother. It would be best to work together for the most efficiency. Third level below. The third level below the surface could only be described as hell on earth. The entire prison sector was being consumed by flames as a lone figure serenely walked through the hall amidst all of the screams of agony and the ensuing chaos. Crimson flames spread from the artificially created stone floors to the ceiling above, leaving not an inch within the prison sector untouched. The bars of the prison cells that sealed of a person's chakra had already melted along with much of the walls, floor, and partially the ceiling. The earth above slowly dripped down to the ground below as it began to liquefy. All of the prisoners besides Naruto's primary target had already been melted into nothing more than puddles of blood and innards. This method had been the quickest way of dealing with all unnecessary prisoners who were in his way. Within Naruto's field of vision was the most secure cell at the end of the prison block. It looked more like a vault in which Kages would store village funds or the most dangerous jutsu and secrets than anything. This only spoke as to how monstrous and uncontrollable the person inside of it was. There was quite a distance between the first 2 levels and the last 2 levels, as it took quite a bit of chakra to Shunshin from the surface to his current location. It was roughly 5 miles below the surface. Orochimaru probably designed this hideout with the fact that there was a town close by in mind, therefore those on the surface would be unable to hear the screams of the prisoners being experimented on, whether willingly or unwillingly. He also would want his researchers to be as far away as those mindless creatures at all times, other than when they were conducting human experiments. From what Naruto had already witnessed from the appearance of those behind the bars, the experiments conducted daily must have been horrendous and far beyond inhumane. He may have just been doing them a favor by ending their lives when he did. Naruto didn't extinguish his flames like he usually did after finishing the job, instead he let them burn and eat away at any and all surfaces within the large hall since he would need to destroy this place anyway and it didn't take any extra chakra of natural energy to keep the flames burning. Naruto finally made it to the most secure prison cell, and his destination. The thick steel door didn't have chakra sealing bars like the other cells did, in fact it was impossible to fully seal off a person's body from natural energy alone since it was such an unknown and mysterious energy. The closest thing Orochimaru had ever come to developing something of that nature were his cursed seals that temporarily restricted movements, making any chakra or natural energy useless. The door had no access to the outside world, or at least no way to see out of the cell, with a single handle and 4 separate locks, after which it was chained off in a X-like fashion. Someone really didn't want this guy to ever see the light of day again. Naruto thought as he looked at what he assumed to be overkill on the security of his prison cell. This guy had stayed behind in this hideout willingly, and yet they locked him up as if he was a threat to the people around him, or perhaps he really was that insane. Naruto stood there silently as he heard a voice talking to itself behind the door. Kill, a man, the next one I kill will be a man after all, no a woman, if the next one who comes through that door is a woman, I'll kill her, no, a man would put up more of a fight, alright. It's decided. If the next one who comes through that door is a man, I'll kill him. A deep voice whispered obsessively to itself. Hearing that whispering satisfied most of Naruto's curiosity. The obviously male voice was heavily laced with insanity and bloodlust. Whatever came out after he opened this door would be a real pain in the ass to deal with. Just once he would like to not be paired up against the insane and creepy ones. First it was Dodo, then Kabuto, then Nawaki, followed by Gaara, and now this guy. He really did have the worst luck. Seeing as how he didn't have the necessary keys in his possession, Naruto placed his right hand on the door and produced an excess amount of heat from the palm of his hand, melting the thick steel in a single moment. The steel liquefied and flowed down to the floor just as quick, only leaving a few strands behind, and revealing Naruto's face to whoever resided within the confines of the cell. Jackpot! I'll kill you! The voice roared as soon as he caught a glimpse of Naruto's appearance. Before Naruto could even adjust his eyes to the darkness of the prison cell, he was forced to cross his arms in front of his body to lessen the impact of the monstrous fist that was heading straight towards him. There was no time to avoid the strike, nor was there any time to coat his arms with haki, it was all up to physical strength and durability at the moment. Naruto felt the bones in his forearms scream in agony as a cracking-like feeling erupted throughout the entirety of both his arms before being launched into the wall directly behind him, creating a small crater with many spiderweb cracks now marring its complexion. Just what the hell was that? Naruto questioned himself rhetorically as he pulled himself out of the wall and felt his blue flame's regenerative properties repairing the extensive damage done to his arms by a single strike. What he saw emerge from the room was a tall, muscular young man with spiky orange hair and red-orange eyes, or what normally would have been a pair. His left eye was currently a vibrant yellow color with a black scara, and the entire left side of his body was a pale gray color, while his left arm took on the form of an enlarged fist with various spikes jutting out from all sides and moving upwards towards his bicep. Unsurprisingly, his eyes had a crazed and murderous look within them. And this must be what the second stage of the cursed seal looks like, or rather, for him, his natural transformation. Naruto spit out a bit of blood after turning his head to the side. Against a user of natural energy like the people from this clan of monsters, his intangibility would easily be negated by their every strike. Naruto had greatly underestimated the pure physical strength of his opponent once again, add to that the fact that he is at a disadvantage because he couldn't use any of his larger and more powerful techniques due to their position in the confined hallway, it was clear things weren't looking up for Naruto. Then there was the fact that he still had to search the laboratory and bring back a DNA sample of this man. That meant Naruto couldn't just destroy this entire floor, he was already walking a fine line as it was with the flames he had already produced. His options really were quite limited at the moment. While he had not neglected his taijutsu training completely, he would be the first to admit that not fighting a foe who could actually touch him for such a long time caused him to slack off on the intensity of his physical training more recently. He now questioned how he could possibly come to such a conclusion. "And who might you be?" Naruto asked as the marks on the man's body spread even further across his body until it was covering him completely. "It doesn't matter, because you're gonna die right here." Yugo yelled maniacally, not that Naruto was aware of what his real name was. Naruto jumped into the air and used Yugo's shoulder as a stepping stone before jumping even higher in the air to the side of the man while he coated his arms with Busoshoku Haki, as Yugo sent a punch towards the wall he had been previously standing in front of, shattering it completely and causing some debris from the ceiling to collapse. Naruto was forced to land while dodging the falling debris as Yugo didn't seem to care in the slightest about the danger he had just put them in and raced after Naruto once more. He outstretched his left arm to his side and forced a large axe blade to form on the side of his forearm by utilizing the unique abilities that his passive natural energy granted him. Naruto drew his Chikudo from his back and coated it with Haki as well. Any normal weapon would have broken from the natural energy surrounding that axe, but Haki should even the odds in a straight duel. Naruto's blade met Yugo's in the middle and caused shockwaves to ripple throughout the room and shatter some of the smaller pieces of rubble that were now scattered across the floor. Naruto was the first to pull back, causing Yugo to recoil in the process, as he switched his sword into a reverse grip and swiped the blade across the orange-haired man's abdomen. However, Yugo had managed to lean back in time so that only a shallow slash wound made its way onto his stomach, but the sight of his own blood made him even more excited as he hadn't found anyone who was capable of wounding him since Kimimaro. In response to the flesh wound he received, Yugo brought his fist down hard, on Naruto's head, slamming him into the ground before the raven-haired teen had a chance to react. While the wound had only been a flesh wound for Yugo, he only thought that way because of the regenerative properties that his body granted him. In reality, the slash that he was just dealt was only an inch or two away from severing his spinal cord and rendering him incapable of movement. It would only be natural for Naruto to expect the match to be over after his opponent had received a fatal wound such as that. However, Yugo was able to regenerate within the span of a single moment. The ground split into spiderweb-like cracks as the full force of Naruto's body combined with the extra push from Yugo impacted the ground. Naruto clenched his teeth to prevent himself from coughing up too much blood, but a small amount still made its way onto the ground as it spilled out of back of his mouth. "Damn, this guy outclasses me physically in every possible way. I won't be able to stay conscious if I take too many more hits like that one." Naruto was only flat on the ground for the same amount of time it took Yugo to regenerate from his last wound. As Yugo was laughing maniacally, thinking that he had already won, Naruto pushed himself up off the ground and delivered a Haki-enhanced uppercut to the man's chin, sending him high into the air and back a dozen or so yards. This had been the most amount of hits that Naruto had taken in years, and the lack of regular pain was starting to catch up with him. He shakily stood back onto his own 2 feet as he stared into the eerie yellow eyes of Yugo, whom was already back on his feet, looking as bloodthirsty as ever, even after taking such a heavy blow. The two rushed at each other again, Yugo intent on slaughtering the man before him. He fought more like a wild beast than a shinobi, though it was working for him magnificently with his pure strength making up for his lack of elegance. Naruto sent a slash towards the man's chest, but it was effortlessly blocked by the axe blade that was now his arm. As Naruto was now stopped in his tracks at the moment, Yugo transformed his other arm into a piston-like shaped T, increased the force of his fist and slammed it into Naruto's gut, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of saliva before being flung into another wall. After regaining the feeling of his body, coupled with the incredible feeling of pain coursing through it, Naruto pulled himself out of the wall and stared distastefully at the man who had not yet moved from his previous position. He was really getting tired of being thrown around like a rag doll. This was the first time that he had been so outmatched physically, and he could honestly say he hated it. Was this how every other opponent facing himself felt before? Yugo's body started to transform once again, as many jet-like appendages formed on his exposed back and began expelling large amounts of chakra from them. Yugo immediately blurred out of sight using the incredible speed boost that those boosters gave him. In such a confined space with his opponent moving as fast as he was, Naruto was barely able to track him with the Sharingan, and even then he could only react fast enough to bring his sword up to block the axe blade that was being aimed straight for his head. However, the speed Yugo was moving at was the decisive factor as it cut right through Naruto's blade, but was offset just enough to miss its target altogether. However, as soon as Yugo was forced off balanced by missing his target, he disappeared from sight once more. A strike came from behind Naruto, but he swiftly sidestepped it, though he didn't have the chance to counterstrike as his opponent was gone once again. The raven-haired Chunin ducked a swing of the axe blade once more, but this time he managed to grab Yugo and kick him upwards with a kick. Though once in midair he disappeared from sight once more before appearing across the hall from Naruto only a short distance away. He was panting heavily as he retracted the boosters into his back and stopped the chakra flow to them altogether. It seemed that form took quite a toll on him, so much so that prolonged use of it was out of the question. It normally would have been so fast that any opponent would have been finished with a single strike. This would have been the case with Naruto as well, had he not been using his Kenbunchaku Haki. You're different from the others I've fought. But I'll kill you all the same. Yugo yelled as his arm changed from the axe blade he'd been so fond of up until now into something that may very well be more powerful. This time, large jet boosters, similar to the ones that had been on his back until just a minute ago, grew from the length of his forearm to his shoulder facing backwards. They were most likely used to make any punch that he threw Dwarf Tsunade's super strength by a wide margin. Kasakuken, Ichishiki, Piston Fist, Style 1. Yugo roared as chakra was propelled out of the large boosters on his arm, sending him forward at incredible speeds with his right arm outstretched to deliver the finishing blow. At the moment, Naruto didn't really have a lot of options on how to deal with the maniacal monster being propelled right at him. At least, that was before his right leg accidentally kicked his broken sword that he had dropped earlier. What the hell? Naruto shrugged, seeing as he may as well attempt the idea that came to mind. He stomped on the blade of the broken Chikudo, causing it to flip into the air until Naruto swiped his right hand in its direction and gripped it tightly. He flared the chakra from the Tenketsu points in his right forearm, forcing the bandages wrapping around them to loosen and fall to the floor, revealing a large seal in the shape of a pitch-black Chinese dragon, with its head on Naruto's hand and the rest of its body whopping continuously around his arm until it reached his bicep. I hate to use this technique, I find it devoid of any style or elegance, but it seems that you prefer our little meeting to end messily whether I use it or not. Naruto said as he took an offensive stance with his left shoulder facing forward as Yugo was finally within striking distance of him. Just as an extra boost of chakra propelled Yugo's fist forward even faster, Naruto's channeled the power granted to him by the seal with his own, coating his sword with malefic green and black flames, increasing the cutting power of his sword exponentially as these particular flames were as hot as the surface of the sun. With a swift movement, Naruto sliced vertically through Yugo's arm before sending another slash, bifurcating him horizontally, after which he blurred out of sight, appearing behind Yugo. Kakuryu-zan no Tachi, Darkness Dragon's Remnant Longsword. As Naruto spoke the name of the technique, Yugo's still standing body split into over a dozen different pieces, illustrating just how fast the technique truly was. Because of how powerful those flames were, the dismembered pieces of the man's body were instantaneously ignited with the malicious green and black flames, as they threatened to disintegrate the remains. Naruto quickly extinguished the flames that covered the body as well as the flames that were coating his sword. He had nowhere near mastery over these particular flames. In reality, he was only able to control and withstand these without getting burned because they were a combination of the darkness flame and his own. For him to obtain full mastery over the darkness flame, he would need to fully consume it, something that may very well kill him in the process. After Naruto had verified that the remains were still workable, he glanced at what was left of his blade inside. While the blade had been previously rendered unusable, it was now almost completely melted within the palm of his hand. He turned the palm of his downwards and kept his hand open so that what remained of his blade was discarded onto the ground. He would need to get his hand on a sword that was able to withstand the heat of his techniques. He was actually surprised that it lasted as long as it did by just being in the general vicinity of his flames. He also unstrapped the scabbard that was resting on his back and discarded it as well. No sense in keeping something that would only slow him down. Naruto quickly let the phoenix flames within his body heal him to the best of their ability, so that all of his bones were regenerated and he was able to move properly again. Whoever it was that he was fighting packed a punch. It felt like the entire Hokage monument had been dropped onto his back. The raven-haired boy, who was now partially covered by blue flames as they were doing their job, walked over to the dismembered remains of Yugo and pulled out one of his empty storage scrolls. He bent down on one knee as he picked up each piece of the man, one by one, and sealed them within the scroll, and successfully completing a portion of his assignment. While the fight seemed to go on for hours, it had only been a few minutes due to how fast-paced and intense it was. There was still plenty of time before the explosive notes were set to go off automatically. That was why they had set the time constraint before entering the hideout. With those thoughts in mind, Naruto limped towards the section of this level that contained the laboratory while his flames continued to regenerate him, albeit at a much slower rate. Even with his body broken, he still had a mission to complete. Fourth level below. After searching the entirety of the laboratory on the level above and recovering many documents pertaining to the cursed seals and setting the explosive tags all over its vicinity, Naruto had finally made it down to the fourth and final level of the compound. Level wasn't exactly an appropriate word to describe it, as the entire floor only had the large staircase leading up to their level and a large, dark tunnel that was lit only by lanterns as it went on for miles, perhaps even further than that. The tunnel was easily a quarter of the size of all of Konoha and was surely capable of holding all of Otogekyou's invading forces. This area was definitely how so many Otonin got past the border and where they planned the final stages of the invasion during the 1-month reprieve between the preliminary exams and the final exams that was given to prepare for the Chunin exams. Naruto spread out his senses using his sensing abilities and Kenbunchaku Haki to find the status of his teammates before he decided on how to deal with his current situation. He smiled when he found that all of the explosive notes had already been planted with Narumi and Natsuki already back at the designated meeting place and Mikoto and Satsuki making their way up the final flight of stairs at the moment. Seeing that almost all of his team was out of the hideout, Naruto made a cross-shaped hand seal and created 10 Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, after which he threw the scroll with his leftover explosive notes to one of them, after which, they took off running into the darkness of the tunnel. Since he had the scroll in his possession when he created the clones, they also had a copy of the scroll and would be able to plant those explosive tags as well to cover the distance of the tunnel. Since he had melted over half of the third floor, he only needed to use half of the explosive tags there, coupled with the fact that when they went off it would collapse inwardly from the explosions above and below it. This gave him a surplus of explosives to use down here. Though those tags would be planted further down the hall by his clones. Jinchurikis were the optimal users of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, because of their vast chakra reserves, but almost every shinobi in Konoha who was Jounin level knew the technique and were capable of making at least 10 to 15 clones. Couple his large chakra reserves with the fact that he was an Uzumaki and he could easily use this technique better than anyone, minus Jinchuriki. Naruto's scroll had contained approximately 25 explosive tags, which he had given to one of the clones he had produced. Due to them being exact copies of Naruto, each of them also possessed a scroll that contained 25 explosive tags. This added up to 275 explosive tags. Such a large amount of explosives were enough to destroy a majority of Konoha. It should be more than enough to cause this tunnel to collapse. Though since he couldn't tell exactly how long the tunnel reached since his haki didn't have that kind of range yet, he had assigned the clones to take care of the middle and far end of the tunnel and leave him to deal with this section. Seeing as how his clones were finally out of range from his senses, he closed his eyes and began expelling large amounts of heat energy from his body. No flames were given off because he didn't want to risk any of the explosive tags in the vicinity going off prematurely, so he merely increased the temperature of the flames that made up his body, giving off heat ranging far above what any normal human could withstand. Nothing happened for a few moments as the heat continued to be emitted, but then the bonds that held the walls, ceiling, and ground in place began to weaken and slowly but surely melt off into a magma-like substance or make the surrounding surfaces especially malleable. This went on for a few minutes at such a rate that the walls would have collapsed if they were even touched with the slightest amount of force. That should be more than enough to ensure that the passageway was rendered unusable in the future. Leaving everything else up to his Kage Bunshins, Naruto faded out of sight, signifying that he had disappeared in his favored Shunshin. Surface. Naruto reappeared at the surface in a matter of seconds, surprising two of the Kunoichi who were waiting there patiently. Naruto looked at Satsuki and Mikoto and noticed that they had excited smiled on their face, suggesting that they had found something quite interesting within the research facilities or library. He hadn't expected them to be affected by the elimination mission because it was something that they had done countless times before, in Mikoto's case, and at least a few times before for Satsuki. He would make sure to inquire later as to what they were so ecstatic to have in their possession. Naruto then shifted his gaze towards the blonde and redhead of the group and smiled softly at what he found. Narumi looked like she was bathed in remorse and trying to figure out whether they were in the right or the wrong with what they did, but otherwise she had come out unscathed. He wouldn't say anything at the moment and let her adopt her own views on the kind of mission they had just done. It was best to let her come to her own conclusion rather than force her into his own line of thinking and reasoning, as any other team leader would have done. Natsuki, on the other hand, was calmly cleaning off the blood that stained her snow-white blade with a cloth that she kept in her weapon's pouch. She didn't seem to be too bothered or even shaken up by the fact that she had just taken several lives. Naruto studied her for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders. Sometimes the first kill put everything in perspective for a person. Or perhaps cleaning her sword was just a way to calm her nerves as she thought everything over. Either way, the two girls were in far better mental condition than he had been anticipating. He was glad that the two of them made it out of there alive. Having them not sobbing over the lives they had taken and forcing him to comfort them was definitely a preferred outcome. The sound of Naruto's footsteps approaching earned the attention of the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings, whose faces contorted in shock and horror as they saw the condition that their brother was in. True enough, Naruto's figure was drenched in blood, however, most of it had been Yugo's. That didn't take away from the bruising and gashes that marred his frame from their encounter though. As soon as his broken and shattered bones had been repaired, Naruto had cut off his use of the Phoenix Flames, seeing as how his use of them was limited as of now. "Ni-san. What happened? Natsuki started to panic as she saw all the blood, but was cut off as Naruto raised his hand up with a tired expression on his face. "I don't want to talk about it, I finished my part, that's all that matters." Naruto was a bit disappointed in himself that his current condition had been the result of only taking a few heavy punches. While that man had been incredible strong and natural energy was one of Naruto's few weaknesses, the course of that battle still left a bad taste in his mouth. In the shinobi world, whoever is the one left standing is the victor, no matter the means, but Naruto didn't feel the same way. He could never claim that the outcome of that match had been his victory. From the tone of his voice and how he avoided the question, it was clear that it was something that he preferred to have left alone. The four Kunoichi understood that as they had all done things that they had wished they didn't have to on this particular mission. "Why don't we finish up our business here and then move on to the town then?" Mikoto suggested, honestly tired of being in the same vicinity as Orochimaru's compound. She couldn't seem to get the images that Naruto had implanted into her as well as a lot of what she found in the report she came across out of her head. Naruto nodded at the suggestion and went through a dozen or so hand seals which erected a large, light blue-colored silencing barrier to limit the exposure of the explosion to the outside world. The hideout was located far enough away from the town that it was possible for it to go unnoticed, but he erected the silencing barrier just to be cautious. "I want the four of you to head into the forest and get away from here. I don't know how large the blast radius will be or even if it will have any result on the surface." Naruto spoke to the Kunoichi. That clearly was not accepted by a few of them. Whilst Tasuki and Mikoto didn't know the full extent of his abilities or even how he was capable of doing such, they knew he wouldn't die from a simple explosion such as this. Natsuki and Narumi were more weary of the situation. But what about you?" Narumi had gotten over her previous feelings of remorse to address such a crazy plan. "I need to stay behind to start the chain reaction of the explosive tags as well as detonate my clones." Naruto spoke calmly, not at all worried that his life was in danger. Even if it was, an explosion couldn't be able to physical harm him like Yugo had. "I can assure you, I'm in no danger here." But Natsuki tried to interject, but was cut off when she felt Mikoto's hand on her shoulder. "Narukuin will be fine, he's the mission leader and we still have a mission to complete. He can't just go get himself killed leaving us with all the work, can he?" Mikoto asked jokingly. Seeing Natsuki's expression relax, Mikoto started pulling her away while Satsuki did the same with Narumi. "Now let's follow his orders and put out faith in him." The two hesitant girls nodded as the Uchiha females shunshined them out of the area, leaving Naruto behind to finish the destruction of the base. Those two always were a pain in the ass. Naruto mumbled to himself as he spread out his senses and felt that his clones had finished their job and were now back within range of him at the beginning of the tunnel. Forming a half-ram seal, Naruto simultaneously detonated his clones along with the explosive tags, triggering a chain reaction as every explosive tag in the compound and the tunnel went off. Within the span of a second, explosions were going off one after another all throughout the tunnel and the hideout as each explosion caused a section of it to collapse and bring more weight down upon the section below it until the actual earth shattered beneath the surface and the tunnel caved in. Naruto could feel the earth shifting and shaking below his feet as the ground began to create large fissures from the large-scale shifting occurring beneath it. It became hard to keep his balance as the shaking was equivalent to that of a magnitude 6 earthquake, but Naruto needed to keep the barrier up to keep the full effects of the explosion contained within it. After several minutes of withstanding the force that the explosions brought upon the very earth itself, the shaking began to die down as the fissure finally stopped spreading and breaking apart the earth and the final explosives went off. Naruto looked around and noticed that he was standing on the only earthen pillar in the area as his chakra had preserved it, with all the rest of the ground having been shattered and collapsed from having no more support from the structures below. It could easily be described as a giant crater that ascended into darkness or a bottomless pit. As he surveyed the destruction their mission had caused, Naruto released his control on the barrier, forcing it to subside. Seeing as how the entire radius around the hideout had been destroyed, including the rock formation that contained the entrance, Naruto shunshined to where the land began once again before looking back once more and blurring out of sight to reconvene with the rest of his team. What remained of the once favored hideout of Orochimaru was nothing. It was as if its entire existence had been erased from the face of the earth.